crossed. We get the picture.
By the way, what I was saying to Sean, technically you could send a message to a mobile phone and we could film it on a mobile phone. And we can go as far away as we like then. That eliminates the need to have transmitters and receivers.
Says you're live.
That's the puddle dot one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there we go. Well, welcome along everybody. We're here today at East Bilney Lakes in the East region near Norwich today, near Dereham, aren't we?
Yeah, just the side of East Dereham.
And we've got Lee Carver, home angler, versus Zac Worby. That sounds like the all-in. So, welcome along if you've joined us. Looks like we're live, looks like everything's working, looks like nothing's failing us at the minute.
Zac's missing off his box.
Zac's not started yet. Zac's going to take his time starting today. Bless him, we should have pointed out Zac's not been very well when he nearly didn't come.
There's loads of people assuming he's absolutely wrecked from the night out.
Oh, here he is.
He's been...
It's not like he's known for it, is it?
Bless him. Zac's not been very well this week. I've been in contact with him all week. He nearly forfeited today, so...
Last time I saw Zac was at the festival last year at Fiddler. He looked nearly dead then.
He does at most festivals, Steve.
You know what I mean? Well, the old boy about 17 and he looked like he'd worn his body out already.
So, yes, East Bilney Lakes today. We're on bridges. Haven't got the best angle there of Zac, have we? Never mind. Lee's drawn peg 24, Zac's drawn peg 22. We've got float cam up and running today as well, so Sean should be round there by the anglers.
It won't go under today, that'll be the trouble.
So we're based down by peg 9, so we're a fair way away from the anglers today, as we normally are. Nothing ever seems to work right these days, does it?
But we've got our new internet connection, haven't we? And so far so good there.
Yeah. So, morning sounds a little quiet. Yeah, we've got a slightly different audio arrangement today. Let's try and move that down. Slightly different audio arrangement today, just because of the distance between us and the anglers. Thank you for dropping us a comment. Who was that? That's not come up on my screen yet.
Mark Gillibrand or Gillibrand?
Gillibrand, morning. Sounds a little quiet. Thanks, Mark. Yep, you can drop us messages. We can see your messages down by the lake. It's running a slightly different audio today. It might not be stereo at home, I'm afraid. But that ain't Zac into a fish already, was it?
No, I think he's just been feeding his line, so... Lee looks like he started shallow, long, the looks of it. Pinging, presumably pellets. And Zac's just started a little bit short after feeding his long lines.
So today,
he's bang on, isn't he?
let's introduce our guest today. Today's guest is Eddie Howman.
Oh, I'll see you later.
Morning everyone.
He's kindly joined us. Local knowledge, of course, always invaluable when we come and do these things.
Into a fish, very small one for a start, but...
So Eddie's going to help us out with the commentary here today because he's fished here before and we haven't. So just tell us a bit about the stock of the lake, Eddie.
So the lakes are stocked with a lot of carp and F1s. Carp are generally a stocky size, sort of 1 to 3 pound. Bridges, there are some bigger fish here. But we've also had a lot of the small fish come through and spawned as well. So as you just saw, Lee had rather small carp in here, and they've just come through the last winter really well. And some people say they get played with them, but you do get plenty of bites here at East Bilney, which is good. You see Lee's into another fish already, maybe a bit bigger. You've got to net every fish here, so some people think, why is he netting such a small fish? But it is one of the fishery rules, you do have to net everything, which is a good rule, and also protects your stocks as well. So another small one for Lee.
Fast orange, not started.
Can I connect that up in there? Watch it.
What
Use
did
it
you- You thought about, we go live and now you want me to check.
Like last minute doing it, like, and I didn't want to trouble with it. I just connecting it with an HDMI.
So we're 3 minutes in. So
Yeah, let's just
You
start.
might even find it easier
Give me a second.
Could be a few.
3, 60, 57, say.
Yeah, we'll go for that.
Right, there we go. Sorry, yes, thank you.
Yeah,
We're
sorry
all
about
over the show today. We always get flustered at the start, don't we? Oh, it still ain't started, is it? I've set it and it ain't started. Go on, you. There we go. Hopefully. That'll be somewhere near right anyway. Mark Gillibrand, who's drawn the better peg and what do you think weight will be needed to win? So we've had a... so the lads are 22 and 24, so they're actually next to each other.
Lee is the end. Lee's the end peg before it starts sweeping around the end of the island.
Just looking at the pegs, never having seen them before, you'd run to Lee's peg.
Yeah.
You say that every week.
No, but you would. It's got,
He says that every week.
it's got
I'd
too
run
many
to that
options,
peg.
hasn't it? It's got, he'll catch off the point.
Yeah,
I'd
I'm
say
not.
they're
I'm not.
both-
Do you know, miles behind you. He's had 2 fish now, hasn't he? And even. I don't.
Zac reckons
his
he's
third.
picked too deep.
Yeah. Is that what he said? Is it?
Yeah.
Zach thinks his peg's too deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clicker's going to be a bit of a strange one this week because there is a very varied stock, a lot of fresh,
Anything would be too deep for Zac, though, to be fair, wouldn't it?
a lot of fresh new stock this
Good
week
lad, yeah.
in this lake. So anything from sort of ounces, I suppose, all the way up to sort of. I think the majority of the stock's between £1 and £3, but there are some bigger fish. So
We'll see what happens as the days goes on. Obviously, everyone can't see the other anglers, but most of the lake has started short, along with Zac. And it was just only Lee and Mother that have gone long for an initial start.
This is going to be a hard one to count, isn't it?
yeah, it is going to be a very difficult one, especially on the clicker, like we say, because how do you count
It's going to keep you two.
sort of
busy,
half
isn't
ounce
it?
or a £1/2 fish against an 8-pounder?
I think you need to set a baseline. If you think something's over a pound, we count it then, don't we? But
Good
we've
luck.
started.
Yeah, so,
That's the trouble.
so I think
Just let Sean do it. He's the maestro, isn't he?
I think Sean's there with float cam, although he needs to sort out. Right, we need to ring Sean and tell him to That-
Just needs a bit of focus.
that ain't focused.
Right. Okay.
Tell him he needs to half to press the button on the right hand side to focus the camera properly. Yeah, it's going to be a strange one anyway. You're going to have to really keep an eye. So winning weight, they having
Hello,
chatted.
mate. Apparently you're not focused.
They haven't chatted
press
to
the button on the
Lee.
right-hand side or something.
He knows how to focus it. I've taught him before.
Right, good job you're not on loudspeaker.
Yeah, so
No, what do he needs more information.
I've half to press the button on the right.
He says you're a twat. The
Oh,
button on the
God.
right hand side. He didn't actually say that, but the tone of his voice suggested that that's what he meant. So hit the button on the right hand side to focus it. No?
So Zac's into his first fish. It
Apparently
looks
there's about
like.
60 buttons on the right hand
It's
side.
as if he was taking a picture. There's a big button, the main button. I've showed him before at the
The
front.
main button, yeah.
You just half depress it and it
Half to
focuses.
press it.
Slightly better fish for Zac compared to what Lee's already put in the net. Much better sized fish.
Yeah. So Lee's had 3 small ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, different tactics. Lee's gone shallow. Zac's gone over. Zac's regular here as well, so there's no real home advantage for Lee.
Are you doing anything, Sean?
Hang on, let's just have a quick look on that.
Oh right, sorry. Oh hang on.
He's zoomed too far in, and
Zoomed
he's.
too far in.
Oh dear.
Don't shoot the messenger, mate.
Oh dear.
I'm just, you know what I mean?
Ace cameraman Sean here.
I'm not even required here, mate. Eddie's nicked my job. You're giving me a hard time, right? Why don't you just tell me piss off, like? You know what I mean?
Good count Zac's fish.
Yeah.
Is
we've
that
got-
better? He's saying.
How big a fish
I'd
was?
say £1.5 at rough guess.
Yeah. So
that-
I'll come back to him in a
Sorry,
second. I just
yeah.
need to turn this. I'm doing absolutely everything here. Let me just turn this off. Right. Just give me 2 seconds. It looks better on the monitor. Tell him.
It looks better on the monitor, he said.
Yes,
Well,
I don't even know what I've
it's
said and what I haven't said now. But yeah, no, I think we're looking at about £80–90 to win the match today. So lots of
Yeah.
small fish, but the bigger ones will come into play.
He's trying to keep up as well, mate.
Right, so he's had one. We're getting a few.
Yeah.
connection
No need
issues.
to be rude though, is there, mate?
Right, hang on. Let's have a little look at.
I'm only joking, mate. Oh no, nobody can hear you, like, can they? Like, I can say you're saying what you
Just
want.
tell him to half to press that button again.
Have to press that button again, mate. He's saying. Looks decent enough to me. Is that one where he's just sprayed them pellets?
There we go. That's sorted it.
Yeah, that's sorted it apparently.
So there we have
Yeah.
That's Lee fishing his shallow line.
Lee
Yeah,
shallow line,
listen, even I can see it from here, from the distance, from the back of the room, like without the monitor that Mike's going to connect up for
Oh,
me.
don't tell me I've just erased all of that. No, thank goodness.
Yeah, all that's
Oh, I
missing
have.
here is if we had a proper screen TV, like, you know what I mean, we'd be able to see everybody would be able to see what's going on, wouldn't they? Like, you know what I mean. But anyway, I shall have it by next week. So it's just I was going to speak to you about that. You know what I mean, about how we put it up, right? Because we do some sort of stand, couldn't we? That where it just like. But anyway, we'll talk about it in that week rather than when we're live on YouTube. But yeah, cool. All right, nice one, mate. See you soon. Bye. That's quite a good shot of that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Considering how far away that works anyway, doesn't it?
So just looking at Lee's shallow swimmer, he's not absolutely rammed with bites, but he's keeping his feed nice and tight. He's just missed a bite then. He's just keeping his feed nice and tight.
And how far away is he from us, would you have said, that camera? It's a good 200 metres, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting near 200 metres, that
easy.
camera. So still playing with new bits of kit. We've got new transmitter and receiver, and it's the only one that seems to be working properly.
Well, that is my point.
Given the range.
Trying to make that if anybody thinks that we're too intrusive and it won't work, and I can imagine, I know how it all works, negativity, but the name of the game is that we can do this filming without being in anybody's face. Yeah, sure. Hello, mate. It sounds a bit quiet, he's saying, but yeah, somebody else has said that.
It's
Yeah.
because we're not got the main microphone into a camera.
Because of the mine, mate. We need to have a word with Lester, won't we, about that, acoustics and all of that.
Is that a better fish for
It
Lee?
looks like it's a much better fish.
Ah,
for
right,
Lee.
yeah. Get the mic as close
Had
to
to
you
strip
as
some
possible,
elastic
mate.
off this time.
Yeah, all right, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of sense. All right, mate. Yeah, no, that's. Where is the mic that you're talking into, Alf?
It's here.
It's not too bad then, is it?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like Sean's saying, get that as close as. Do you know how far they recommend with microphones for speaking? Like that.
Really?
Yeah, I
Well,
looked into it.
without
Obviously, with Lester on the radio thing.
Without me and Eddie kissing,
Yeah, well,
it's
I'll get that on Facebook. That'd be
Yeah.
perfect.
I'm sure everyone would appreciate
We're doing
that.
like hits on Tinder, which I've heard is something.
I'm so disappointed with those camera angles as well. I can't get to them anymore, so I'll have to live with it.
Mate. Tell you what, next week it'll be all right.
The full screens are all right.
But in reality, there's nothing that two of those new devices wouldn't have stopped this, would they? You know what I mean? We wouldn't have had this problem. And actually, if we could have had cameras dead opposite, couldn't we? Like, you know.
Yeah.
It's achievable, isn't it? It's not like we've bitten off more than we could chew.
Yeah. Mark Gillibrand, will he be running the competition next year? There's no reason why we wouldn't be. Do you think there's a reason why we wouldn't be? Or is it just purely down to our lack of professionalism trying to pump out these films live on YouTube?
100%.
Media skills, I
We'll
think
be
is what
running
we'll put
it
it down
next
to.
year, and it'll be growing exponentially by then as well. I can assure you, mate.
The
It's
idea,
starting to turn around.
the idea of these videos is to try and entice everybody in, I suppose, but I don't think we're doing a very good job.
Well, not only will we got the competition next year, we'll also be co-hosting with Lester on the Feel Good Radio Show, and the audience will be going through the roof as loads and loads of people get interested and realise that we've got a wonderful opportunity and a wonderful platform to represent match fishing. Anyway, back to the match.
Is Zach just putting another fish in the net? So do you wade through these smaller fish, Eddie?
Yeah, so you essentially wade through, feed them off. The bigger ones will come and push the smaller fish out, but it just depends how you start. I think Zac's now gone out long as well.
Let's try turning that up a bit.
You know, and he's pinging pellets as well as Lee is just shallow, trying to get through the smaller fish to the bigger fish. It is very, very hot day today, so hopefully they'll catch all day, but there might be a spell through the match where they don't. We'll just have to see how it goes, but it's very hot. A lot of cruisers about as well.
So for those of you just joining us, Lee, the owner, seems to think 80 or 90 pound would be a good weight for today. We are running the guess weight competition. Cresta have kindly donated some spools of line for us to give away. We have a clicker, courtesy of Alex Bates over at Rookery Waters. He's donated us some Browning clickers, actually, some of the nicer ones. So if you get the weight or closest to the winning weight today, we could be winning a clicker. We might have some floats and some other bits that we can send as well. So
We'll have to think how we're going to do a guess for next week's competition when it's all those matches on numbers, and there's a lot of opportunities there to guess right, aren't there?
Yeah, should we talk about next week, Steve? So on the Saturday we're going to be back at Woodlands Thirsk, aren't we?
Yeah, we're doing a bit of filming there for Mike Babb and Woodlands and Nitro.
We're going to be covering a product launch for Nitro at Woodlands if you want to tune in.
And a free barbecue.
And then Sunday we've got our new F30 competition starting at Jansen's, to which we've...
Well, get yourself along to Woodlands is the point there. As I say, there is genuinely a free barbecue to anybody that attends, and I can thoroughly recommend it as a nice place to go and be. Anyway, you know, it's a nice place to go and have a drink and eat, isn't it, Mike?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, without, you know. So yeah, get yourself up to Woodlands next week for that. We'll talk more about that in the week.
Yeah, we'll cover that a bit more today as well.
But then we've got something I've been looking forward to a real long time. Our F30 event next Sunday at Jansen's, and I'm going to give you a quick rundown of it now. Well, early days of what it entails. We've basically got 8 youngsters. They're all competing in a line next to each other on a round robin basis, so they all play 7 games. It's done on a league. It's done on, yeah, let me get closer to Mike. It's done on a league system, obviously, with a round robin with 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and etc., and a for and against, because it's going to be done purely on fish count, with each group of each pair, so 4 pairs having a referee behind them and counting fish, so no keep nets essentially. It's all on banded pellet. It'll all be on set rigs, etc., so fairly level playing field, and hopefully we're going to create a really exciting event. Real fingers crossed, you know, full of trepidation, never been done before. We're going to film it live on YouTube all day. Hopefully we're going to produce our best coverage yet with all this practice we've been doing, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to grab a lot of interest on YouTube from people from outside the sport that had never ever considered that, and yeah, but I'll talk more about it, but that's the bare bones of it. I'll pass you back on to Mike and Eddie, but if you want to ask questions about it, that's probably the best way, and answer stuff as we go along, a bit by bit, get involved with it. But honestly, we need this for the betterment of the sport. We really do. Some of you are going to hate it, of course, but there you go. Anyway, I'll pass you back to Mike and Eddie. Perhaps we ought to do a live, really, hadn't I? A Facebook live for something like that.
Yeah, so as Steve's just said, we'll be at Woodlands. We've got Nitro promotions on Saturday, and then the F30 on Sunday if you're kicking around and want to tune into that one. But
of course, you're welcome to attend the venue there, of course, as well.
You can welcome to join both venues.
Any help would be great for either event, you know what I mean? Certainly at Jansen's, anybody, referees, just helping to make the event run smoothly, or just come and watch and have a... It's got to be good fun. I can't imagine now we're not going to catch a load of fish and have a load of fun and a load of bites, so, you know, proper hooker duck, real fishing. But we're looking forward to that is for sure.
So
Full weekend. Last weekend, have we decided what we're going to do?
we haven't decided yet because we haven't seen who's against who, have we? I've got a feeling. I really wanted to cover Mikey Williams versus John Harvey, but I've got a feeling. Is it this weekend or next weekend?
This weekend, I think.
So
we can't. I know for. might be next week, it might be the 2nd, but we can't do it.
Yeah.
The only one I know that it's there that is Pem and Perry Stone, and they're fishing at Gold Valley, and that's on. Is that on the Sunday, the 9th, I believe, the very last Sunday?
Yeah. So we'll be looking at.
That's looking like a strong possibility. You know, I suppose we need to speak to John Raisin first to see if it's all right with him, eh?
We'll be looking at covering another match before the end of the month, before we do the next draw.
It's not just a case of rocking up uninvited, is it? And again, I'm slightly concerned about the setup of Gold Valley. Does anybody know, for instance, what the lake is? It the Syndicate Lake? I might have said that we may be on that Sunday.
I'm not sure, Steve.
No, but if it is, and anybody knows listening into this, like I say, is it got a load of trees on it? I heard it's quite long. You know, there's a limit to what we can achieve. It'd be no good, for instance, being on, I don't know, a lot depends. It's just not just distance; it's trees and cover as well for radio signals. So there are certain limitations.
So don't forget to get involved. We can see your comments down by the lake. Is that another fish there just for Lee? So yeah, lots of smaller fish to wade through here before you get amongst the bigger ones. So I guess the weight's going to be a bit of a unknown this week. I think 80 or 90 pound to win the match. So Lee is the owner of the fishery. Zac's a regular here and does well, so no real home advantage.
No, it is home venue for both of them. Zac only lives down the road in Dereham itself, and as we said, Lee owns it, so both fish here very regular, so both got great knowledge of the lake. But the guys are just literally trying to wade through the small stock of fish at the minute. Zac's slightly changed tactics. He's just tapping in a few pellets as well as pinging over. Lee's just stuck with pinging at the minute, just trying to get his shallow line working.
Yeah, we can see Lee's float cam there. Just trying to keep an eye on absolutely everything.
For any of the guys that are watching at home, when Lee took over East Bilney Lakes, he drained the lakes, dredged them, obviously de-sealed them, but on the website he took a video of every peg to show what the peg consists of and all the contours in the lake bed when it's empty with water. So if you guys are at home, look on the website on peg 22 where Zac is and 24 where Lee is, you can see what their pegs look like with no water in there.
That's a great idea. I was just saying to Lee before the match started, actually, because this has only been open, what, 12 months, 18 months?
Just over 12 months. I think it was May last year he opened, I think.
So yeah, so like you say, it's been completely redug, completely restocked, which is why we do have a number of smaller fish. But the website they've put together is yeah, it's just brilliant. If you haven't, like Eddie said, if you haven't already done so, go and have a little look. It's got everything on there. It even gives you the weather forecast.
Yep.
Which I thought was brilliant. Nice little touch. But yeah, if you've never been here before, you've drawn your peg, you can get on your phone and see what your swim looks like without any water in it, which is another great idea. But he's not spared any expense here, has he?
No, he's put a lot of work here. He's built some really good pegs. They're all absolutely level. You haven't got to do much adjustment on your seat box. Put new paths in. He has spent a lot of time, a lot of hard work. And every peg on the islands, you see with your peg number. It even tells you the distance from your peg to the far bank.
And he's assured us that work hasn't stopped. Lots more planned, as he hopes to entice some major finals here to East Bilney. Planned tackle shop going in right next to the lake. Can vouch for the breakfast. We've had one of them.
Nice ingredients. Really nice. Sausages was bang on. Proper breakfast sausages. So I heard.
So
We had a choice of about 4 different breads, didn't we?
yeah.
Seedy, brown, white. No sourdough.
Oh, there's a complaint, is there?
Listen, not really, no. I do like my sourdough. I've got some with me anyway, so.
Yeah.
You're not
Steve's brought-
surprised, are you?
Steve's bought a Ploughman's.
Yeah, brown
Steve's got a fridge
He's got a fridge, yeah.
full of stuff.
biscuits,
dear.
beer, cider.
He's obviously not planning on driving home.
Yeah, so if you plan on coming down, we'll sell you a drink. I mean, we'll let you have a drink. We'll hire you one out.
You're about to get kicked off. The cafe owner's already on her way up here.
I'm right.
She said the owner of the cafe is already on her way up here, taking her trade.
That was really nice. Scrambled eggs. That was another choice, wasn't it?
There's pretty much the choice of everything for breakfast. If we've covered breakfast now.
If I lived in Lee's house, I'd just kick all the anglers off here, I would.
You'd have it as a private fishery, would you,
Yeah,
Steve?
well,
No real competition then, though, is there? I can't see live chat, I don't know why.
you could see why he'd won a final here, though, couldn't you?
Leads into another fish in his shallow line. They're both still trying to just wade there through the smaller fish. It is only very early doors. They've only been fishing 25 minutes for a start. Looking down the rest of the lake, nobody's really run the way with it yet. A lot of the guys still fishing short.
Yeah.
Just being patient.
Zac seems to have gone across much longer, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, Zac looks like 16 metres. Another section further than what Lee's fishing.
Yeah, he's either at 14 with a dolly or he's at 16, isn't he? Is it
Yeah,
14
it's
with a
hard to say
dolly?
if I think so.
So, get involved. Crest the line to give away today. Little float bundle and clicker courtesy of Alex Bates at Rookery Waters. Nice browning clicker today.
The picture on Zac doesn't seem as sharp.
No, he's on the short lens but digitally zoomed. We need another long lens, don't
Yeah,
we?
no, as long as you know. Just,
Yeah, there's a reason for it.
yeah, okay.
The reason for it is lack of funds.
Well, it's an expensive game, isn't it?
It
You
is
know
an
what I mean?
expensive game.
Straight away, we want 2 more pieces of equipment, really, don't we, to be up to speed, you know.
The distance that
That's 1,800 quid, isn't it?
the distance that Sean is with float cam is actually quite impressive.
Yes.
So-
Yes, it might look a bit pony on one hand, but the shot that you get in, is him playing a fish now, is he?
No.
Is that his elastic, I can see.
What are you looking
Honestly,
at?
there's a light, honestly, yeah, they look like they're little, you can't see it, there's a light that goes across the screen and it looked like elastic shooting out, but
It looks like Lee's now dropped onto the bottom.
Yeah.
It's just
But that's, like you say, that's like a good 200 metres away, that shot, isn't it?
I think he's more than that.
You know?
It's just another better stamp
And
fish for
potentially
Zac.
we could go
Yeah.
200 metres in the other direction as well, couldn't we?
So it looks like they've both changed now from when they both started shallow. They're both fishing on the deck, still pinging a few pellets. They've both got little cab pots on the end of the top kits, so they're tapping a few in as well.
So I don't think Lee can see Zac. Lee is to Zac's left, and he's also behind a bush, like a stump, an old stump of a tree. So Zac will probably be well aware of what Lee's catching, and I'm not sure, unless Lee's listening or watching, whether Lee will be Might give us a little wave shortly. Whether he'll be aware of what Zac's catching. But we'll see. Do you know what? Let's just get rid of that as well, because it's right in front of Lee's head there.
If nothing else today, both angles will get a very good tan. Zac's a bit in the shade, but Lee is full in the sun.
Yeah, it's a hot old day.
It is a hot day here today.
Temperature's expected to get to nearly 30 degrees today.
Well, that's an issue that may rear its head. You never know with the cameras and the heat.
Yeah, well, at the minute everything's shaded. Even got battery packs in
Cool boxes.
So
Just so everything doesn't overheat.
we're trying our hardest,
Keep you guys
thinking
up
of
to
everything.
date.
This is going to cost a fortune, isn't it?
It already has, Steve.
You know it's going to cost them more and more of a fortune. Yeah, everything. Oh well. Hey,
Only money.
ain't got a will, so it don't matter. Might as well spend it. I hope my missus is not listening. No, she don't mind as long as it gets me out of the house.
Another fish there for Lee.
Fish for Lee.
Not keeping an eye on the stamp.
Slightly bigger, that's probably nearly a pound. Looks like a F1 from where we're sitting, but it's just starting to get into slightly better stamp of fish.
So once you've fed them smaller ones off, then bigger ones push them out to the eddy.
And they draw, once you draw the bigger fish in, that will push the smaller ones out. You just get better bites. And it's also, you know, resting your lines as well, giving them ample time to rest before you drop on them again. But we've only been fishing half an hour, so give the guys a do. They're just trying to make a good start. I think Zac's now into another fish.
Looks like it. Oh no,
No,
thought he was.
my mistake.
I don't know whether he just dropped that on the way back.
What I've done is got to give it another refeed for his pot. It's still pinging as well.
He's a class angler, is Zac. He made it into a few finals last year, didn't he?
He did. Very, very talented young man for his age. Lots and lots of potential ahead of him.
He did the big qualifier thing last year, chased them all around the country. I think he was golden reel finalist.
And Maver, I think. I think he got to Maver.
Should really have done the
Yeah,
research,
we
shouldn't we?
have done a bit of homework first, but
No, he wasn't in the fish show, was he? So I think,
No.
yeah, I think he made 2 finals last year,
made
didn't
the
he?
Maver.
So
I think
Maver
he
and-
qualified at Tunnel Barn for the Maver.
Yeah.
I can't remember where he qualified for golden reel, but
I want to do a bit of a feature with Zac actually, because when you actually get inside his head, he's so interesting to listen to, and he's got so much information to tell you as well. I only rang him up just out of chance once, and we ended up having such a long conversation about different scenarios of fishing, and he's definitely a knowledgeable young lad anyway.
a lot of knowledge on a very young set of shoulders.
What's the signal holding up like that?
Signal, we've not dropped a single frame, so we're doing
That's what
all
I
right.
want. That's what I want to hear. Good old Elon. Hey,
Hay fever, that's always good for audio, isn't it?
yeah. Hashtag Tesla. Yeah. Hashtag I'm looking for an electric vehicle.
No, you're in. No good for them, are they?
Hey, what?
Ain't no good, are they?
What electric vehicles? They're cheaper than that.
Yeah, so
I was
yeah, if we
looking
haven't
to
already
get the free one.
if we haven't already mentioned it, we're now on a satellite. So we've purchased Elon Musk's Starlink, and we have the roaming internet connection. So hopefully that will help improve a few things as well.
It's absolute rubbish, so don't buy one.
Steve's got his own portable satellite now, so there's nowhere he can't go
Yeah.
where he can't be heard.
Yeah.
I dread to think what'll follow.
The suicide rate's just gone up, hasn't it? It's like, oh no, man, alive.
We're actually going to take the world backwards, deter them from going on social media, because Steve Dorks is everywhere. He's on Facebook, he's on YouTube, and now he's even got his own radio show now.
Yeah.
There's no stopping this man.
Co-host, yeah.
Dominant takeover of the world. Look.
World domination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
with Mr.
Absolutely.
Dorks.
We're not getting very many comments, are we? What's going on? There's nobody out there? I can't see live chat on my phone, so I don't know what's happening there. There we go. All messages, not just not just top rated. Drop us some likes, or send us some messages. Bit early to have a go on the guess the weight, but you can have an early shot at it if you want.
By all means, yeah. That's wouldn't say slow going, but the stamps have been variable. Lee's now landed another fish, just another one with a small stock.
Yeah, he's dropped down onto the bottom, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Definitely.
both have, guys. Lee started shallow. For those of you who joined since the start, Lee started shallow, long, and Zac had started short, and sort of the rest of the lake had started short, but a lot of the guys now going long, and Lee and Zac are both fishing on the deck. Just tapping in a few pellets, just try to get a couple of bites, but also just pinging over the top as well. Just trying to induce some fish to head down.
Yeah, Andrew Gorsden there. Morning, Andrew. Steve
Steve's
Dorks, the media mogul.
More like the Mogul Dynasty Indian. Down the Mogul Dynasty. How you in, Andy?
I'm throwing my technology away as we speak. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a stinker. 30 odd degrees maybe today here at East Bilney. The setting's wonderful. We've got trees all the way around us, but it does mean that there's not a breath of wind here.
Still day today, guys.
Yeah.
They couldn't have drew further away, could they? Still, luckily, like I say, we're catching up with the technology, aren't we? It's a good test for that bit of kit that we just bought, really. It was a necessity, wasn't it?
Yeah, test the old Starlink.
Yeah, no, and I mean the transmitter, the Harleyland as
Oh,
well.
the
upgrade
transmitter
on that.
receiver, yeah. Yeah, it's
It's
good to have
certainly-
float cam.
Well, it reckons it performs at more than twice the other, and it certainly seems to be doing that, doesn't it?
Yeah. What,
It's at double the distance. So,
yeah. Sean, the cameraman, is at the other end of the lake, just keeping an eye on Lee Carver's float there. We've been and purchased a new transmitter receiver,
Lee's into another fish.
so we keep adding to our technology to try and make these lives better and better.
Adding to the armoury of media devices. But,
Steve likes creature comforts. I like technology.
yeah, I like both together.
What was you wanted to try and link this up, didn't you?
Yeah, I was just gonna get up your the internet and everything. And,
You might just have to watch it on
Lee
there.
just lost another
yeah,
good
yeah.
fish, it seemed there. Might have been foul hooked.
And I was also going to show you the league and. Bugger, tell you what, I don't remember what the bloody.
Oh, Steve's lost the password to his laptop. Maybe not the media muggle we thought he was, Andrew. Let's just see if we can drop that back. Can I move that in situ? I should be able to. Let's just get that away from him. Let's drop that down there. There we go. Yeah, so the guess the weight's going to be a toughie today. Varied stamp of
That's
fish.
the way they like it, isn't it?
Lee reckons 80 or 90 pound would be a good winning weight. Let's say all the stock in here is brand new. Only been open 12 months, the fishery. I don't know if you guys did the same as me, but I managed to see Lee did a sort of diary of events before he opened the fishery and how it was going, and like Eddie was saying, the desilting and the stocking process of not just this but the specimen lakes as well. And I managed, I don't know why, he just popped up on my social media and I managed to follow him. Calvin Barker, quality is very low.
Sound quality is low, struggling to hear any of you.
Apologies, Kelvin. We've got a slightly different sound setup today just because of where the cameras are. But,
Hello, darling, right?
is that both anglers in the fish, or is it just Zac?
Just Zac.
Yeah. Darling, can you have a look in the
Into
book at
another
home?
fish.
I want the access code to the laptop. It's on the back page. It's a number. Yeah.
Is that a better fish? Looks like it. This is the thing, it is some of these bigger fish could literally smash everything. He might not have caught anything by now. Had one big fish and be in front, mightn't he?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a funny old one. Yeah, we might be in mono today as well, Kelvin, I'm afraid. Not, we might not be in stereo. So depending on how you're listening to us. Did he lose it? He's lost it.
Yeah, Zac's unfortunately lost it.
Back page at one there. First page. Starts with
Yeah,
a 6.
back to the split screen.
Starts with 6. Numbered.
And we might have actually just missed, I don't know whether Lee's just switching rigs there or... Oh, we've had the first guess the weight come in.
£65.
£65 to Lee.
It's just on its own. There's nothing around it at all. It's like...
I reckon that'd be a good estimate. That'd be there or thereabouts. Nobody's really running. Nobody's running away with the match. Looking down the lake today.
Yeah, unless we get a strong finish, but you never know. We've had some funny old matches that we've been part of.
That right. Thank you, darling. Bye. Right, there's the...
Steve Dork's bank details just been read out live on YouTube.
I need a new pole.
There's the competition there.
Let's just have a little look at float cam. I think Lee's just gone back shallow, hasn't he? 130 to Zac. Lee to have £90. That's a big shout. Oh, Leicester's getting involved.
If you get
Morning,
a
Leicester.
chance today, I don't know if you can do it, but send him a... Try him out on the phone. I said I'd see if we could send him a link so he could join us on the phone.
I think I have to do that through the... laptop, Steve. We're not even set that up.
Right.
Yeah.
Zac's just landed another fish.
I'll look into it more or whatever, because it'd be handy to do for next week if...
But morning, Leicester.
Because think about that, potentially, if we'd have had trouble today, we could operate off camera phones at distance, potentially. I know it's not... Well, no, I mean, how good are some of those cameras, the actual, cameras on the phone itself?
Well, that's a step backwards, Steve.
It is a step backwards, but yeah. But if it was the only option...
The reason we started doing this was because we were trying to get away from people that were doing that.
Yeah.
An hourly update on a camera phone, on a mobile phone, was what we...
Well, there must be cameras then that are available that will have an IP address or whatever, the same as a phone then, isn't there? There must be a camera that operates like on an Android, same as the YOLO.
Yeah.
I bet you there is. Or is it just, we've just invented the next need for the next thing?
So Kelvin's just asked if it's a 5 or a 6 hour match. It's a 6 hour match today, isn't it?
Yeah.
10 till 4.
10 till 4 today.
So you're correct, Kelvin. That could make a big difference. Looks like Lee's in again. When this fishery's been here for more than a year or two, I mean, all this, well, I mean, they've even spawned in here, haven't they? He's got sort of stock from Fry, hasn't he? So it's It's going to be incredible fishery. Just chatting with Lee before the match as well, saying what he's got planned. Keeping the islands clear so you can see one side of the lake to the other. It's going to be interesting to see how this fishery now develops. I say mature, but it's already mature. It's been here a long enough time. It's going to be what Lee's obviously done with the place, and seeing how that grows is going to be the interesting. Looks like both anglers are starting to catch regularly now. Got a bit of a breeze on that island, blowing the cameras. Looks like Zac's into another fish. Pat North, morning.
Morning, Pat.
No talk about the other sport today. Oh, don't start him, Pat. I don't even want to hear about it. I shouldn't have even read that out loud.
We're going to win at Lords, no worries. Put them back in the box. They're getting right on my whip, them Aussies are. There's some ignorant ones amongst them. Good and bad as well.
We've got PC Steve back.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a bit of, you should still be out of a fuse.
It's a better one for Zac.
Like.
Another fish for about £1. Is that Lee into one as well, or is he just changing? No, I think he's into a fish as well. I'm losing tally. I should be keeping track, shouldn't I? I think we're about right. It's going to be a tough old one. The guess weight today, as I've said. Lots of small fish here from last year's spawn. And
Paul Saddington, morning everyone. Morning Paul.
Morning Paul.
For any of you guys that are watching that live close to East Bilney, Lee runs 2 big money finals at the minute. So he had one in March, which was a £1,000 2-day final. He's now running another one, which is September, £1,500 final. Qualifiers from his open matches on Thursdays and Sundays. A lot of the locals have qualified now, so if you guys fancy, go at it. Book into one of his opens and see if you can qualify. It's set to be a good final in September. So a lot of the fish now getting bigger, weight's getting up, so yeah, it should be a good 2-day final.
Yeah, this venue's only going to get stronger and stronger, isn't it? You can see that from the stock that he has got. Don't know if will that receive it as a window.
Don't know. That's what we need.
Have you not got the internet?
Yeah, yeah.
You just log into YouTube.
So a slight change of tactic
Oh,
for
watch
Lee.
it
His
like on YouTube. Yeah,
appears to have just dropped short.
That you can put that
Zac's
Oh,
still long.
onto the YOLO
I
box.
can't now because we're live.
So you can't connect it and.
Well, I can add it as a source, but I have to do that before we go live.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah. I thought I could take that. I could take that. If you had a monitor, I could take an out so you could see what the YOLO box is sending out. I don't think that will do that to here from my out. We'd have to sacrifice float cam or something to put this in.
Oh yeah, but I'm only
Yeah.
talking about when, like next week. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
switch one off and put the other on. Yeah, no, you can't. I know you can't have it on at the same time.
Yeah.
But in between each match, when they want an update on the scoreboard next week, we
Yes.
could leave it running with that up on the screen even when we go off.
Another
for a break.
guess, the weighting from
Tell you
Paul.
what
Zac
we'll
to win was £78 too.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. There's something else I can do with that as well.
But I can also put a splitter on that, can't I? So we can have the laptop source and a big screen source, so we can
A young man, come and have a look, see how Lee's getting on.
Steve there just planning for next week's F30 event, which he's really excited about. 8 individuals that are going to be fishing head to head.
Max Owen, Ty Bowen, Oliver Robinson, Sophie Ritchie, Roman Frizzell, Jeff's competitor from Jansen's, don't know who that is, and 2 of Kelly Marchant's kids, Nicole being one of them.
So
To be confirmed.
they'll each fish. Well, they'll fish each other in 30-minute matches.
Yeah, caught with an hour break in
And
between.
we're not going to weigh the fish. We're going to count them and award the points for win, lose or draw. So tune in next Sunday to see how that one works out.
Hooker duck on steroids.
Good duck on
Proper
steroids.
hooker duck. I tell you what, though, Leicester shared something with us in the week that I think is awesome. Did you see the kids having a go in Europe? They was shipping out poles sat on the boxes with magnets and that, and catching them and shipping back. What a brilliant way to teach pole fishing, and what a competition! If we lengthen the lines, we could have like a mugging sort of a practice, swinging weights out to hook fish that. But honestly, I think that could go round all the schools, and new blood. All about new blood.
Well, maybe that's something we ought to run next alongside the final.
F30s and all
No,
of
well,
that. Yeah, 100%.
We had a casting
showcase event.
We had a casting competition for
Mate.
at the final, didn't we? Maybe we should have that kind of.
Mate, we should set it up just so
Magnet
we
fishing.
can have a go at it, because it looked like the maximum amount of fun you could have, and not need to be near any water as well. Just coaching, do you know what I mean? And teaching kids, you know, it's fun. It's just, the sack race is fun, so Christ, do you know what I mean? And competitive. When I watched it, that young lad, he was shipping out. It was a big line of them, and they were all competing to see who could pick up the most fish or knives or whatever they looked like the quickest.
What media was that on, Steve?
I don't know. Leicester posted it on. It was something to do. It was in Europe. No wonder we keep getting beat at fishing. Basically, is the bottom line here. I know we keep wanting to blow smoke out, you know, but you know, we need to be winning. Is what we need to be doing. There you go. Team manager. Anybody need? That's my application in.
We'll try and speak to Leicester and get a link put up on the Facebook page for whatever that was.
I'm guessing it was probably the Balkan type countries, because it looks like there, if you actually look at the results, like the feeder bit and all that, the teams that are winning are not the Balkans, is it? Poland and Eastern European teams really seem to be doing really well at fishing. So maybe it's them. Maybe we need to get our act together and catch up with them.
Like you say there, Steve, that's a great idea. Fishing, magnet fishing with poles.
Mate, it looked
Improve accuracy and.
Mate, I'm telling you now, if we went and did it at we'd have the maximum amount of fun for a few hours. You really would. It's what's not fun about magnet. We do all them things. Getting them young, especially, you know, teaching them how to handle a pole. Because something, you know, I mean, I didn't grow up doing that, and you really do need to be taught how to do these things. You know what I mean? And I know there's plenty of people doing a lot of work out there, but if we could go around schools and that, you could pick out the talent at an early age. The people that wanted, to, you know, that were good at it. It's it's something we'll definitely be doing. And with Leicester on board and the Feel Good Radio Show, it's not going to escape too many people's attentions with the big national audience that he's got. Not to mention the one abroad.
So if you haven't heard of the Feel Good Radio Show, this is something that we've been invited to co-host on a Saturday night. There's a fishing programme between 7 and 8 o'clock, and if you miss it, you can follow.
2 hours in the winter as well, like we're talking, you know what I mean, when we most need it. So
if you miss it, then there's links being posted to our Facebook page. You can go back and listen to it at any time. It's digital, so all recorded.
Nick Speed next week. We've got Nick Speed as a guest next week, and we've got
So-
loads queuing up. Now John Wilkes, he's agreed to become a regular guest with hot fishing.
So week one we had
Dave Shires,
Dave Shires after his recent qualifying.
Fishermania.
for Fishermania.
Fishermania. So yeah,
Week-
if you
week-
wanna,
Week two, John Wilkes of Hot Fishing.
Yeah.
He's been and done a little bit on there, hasn't he?
yeah, Nick Speed. You know, everybody's welcome. If you've got something you want to, you know, talk about, get involved with, whatever. The great debate, of course, we're running with. It's a platform for people to voice their opinions. Really, it's as simple as that. Which, why I'm quite excited about that is that's what I set out to achieve in the first instance, and it's likes of teaming up with Lester and Mike and everybody and Eddie and all that is. That's why I know the competition's going to be massive next year, because we're getting out and meeting people and they're getting to see what we're all about. And yeah, what do you reckon the prize is going to be next year, Mike? I reckon we have a sweepstake on that, don't you?
Well, I'm always the reason I ended up volunteering and helping out with Steve is because I believed in the competition myself. So, listen, if we end up with 30,000 people listening to a radio show, like I said to you before, if 5% of those people join, if we end up with 30,000 people watching the final, I think we just got a great float shot then. Let's see if we can get a replay quick. Did we get the float? Oh, I missed it. Never mind. Oh no, we didn't. There it is. Got the replay there. That's Lee's float just going under. Yeah, if we get 5%,
90 grand, isn't it?
5%, just 5% entering the competition, we'll have the largest prize
Again.
pot in match fishing next year.
Again.
So, yeah.
And then the year after, of course, we'll blow that right out of the water.
And it'll be self-supported. It won't be you putting your hand in your pocket. It'll be self-supported, which is the main point.
Be able to be me putting my hand in. I'm an old man now with a double hernia operation.
Oh, here we go. It's the feel good. It's the feel sorry station.
Mate, it stops people wanting to punch you.
You got the feel good station and the feel sorry station.
Yeah, but it's meant to make you feel good, like thinking it could be worse. Yeah, it could be worse. We could be in a submarine, like getting imploded.
Oh, dear Steve, I think that's a bit soon, mate.
Mate, my stepdaughter Jodie summed it up. She's speaking to Mum. She said, "Mum, were there any women on there? Were there?" And it's like she's hit the nail on the head, really, hasn't she?
Oh dear, he's opening himself up to lots of abuse there. Anyway.
Well.
Yeah, Steve Dorks' opinions are his own opinions. Do not share the opinions of any co-hosts.
That's my youngest stepdaughter's opinion, and she's. Why were there no women on there? Tell me now.
Please direct all your rage and anger towards Steve Dorks' Facebook page.
It's pretty sad, isn't it, that a young lad, 17's lost his bloody life.
No, that's sad that they were in a situation whereby
they felt the need to go down a colossal way and put themselves in danger. Answer me this now, Mike. If you had somebody offered you to go to the moon, would you?
No, I wouldn't. No.
Exactly.
Well, unless you told me a meteorite was hurtling towards the Earth and it was going to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If there was no alternative, exactly, then you'd be pushing everybody out of the queue, wouldn't you? And that's why you shouldn't be getting on there in the first place.
We're trying to keep an eye on everything here. Lots going on. Not that you can see everything that we're doing, but it looks like Zac's into another fish.
I think more to the point how the media milked it to the point that everybody
lost that one.
sat there running out of oxygen. Like how untypical of the media to make it as maximum.
I don't watch news anymore, Steve. I think they just try and make it entertainment.
Yeah.
I think it's disgusting what they portray as news these days. So
100% agree, mate. There you go. Me and Mike actually agree on something. So it must be set in stone, I reckon.
yeah, I think what the news are allowed to portray these days is absolutely disgraceful.
It's criminal, isn't it? Bordering on criminal.
Yeah.
They cause more problems than they actually report, don't they?
Yeah.
They only have to report a shortage, and I'm sure they know it as well at times. But they do, don't they?
I'm not sure what that's about. Kelvin, you're going to have to contact us directly about your comment because I'm not sure what it is you're trying to say.
What was it?
I'm not sure. He's on about a rare skin disease or something. I don't know. I don't know what whether that's come off of a comment that we've made or something you're trying to promote, sir. So send us a direct message and we'll try and discuss that one. But
oh yeah, 30th of July, not next week. So I've no idea.
is that somebody in the youth?
I've no idea.
I don't know. So I'll have another one of them, please, Steve.
What do you want?
Cold one.
Water?
No, I'll have a Coke until them waters are cold. The Diet Coke, please. Mate.
Yeah, no, I'd have worked that out, mate.
Cheers, mate. Kelvin, you can send us
There you go, mate.
a direct message on the Facebook page. We'll pick it up as soon as we've finished.
You need to get it done on Leicester's show as well, the radio, don't you?
As soon as we've finished
Leicester's
filming on
an awful
YouTube.
lot of work with people that are terminally ill, by the way.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'd be in tears, mate. I tell you. I'd be in tears. Who wouldn't be, though, eh? We go through life, don't we, having ups and downs and that. We've got no right, have we?
No, it's easy when things are all going good to overlook the fact that for
You're
someone
right,
else
yeah.
it's not necessarily the same case. A little bit of a quiet spell now.
But again, the Feel Good Radio show, excellent platform basically, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because it is an external audience as well. Leicester's already got, you know, an audience built up, a worldwide audience, and plenty of, and so they're just tapping into that. To be fair, Well, it just bodes really well. It's a superb platform to have on a regular basis. We've got our own radio show. Happy days.
Looks like Kelvin's going to send us a private message regarding whatever his comment was, so it might come through on the Facebook.
Okay.
Back to the match. Little slow period now. You kind of called that, Eddie, didn't you? You did say they'll catch and then it'll go a bit quiet.
Don't think it helps with the heat today. It is hot.
Yeah, there's not a breath of wind on this lake.
Very
it's
still as well.
lovely mature surroundings, but
Lake
yes.
as a whole, obviously everyone can't see the lake as a whole, but looking down the strip of where everyone is just starting to slow up a little bit.
Yeah, is it that initial first hour and then?
Yeah, things will pick up though. It will get better. It is just a bit of a lull at the minute.
10 till 4 today, 6-hour match. Guess weight's going to be a nightmare because, like I say, the lake's only been open 12 months and there's a lot of new stock gone in, and some of the original sort of fish have spawned as well from last year. So we've got fish from fry size all the way up to, well, I'm being assured there are some bigger fish in here, sort of 8-9 pounds as well, so maybe even double figured.
There's somebody playing something a bit better, 3 or 4 pegs up to the left, I think. Might be wrong.
No, I think you're wrong, Steve.
No, you can't see him.
Can't see him
He's
as a
directly behind that
tree.
tree on.
Oh, is that Alex Haynes?
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, he's the instigator of the Guess the Weight
Yeah,
competition.
well, he didn't say hello. I wouldn't know, would I?
Yeah, well, I had words with Alex yesterday. He's cost me a fortune in clickers. But yeah,
The
can't.
hardest thing, sending it, it's cost me 15 quid to send that rod to Joe.
So I had another guess the weighting guys. Michelle Miller was Zac to win with £55 12 ounce.
Yeah, look, if we buy the clickers for £4, it cost me £4.20
Yeah.
to send them.
Well, I say that was 15 quid a day.
It's ridiculous. Send it first class. It costs you £4.20. It's costing me more to send it via bloody Royal Mail than what it does to purchase.
Well, the rod, I sent it through Dale at Floatfish, and he charged 15 quid, like. Well, the cheapest I was quoted off of anybody was about 30. Honestly, everybody, you know,
Yeah. So
getting penalised for length.
well, hopefully Joe's received his.
We got the reel, but whoever he's got the rod yet is that's on its way. I left it at Floatfish Farm, but he should be got the reel at the very least because we did send them separately.
Well, let us know if you're watching, Joe. Have you got everything dug out? We're at East Bilney in Dereham, or near Dereham, sir. East Bilney Lakes, so we're in the East region. It's our first trip into the East. Trying to cover as many of the regions as possible this year. It looks like we might be going down south at the end of the month. Say next weekend, as we've previously said, if you've only just joined us. We're going to be filming a live product launch for Nitro on Saturday at Woodlands Firsk.
Get yourself along.
Which, yeah, everyone, you're more than welcome to come along. There's going to be free food, product launch. And then Sunday we're doing the F30 at Jansen's, which you're again also welcome to come and have a watch if you'd like to join us.
Or just join us on YouTube, because that's the key to the event. You know, we try and get the filming just right.
Yeah.
But either or, come along, join in, help, and you know we've got a few coming along. We do need a bit of help on the day. We're certainly looking for 4 referees. But other than that, it's all fairly. Got to get the kit sorted out this week. Yeah, something we might discuss a bit more, but I think we've pretty much got it sorted out what we need to make it happen. Although there's always things you overlook, isn't there, when you've never done anything before. It's a top kit only affair, banded pellets and fishery pellets. 30-minute matches, speed fishing. Yeah, we'll see how it comes out on YouTube, won't we, and see whether it captures. That's the thing, we're going to create a record of it, and if people look at it and see, they don't have to watch it live, do they,
Well, it's another format. It's a different format of fishing to watch, isn't it? So We're going to keep testing the water with these things.
It's a counting thing, isn't it? It's the fact that it lends itself to the setup we've got here. If it's not a case of just. We will know exactly where we're at, won't we, with scores and results, and if it's close. And it should kick up a lot of close affairs, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but like you say, the format's designed to make what sort of fishing
Fish
more
race,
accessible to watching, isn't it? So
it's a fish race like every other match we've ever fished in our lives, but it's just well, it is, isn't it? But this is here in black and white, 1, 2, 3, countable, doable, televisable, as Peter said, and
it's a quick
watchable.
It's a quick turnaround event, isn't it? Short and sharp.
Which is what the kids need these days, don't they? Do you know what I mean? The chances to get them a long-winded like day out in the countryside and what have you, it's and can you blame them? You know, they need something that's what's the word? Interactive as well. They need to, why are they going to take part in a marginalised sport with no coverage? The more coverage we provide and the more we make it available, the more likely we're going to be to encourage other people to want to do it. But that's just common sense.
That's the idea, anyway. We can get people watching fishing. We can try and grow this thing into something that'll actually start paying the anglers that we're filming. Both anglers there, Zac and Lee, just putting similar stamp fish into their nets. It looks like the stamp is getting slightly better, as predicted. Let's have a quick look at float cam there. Sean just keeping an eye on what's going on in front of Lee Carver.
Hi Steve, your sound level needs boosting. Keep close to microphones is the key, or increase level on devices.
Yeah, we're sadly, because what we normally do is operate a microphone through one of the cameras, but the cameras are about 130 yards away, so we're having to operate out of something slightly different today. We've got a line in on the encoder, and so you might only have mono sound as well. Apologies for that. Who's that sent that, Steve?
Lester.
Oh, Lester. We might need some.
Well, he knows nothing, does he?
Yeah, might need some tips, Lester.
Engineering, radio, nothing. No, well, he's sort of reiterating what we've said, isn't he?
Yeah, normally we run a proper microphone through the nearest camera, but we're nowhere near a camera today, so slightly different today. That does mean we might not hear so much of Steve's potty mouth though, if he's nowhere near the camera, near the microphone.
Very
And if he does start talking about something boring like cricket, we can always move it away from him.
Just because.
See, you can't hear him already, which is good. We just have to make sure when you want to say something, Steve, you come and grab the mic.
Yeah.
So we've got Lee Carver versus Zac Worby today. We're on Bridges Lake at East Bilney. And we've got Zac on peg 22. And as often happens in the Fishing Association, right next door Lee's drawn peg 24. We're sat down on peg 9, so we couldn't be any further away from the anglers. But nice image there of float cam. Ace cameraman Sean at the other end of the lake. Lee just looked into a fish. I think he's missed it. Yeah, we'll have to. I said we'll look at that later. Yeah, Kelvin, we've got your message, Kelvin, and we will get back to you later. But whilst we're filming this, I need to concentrate. Looks like there's that fish. Lee into a fish, is it? Yeah, the elastics are starting to stretch a bit more, aren't they?
Yeah, the fish stamp is going up.
Yeah, they're getting bigger in front of us, aren't they? That's what you're on about. Be honest. I just said it actually got bigger and bigger.
Did you manage to get that running?
So don't forget, guys, drop us a message in the live chat today.
Oh right, no, yeah.
We're at East Bilney Lakes, just outside Dereham. Got a comment from Bradley Brown. Lee's literally fishing in his back garden. Yeah, Lee's taken full advantage of the home draw and brought Zac to the lakes that he owns. Zac's just started to slow up a bit. He hasn't had a fish for a few minutes now. Still fishing long. Lee's dropped into his short line. It was a bit of a lull, but they're now starting to get bites again. Mr. Jones comment interested that neither of them are dobbin. Are there any fish shown near the surface? There's a few. I don't think dobbin's allowed at East Bilney. That's one of the rules here.
Zac's just pulled out of that one. Might have been foul look, that one. He did hold his top clip low to the water there. So that might have been foul looked. Looks like Lee's in again though. The fish count not going to be much today. Is that Lee just pulled out of one as well? So both of them just pulled out of a fish. The old fish count won't mean much today because you could have one 8-pound fish and wipe out an hour's work here. Some of the smaller ones. Might be a bit frustrating for the time being, but next year and the year after it's only going to grow and create a fantastic stock level for this lake. Why is that not working? Losing power.
Not because of this, surely. No.
There. It's not showing us charging. You look near the eye. Need to grab a battery pack. It's good job I saw that. So I'd have gone flat. I need a big one. No. Oh yeah, that's fine. Distracted doing this, isn't it?
Easily done. And before you know it, all power's gone.
So we got guest commentator today, Eddie Howman, who's local to the venue. He's just come to give us a hand. He's having his first-hand experience at streaming live on YouTube.
Both anglers losing a lot of fish this Sean's saying.
There's that Sean, ace cameraman Sean, at the other end there, is it?
Yeah, ace cameraman.
Well, he's always been ace cameraman, isn't he? So
He's a chippy.
chippy. You have to turn the sound down on that.
You'll be getting ideas well above his stage, so you don't need to encourage that sort of thing.
There's nothing wrong with chippies. There are no bricklayers on the arc, was there?
Yeah, Eddie's a chippy.
Gives you some idea what sort of outfit.
Listen, you're going to upset women, people that
everybody.
Everybody basically, yeah. Media moguls.
Northerners.
Another guest, the white from Robert Urry, £103, 8 ounce to Zac.
But you ain't dropped a frame yet.
No, connection's good. Starlink is paying for itself already. Look, Steve.
Bearing in mind we've got an interconnection connection on here and on my phone as well. So do you know what I mean?
Well, we know it starts turning stuff off if it's not working.
Well, it's doing what we need it to do, isn't it?
I'm so disappointed.
Elon, I love you. Now I'm going to upset all the Elon haters, aren't I? Bill Gates, will you have my children? He looks on the chase now, Zac, from what I can see. He's well, he looks faster than me, but that don't mean not really. Easily impressed springs to mind.
Another fish for Lee.
Keep coming. I'd love to get on that island and change them views, but with the split screen I've just cut him out slightly, haven't I?
Fortunately, we can't change the camera views because the camera's located on a bridge, which one of the competitors is fishing right under, so that wouldn't go down very well.
Well, it's often the case. By the time we've positioned something, we're not actually in a position to be able to go and move any of it. We've always get some sort of drama before we go live at 10 o'clock. We have a few connection issues between the cameras this morning, which thankfully, touchwood, seem to have sorted themselves out. But
not like we got a load of drama queens work here, though, is it?
No.
Oh dear. I bet it's like that on proper TV, isn't it? Absolute madness.
no, but they're professional, Steve.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why I'm even associating this with such genius. Karen's brother was massive in that with the BBC in the early days of production. Philip, no longer with us.
Can't see his float.
Got it.
Float cam, but I can't see the float.
He's got it just dipped right down.
Has he got it dotted right? Oh yeah,
dotted right down.
Oh yeah.
So you don't miss them pesky little F1 bites.
Yes,
They are notorious for being very coy.
You've been transfixed by that float, haven't you? You can't help, once you zoom in on it, you can't help yourself, can you?
Is that Miss Bite or is he in?
No, miss bite.
He's kept it back in then.
On a delay. Ooh.
Got another guest away from Simon Denmark. Lee to win with £83.
Don't forget, you can have as many guess the weights as you want, but it'll be your last one that counts. So you can't just litter the feed with 100 guesses and hope you win a clicker. It'll be the last guess that counts. But feel free to get involved. Have as many as you like. We've got some Cresta line to give away this week. We're going to do a little package of floats as well to go with it, and Browning clicker this week. So courtesy of Alex Bates at Rookery Waters, he's given us an upgrade from the cheaper ones, shall we say?
Chinese clicker.
We need to find a good source of these because they're costing quite a lot of money now. I say it costs more to send it than it does to buy it. But great little idea offered up to us by Alex Haynes, who's only actually fishing 3 pegs up from us today. We've gone from audience member to fishing alongside us. Have to keep an eye on him and see what he's doing.
I don't know how to break the news to Sean. That fish and chip shop's closed today.
Oh no. Ace cameraman, he can be listening up the other end of the lake. Your fish and chip shop's closed, mate. Sorry.
Just ruined his day for him now.
Yeah.
He's looking forward to them on the way home.
As Leicester's just put there, Steve, just to let us know that he's going live on the Feel Good station at 1 PM for 30 minutes, and he can add some commentary about what I'm seeing on the channel with fish numbers and what's happening. Great stuff, Leicester. Thank you very much.
Live at 1 PM, yeah?
He is, yeah. So
Yeah, well, he's going to ring me up and say, I'll go with him, isn't he? You think? I think that's what he meant.
so you know he's heard us. Oh, I thought that was
We can do a simultaneous broadcast.
So Sean's just sent us a message, noticed from the other end of the lake that the lads seem to be losing a lot of fish.
probably doesn't help. Obviously both the guys have had a go at shallow. It's not been the best for them, so they've both gone on the deck, but just with the weather being so warm, pressure's moderately high today. The fish will just be in the upper layers, but they're both still just trying to get a good run of fish. At the minute Lee's had a few just fishing on the bottom short. Zac's been fishing long on the bottom, but they're both still feeding their long line shallow, just pinging some bait over. I'm sure Lee will probably drop onto his long line again just to see if he can get a nice little run of fish shallow.
He's still feeding it, isn't he? But like you said, it's the nature of the beast. We've got F1s, which are obviously notoriously difficult to hit bites on, which is why Lee's obviously got his float dotted right down to a pimple. And as you say, with the conditions, the fish are going to be up in the water even if they're not feeding, so yeah, likely to get the odd line bite. When we I just say, I think it's such a glorious place. I wish we could give you the broader shot of the venue. Really, I think when we get drone cam. Yeah. We got the John Wilson Fishing Enterprise, Lee to win. You have to give us a weight though. You can't just say Lee to win. What's he going to win with? What weight?
Is that Lee's missus?
No idea.
Well, she's one of John Wilson's daughters, isn't she? I thought she looked like him and all. You know the girl that walked past? I think that was John Wilson's daughter. Sure, that's what he said.
He's missing a few bites there, isn't he? Change of tact for both anglers. Just switching their lines.
As we said earlier, guys, fish count may mean nothing today. Lee's had a lot of fish early on, but they were only a few ounces. I think as Mike quite rightly said, someone can catch an 8 pounder and that'll put an hour's worth of work out, so we do our best to keep up with the fish count, but it will be down to the weight as always. Got another comment from Bradley Brown, Zac to double Lee's weight.
Who's that?
Bradley Brown.
Bradley Brown thinks Zac's going to catch twice Lee's weight. Controversial there.
For any of you guys just tuning in, we are at East Bilney Lakes today for the head-to-head between Lee, Carver and Zac Worby. If you guys are at home, have a look at their website. Lee's got a great website about the venue, and you can have a look at the pegs, see what the pegs look like with no water in. Lee's on peg 24, Zac's on peg 22. When Lee was doing a lot of the work when he took over, he drained all the lakes, sedged them out, desilted them, and he's taken a video vlog of every peg on the complex just to show anglers that draw the pegs, just to see what they've got in front of them, all the contours and any underwater features they got.
Zac has just spent 10 minutes replumbing.
Yeah, he may have started a new line. He's now going out with his cup and kit.
He's definitely thinking.
He's thinking for a change. A bit of a dry spell there.
Clearly not happy with how things are, so yeah, Sean's just noted that Zac spent nearly 10 minutes just plumbing around his peg. So he obviously made a comment before the match that his peg was too deep, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So he's definitely going. He's got it in his head. He's looking around as to what depths he can find, because he clearly thinks he needs that change.
He's been really poorly a week, and he's had a cough.
He's had tonsillitis, bless him, all week.
So,
So,
he's had a cough.
yeah, bless him, Zac. Not feeling 100%, but he's still turned up to give us a match.
He's got his nurse with him as well, hasn't he?
Bradley, what lake are they on? We're on bridges today. We've got the cameras on one of the bridges. So the match is actually taking place all down one side. I think there's a club match on the other side of the lake, so it should help move the fish around. They shouldn't just back off. lends itself. It's quite lends itself to a lot of options actually when you think about how he's got the lake set up, doesn't it? So versatile. Yeah, if we get like I say, with all the tree cover around us, I mean the trees are moving. We've got there is wind, but there's not very much of a ripple on the surface of the lake. So
there's not much assistance, is there?
Lee gone back on.
Martin Tyler, the roving cameraman's off again.
is he into a fish?
Lee
Yeah.
now gone shallow.
Yeah, so Zac's just had a good plumb up with his peg. Lee's been feeding that shallow line. I think he's been fishing closer in on the bottom, but he's. You reckon he's gone back out on it, Eddie?
Yeah, Lee now looks like he's gone back out to his long line again. Zac spent a bit of time replumbing, as we've just said.
He's just trying to figure out that depth, isn't he, for his shallow line? Just alternating his depth, trying to find those fish. He's obviously been getting a lot of movement on his float, fishing on the bottom.
Yeah, he's had a lot of indications, I expect.
So he knows they're up in the water. Is there minimum lash lengths on this lake?
I think there is. I couldn't tell you what it is off the top of my head.
It looks like he's got a long lash. It looks like 10 or 12 inches there.
Off the top of my head, I think it's 8 inches, but it may have changed. It's been a few months since I've fished here. Last time I was here, one of his 2-day finals back in March. Not fortunate enough to win any money this time, but a great 2 days Lee put on here at East Bilney. Still getting plenty of bites on his shallow line.
So who do you think's winning, chaps?
I think
Lee's in front.
Yeah, Lee's in front. Taken into the fish count, obviously Lee is higher, but he is in front. He's just had a slightly better stamp of fish, and Zac's had a better stamp of fish, but I think Lee's just had a few more.
Yeah. I think no one angler's caught more of the better stamp, have they? So they're pretty level pegging.
No one's run away with
like
it
you
yet.
said, a lot of them early fish were only a few ounces, some of them, weren't they? So normally we wouldn't count fish that size, but I think we got to here because they're all carp, and there might be a lot of them that size. So it comes down to average stamp again over the course of the entire match. Yeah, Calvin thinks there's 12-inch lash rule. And John Wilson Fishing Experience says hopefully the Wilson luck and Lee to win with £90.
Lee's just looking for another one again.
Who was that guy?
It's John Wilson Fishing Enterprise. Lee to
So
win.
that's Lee's missus, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Hey.
Should have got the name.
I did. Just forgot. It's Lee's missus, isn't it? Lee's most recent missus, as it happened. Right? They're both here, aren't they? Still, I wouldn't want to leave either, to be fair.
Yeah, Zac's just gone. Looks like he's going long again, doesn't it?
Yeah, spent a bit of time replumbing a long line up again. I think he's just trying to find a bit of a shallower depth or a flat spot even. He's just giving it a bit of time to see if he can get a run of fish again.
Yeah, if they want to.
He's eye on Lee anyway, isn't he?
Well, Well, if they want to feed on the bottom, if they're not going to be up in the water, if they want to feed on the bottom and Zac's got quite a bit of depth in front of him, he might struggle. Couldn't call who's going to win the match today. I mean, Zac does really, really well here. You know, it's Lee's venue. It's a tough one to call, isn't it? So.
He's MPEG as well, Lee, and he's got a massive amount of room to his
Yeah, Lee's MPEG. He's got a lot of room to the left-hand side of him.
Oh, look, he doesn't always follow, but I know which peg I would have wanted. It'd been better if one of them had been the one in front of us, Giannis, and the other one to the right of the bridge would have been Bob on, wouldn't it? Or these two.
So an hour and a half in, 4.5 hours to go.
Hour and a half gone already, is it?
Yeah.
What do you think weights are?
I reckon Lee's probably got about 20 odd pound in the net. 26,
You reckon?
maybe.
That shocks me. I actually would have thought.
I reckon around 20. Zac's just.
I don't think he's. I don't think he's average. I don't think his average size is a pound. So I don't think he's got 17 pound.
How many fish we missed on the counter?
Well, we might have missed a couple, but they're so small they don't count, do they? No, I don't think that's average size is a
Sean.
pound.
Yeah,
Sean will know. Sean's all the way up there next to him.
He's just good at it, isn't he? Because he keeps reminding us.
I'm terrible, and I mislead the audience. They could win a clicker here, and I'm telling them that what you're saying is a load of rubbish.
He's just optimistic.
You probably got it cock on, and I'm nowhere near.
Laugh his arse full merchant. Yeah.
No, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. The average stamp is a pound. Not at the minute. I know they have had a couple of slightly nicer fish.
What weight do you reckon will win it then?
I reckon 2 or 3 at the minute. No, I don't know, because obviously there's still a long way to go. But no, listen, at least said 80 to 90 pound. But I reckon you'll want 80 fish to get up to that at the current rate.
I reckon you want 8. Well,
70, 80 fish. What does Ace Cameraman say?
Most of the Lee's fish are 2 ounces.
Yeah, I see. You think he's got 26 pounds?
In that case, he's got £2.2.
So I'm just about to ask guest commentary Eddie Hammond to leave. Oh dear, what do we know? We never get it right, so don't listen to us.
Our guest misleader today.
A guest misleader. Yeah, yeah. Most,
got £100 already.
he's got £100 already. Yeah.
Head optimist.
Yeah, I'd go 8 and 12 pounds at the minute. I reckon at most. At most.
Oh, we have a massive. They do look bigger, don't they? They seem to look bigger from a distance.
Yeah, Zac's just holding this low again. I don't know if this is foul looked again or he's lost a couple at the net, but not this time maybe. That one's in. That's a better stamp. That's what I mean. One of them can eliminate 6 of those things early doors, couldn't they? Where they're only those 2-inch fry.
Eddie's worse at guessing than Steve. It's funny, really, because that's what we were thinking, isn't it? Really, but we could easily be wrong. We're not, but
We could easily be wrong. We're not, but we could be. Lee with another fish there.
my dad used to say, "It ain't often I'm wrong, boy," and I'm right again. I used to want to punch him.
I have to try that one with my 2 girls.
Yeah, good luck. Just remember, they wouldn't be getting in the submarine.
Well, let's ask expert guesser Sean Nelson to put his money where his mouth
I was
is.
going to say, I asked him whether he'd got in the submarine. Yeah, go. Yeah, what do you reckon then, Sean?
See, Michelle Miller's agreeing with the experience behind
Live matches.
live matches, myself and Steve, and she thinks that Lee hasn't got £15 yet.
So she thinks Eddie's full of shit.
Crikey,
as well.
crikey, we're going to have to eat humble pie if Eddie's right and we're wrong, won't we?
Probably not.
We're going to have we'll have to have a final guesstimate.
I always go over in my nets. I always get knocked back. So normally the other way round, I'm wrong.
Well, yesterday I was miles off with what I counted. If there were net limits, I would have been over. I'll tell you.
Just remember, if it involves me having to eat anything, I'm happy to oblige. Humble pie, Bakewell pie, banoffee pie,
Shepherd's pie,
shepherd's pie, steak and kidney pie.
pork pie.
Yeah, I've just had a pork pie.
Yeah, you didn't offer any of that round, did
No, I
you?
didn't, mate.
That went. We didn't even see it.
He's on the seafood diet. See it and eat it.
Managed to hold me weight. I should catch up in the week.
Yeah, I think Kelvin there. Look, Kelvin's just said Lee with 10 and Zac with 5. I'll probably go along those lines also at the minute. So actually, no, Zac's probably got a little bit more than 5. He's probably had 3 or 4 fish that are about £1.50 at
It's
most.
got a lot more than 5.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more.
I just
than
won't comment we'll wait again.
that. You will, because now you started it, we're going to keep enticing it out of you. But
Need to get some bigger ones in here if you want to find them, mate. To be fair, eh?
well, it won't take many years for these fish to
No,
grow.
that's right. Yeah, that's
No.
Last year, I remember
Next
last
year they'll be different again, wouldn't they?
Well, last year on Crow at Rookery Waters, he was plagued by these things that were an inch long, and this year they're nowhere to be seen. So they definitely grow up quick.
They do grow. Lee's other lake he's got here, the other match lake Carver's, when he first opened it, the F1s were about sort of 12 ounces and the carp were about £1, and I'd come back again in the autumn, they've just grown so much. And he does feed the fish here as well. He does do his best to get all the fish stock up to a good weight. They are getting bigger.
Yeah, so you could have a good day on £2 F1s, can't you?
Or
Yeah.
thereabouts.
Some F1 clonkin.
Eh?
So what we've just suggested there is that Sean won't make his own comment. He's just going to agree with somebody else.
Can this
A sit on the fence cameraman, Sean Nelson.
can this laptop, can that be plugged in power wise to anything else other than the actual charger? Could it gain power like over Ethernet?
No.
So it needs a charger to
Have
charge.
you not bought your power?
I haven't got it.
No.
Katie's got it.
How much power are you down to?
He's saying you might want.
Oh right. Steve's
I
bought.
sort of knew. To be fair, listen, we haven't dropped a frame, have we?
No, it's all good.
Do you know what I mean? The
Yeah, we can
internet
see
is
that.
like robust.
You're going to have to rely on your phone now to watch the remainder of the match, Steve.
Yeah, well, it was only a matter of testing and seeing, and you know, like I say, we're putting training on that internet.
Yeah.
It's managing to do that. It's managing.
Well, just going back to portraying what you've got on there onto here, that's what I did with the draw. That's what I did with the draw.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
doable.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
we just set it up. But yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
By next week, we'll have a proper TV and that.
Well, I think Steve's going to have a mobile studio this time next week.
Well, certainly it's what we're aiming for, isn't it? Eddie's worse than Cal was there with her. I'll put in an official guest later, sure.
Yeah, Sean sitting on the fence there, as we thought.
He's so frightened to be wrong, isn't he? Okay. So, let us.
Lee's shipping in again. Has he got another one? Simon Spinks. How are we doing, sir? Mobile studio with a minibar. Well, if you could see behind us, Simon, we've already got the minibar.
Yeah. Are you coming next week, mate?
Lee just pulled out that fish,
been
unfortunately. Just
threatening
lost it
to.
at the net.
Restart your computer.
Oh dear.
See how this works next week. You've got all the, you know, it does all that for you, and you just like,
What do you see?
Well, you'll see that, and like,
Is there a score table?
yeah, look. So if I can put the score like, yeah. Hang on, click that, have I? And then I edit results, save. And once you put the
For you
results
guys
in,
watching at home,
it'll automatically
both chaps have
puts
gone
it into
back
your
out long
tab.
on the deck.
We'll see that. Yeah,
They
we'll
had
see
a
that.
nice
Take
little
the
run
photo,
short,
fill it in, just fill the
put a
score
few
in,
fish in there.
and then it
Zach's
fills
replumbed.
that in for you, and
His peg are just sitting out long, both at the minute.
bob on. The only thing I couldn't do on that, did you say I sent you a link for that?
Yeah, but I didn't know what it was.
No, you're an admin on that.
Dangerous.
Scary.
Oh, yeah, Steve made a promise. What was that about then?
Can't remember.
What did you promise to Simon Spinks?
Yeah, nothing.
Steve's not recalling what he's promised you, Simon, I'm afraid.
No, he was
One of them memories.
yeah, he's going to come and help us.
Selective.
We need officials, don't we?
Oh, is he coming to help next week at Jansen's?
Well, he was offering, I hope so.
Ah, well, we'll see you next Sunday then, Simon. Thank you very much.
That's gone out now, isn't it? So that's right. So let's shut that. Dusted. But no, the reason there's two things on there I'm not sure of. There's one, there's a logo. It could do with a better logo put in on it, and also you can upload a picture of the competitors or something like that.
Right, so you
I
can
should
give them
get-
a... Yeah.
So I could do with getting that. But other than that, it's all built-in, custom-made. Jobs are good. And it won't even look like we've had anything to do with it. It's that professional.
Yeah, Simon's just confirming he'll be at Jansen's to
Good
help
man.
out. Yes, well done, Simon. Isn't it lovely, our regular contributors? They pop and see us.
Only because they know it's going to be free beer.
Oh, it's free beer next weekend, is it? Oh, look, there's 1,000 people just said they'll come and help.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the Copperberg cider.
Numbers looking good on the counter there. 20 fish to Lee, 10 fish to Zach. But as I said, there's a lot of small fish being caught. 1 and 5 pound fish could demolish an hour's work. That'll be great for the future of the fishery. So much planned coming up, guys. Oh dear, look at that. What on earth's happened there? Just lost the camera. Not sure. We'll try and get Lee back shortly. Just have to... Can you ask Sean to put camera on Lee? Because it looks like we've lost the camera. Till we get it back. Not sure what's happened there. Don't know whether we've just lost. Oh, always happens, doesn't it? Commentate. Working. Are you ringing him? Yes, because that's float cam. That's going to be a sort to try and sort out whilst we're working. he's done it now.
Oh, he's done-
Did you read your
sorted, did
message?
Oh, you got the message, did you? And you sorted it. Oh, you've done it. Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know, it sounds that way, doesn't it? Yeah, wicked. He just said Eddie ain't got a clue what's going on though, has he? Yeah, but we wouldn't put him down live, would we? Because that'd be wrong on us, wouldn't it? Oh right, you can't hear. Yeah, well I'm hovering in the background like, but we're having a laugh anyway.
Zac's into
cool.
another fish.
Yeah.
Been a little while since he set up his new line long, but that's the first fish he's got to put in the net from it.
Yeah.
Delete that one.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea to do that actually. Yeah, come and do that. Yeah. Alright mate, we'll see you. Yeah,
Another fish in the net for Zac.
Actually. But yeah, see you in a minute.
Lee's in this time.
Can you get him to zoom? Oh, you're off the phone. Just need to zoom out a bit if we can. Need to add, yeah.
So keep the weights coming in, guys. Guess the weight. I won't guess again, so I'll get ridiculed.
No, we're going to punish you now. We're going to make you guess the weight.
Get you on the first day. Absolutely humiliate you, like, you know.
It's normally the other way around. I normally go over in my keep nets and get knocked back, but we'll see. Bit of a lull period again for the guys. They've both gone back out long. Zac started a new line long.
Is Sean still there? Or is he coming back here? I need to speak.
He's coming back here.
He's left the camera in such a way that we can't see.
Is he?
I need you to move the camera slightly. Will it zoom out at all for one, or is that the long lens and that's as far out as it will zoom? No, just move it slightly to the right because I can't even see Lee on the split screen. That's all. I've just got a picture of his. Well, you won't. Yeah, you just got a picture of his pole at the minute. Yeah.
Lee's now into another fish. Guys don't seem to be foul hooking as many as what they were earlier. Whether they've managed to sort their swims out so everything's just settling down a bit. Seems to be anyway. But Lee's still within the race with the count.
So we're always challenged here with technical difficulties. The problem we've now got is we've got a camera gone down on an island that we can't get to. So we're going to have to sacrifice float cam for the rest of the match. One day we might get it right. Zac's working really, really hard to try and get his peg to come up with the goods. He's struggling at the minute. So the fish count, it could really, with this stamp of fish here, was a lot of the smaller fish. I think things are a bit closer than what the count says, but still a long way to go. 4 hours left in this 6-hour match. If Lee can see the count though, I'm sure he'll be really happy. Looks like he might be into another fish. So Lee predicted 80 to 90 pound would win the match today. Lots of bites, that's what everyone's telling me when they come here. This place is only going to get better and better over the next year or two. Slightly better stamp of fish coming to Lee now as well. What's young Zac going to do to answer back?
Actually, a bit of wind in there, a bit of breeze.
Ever such a slight breeze, now just making its way through.
Don't know where it's come from really, because there's trees everywhere, isn't there? I suppose it has to force its way through somewhere, doesn't it? This proper little ripple down here in front of Giannis is Sean, Ace Ventura, Mr. Clicker, Mr. I'm gonna get myself a beer. Is there anybody to the right of us as well, or is this the
Yeah,
first?
there's another 2 anglers.
So that camera's gone down completely, has it?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure what's happened to it, and we can't get to it to find out. So hopefully, hopefully the camera that's on Zac and the float cam that's now on Lee will hold out. That should be an early day.
Which one is it as we're looking at it? One on the left or the right?
The one on the right.
Oh right, that's
Yeah.
in the shade still, isn't it?
Yeah. But can't get to it because we'd upset an angler going across the bridge to get to it. So we won't go to it. We'll stick with things as they are.
Did you hear the bad news about the chip shop, Sean?
Didn't see my crying face emoji.
No, still in mourning.
You got to get quite close to this apparently. So
Yeah, I'm absolutely gutted that the fish and chip shop ain't open.
It just looked like a quaint little Norfolk
Well,
chip
and
shop
it's
near
quite
the coast.
close to the coast, and you get a
Yeah.
nice bit of fish, but
Fresh fish. Yeah,
Yeah. Don't know what we're going to do now. I'm going to be eating your ploughman's.
yeah.
He's eating it.
Good luck with that.
He's
mate.
eating it. He's eating
Yeah,
it.
good luck with that.
He only had breakfast an hour ago. No.
Mate, didn't really want it, but I just thought that you guys would probably do it just to be nasty. So I thought I'd just be nasty first and steam in. But enjoy your beer, mate.
Yeah, thanks. Liquid lunch for me then.
Don't forget to put £1.50 in the jar.
£1.50.
Oh God.
Now this is a better way to be doing it, anyway. We should have more horizontal chairs and a microphone here. That could be.
Oh, we're going to commentate from sun lounges this time next week, are we?
You said it, mate. Hang on, let me just get on Amazon. See if I can get some sun lounges.
If I had your Amazon account, we'd already have sun lounges.
Oh dear.
There's a fish for Zac there.
Is that a bit bigger? The harness has got in front of us? No, maybe not. A lot of small fish in here, aren't
A lot of small fish, yeah. Like you say, the majority of the fish that they're catching up there are between 2 and 4 ounces. So your estimates, they're that sort of size. I mean, that's quite a big one, that is, compared to some of the ones that have been catching up there.
Yeah, it's that, isn't it?
If that.
They're chunkier than you think. No, that's a good 6 ounces, that is. Do you know what I mean? You only have to think of a 6 ounce rate. They're fatter, aren't they? I think you might be surprised. I'm going to say 8.
Really? That's why you went over in your net last week, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, we weren't going to mention that, were we?
No, I went
Did he
over.
did he lose position for going over it? Isn't it?
Unfortunately for him, he didn't. No.
Obviously
Oh, so it was planned stupidity then.
Lucky stupidity.
It was the fact that them eyed are surprising, like how.
Yeah, you keep saying they're 8 ounces when they're clearly only 4.
Yeah, no, they were. I'd love to have another go at it. We were on Phoenix at Float Fish Festival, well, where we filmed Chris and Dan.
Yeah.
I didn't know where I was with it. I ain't got a clue, and that won't surprise you. But like about 3 hours in, I just thought, do you know what? And I just fished caster in front of me, shallow, badly of course, like, and I've ended up. Well, I would have had £150, but I'm fairly certain I could have had £200 or more, like, and a proper angler, I wouldn't like to say what they'd have had. To be fair, it was absolutely full of them. You know, to say single-banded caster, bosh, carp, and 3 to 4 pound a carp, I suppose. Some smaller, but yeah, good day's fishing. Then I had a nightmare on wagtail, Peggy 9. Got carted through the reed bed more times than you can poke a stick at. But so there you go. And then had a right blowout on the last day on 2 islands. So, but well done to Ted Rowe for winning it. Cracking competition. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Although after 3 days I was starting to get a bit ragged round the edges. Had to have a sleep at half time. So.
Steve Paul there just commentating. Pretty boy's camera is in HD, I see. Yeah, unfortunately we can't get to the cameras because they're across the lake on the islands. And we've had one camera go down, so we're actually using float cam on Lee Carver now,
Which is the best setup,
which is the one that zooms in the best with the best picture and everything.
when it's over 200 metres away.
The worst possible camera for having on Zac is the one that have ended up. Even the other camera that's gone down on Zac would have been better, but
We've mugged Zac off, really, haven't we?
we've mugged him off, haven't we?
Yeah,
But,
you have, and you're his mate, so that gives you an idea what you're all about, doesn't it?
yeah.
Hey, just make a note of that one.
I might be filming both anglers at the same time.
Well, it's not the camera; it's the lens. At the end of the day, unfortunately, we haven't got access to huge pots of money. When we do have access to huge pots of money, we'll upgrade. But Zac's on a short lens on a digital zoom as well. So
Listen, talking about negative, that's fine and dandy. I'm actually quite. That signal that we got, that internet, that is like, we can take that anywhere, can't we?
It gets better every week, doesn't it? Like you say, we're improving
awesome.
it. We're getting better equipment.
We're not having to worry about the signal. It's massive, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's just the cameras, and we do know now that if we had two transmitters like the Newland we've just bought, we wouldn't be having any difficulty at all, would we? You know, so the difference is, I suppose, by the time you get rid of the other ones, it's money, isn't it? It's money. But sorry, mate.
yeah, you might not think at home that things are improving, but we are upgrading kit each week. Not that you'll be able to appreciate it, but the transmitter and receiver that FloatCam is now operating on is a much better bit of kit. and it's given us the range to be able to send that camera over 200 metres. So
And we've got Leicester to let loose on the audio, haven't we? There's so many more toys on this system that we're just tinkering with at the moment. By the time we get round to the final, it'll be different gravy again, won't it? I would have thought.
yeah, I hope so. We are upgrading bits of kit. The camera.
That signal has been massive, hasn't it? Getting that, somewhere that we can just rock up and not have to worry about traffic either. That's the thing. It's not, if we suddenly got a large event with a lot of supporters turning up and using the cellular network, that could give you a problem as well. But this is totally independent of anything like that, and as long as you're not setting up in a copse or a forest or something like that, and you've got clear line to the site to the sky.
Yeah, that's another bit of kit that obviously we've just got invested in. Something that again
I'll
you
drive one of your cars, Elon.
yeah. Something again that you won't much be able to see makes a difference at home, but yeah, we've got Starlink. We've got mobile Starlink, courtesy of Elon Musk.
Yeah, we'll be filming in high definition, won't we? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, we are filming in high definition.
Yeah, a much. Well, like I say, that's over 200 metres away. But potentially, we could have another 2 cameras at least, couldn't we? 200 metres in that direction and that direction. So you've essentially got a diameter of 400 metres in total circular. It's trees that are probably the bigger issue in this case, isn't it? Any sort of cover with a transmitter system, but hey, we're getting there, and we're not dropped a single frame yet. So the actual quality of the broadcast should be pretty decent, would I have thought. Well, it'll be bang on.
Well, we keep trialling these things, don't we? But the trouble is, each week we then add to the shopping list.
Yes, yeah, but
Don't we?
I think we sort of knew that though, didn't we? We knew it was a list that was always going to get bigger as you got better. I think that's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah.
But broadcasting is the key to getting, achieving what we need to achieve and getting people involved. So, this was always going to be the way forward.
Let's get you a bit closer, shall we? Let's just move round, Eddie. You can bring your chair back.
It could do with being in a universal position, couldn't it? Where all 3 of us can.
Yeah.
It could do with being.
You have to hold that.
It wants to be really.
Yeah, the problem isn't that. The problem is that you actually do need. If you look up the top there, look. See when you actually get right close, let's see, come up into the yellow there. Look.
Oh,
So
right,
you
yeah.
actually need to get it right close to your mouth.
Yeah, which is basically what Leicester said, isn't it?
Yeah.
So to go into is anybody telling us by being like this, where it's a better scenario?
I know, just because of the mic levels. But
Could this be created into a dual input system as well? I suspect it can all happen, can't it? It's
well, the microphones we normally run through the cameras, but the camera's 100 metres away at the minute, so we haven't got the equipment to be able to do absolutely every scenario that we come across.
no.
So at the
Well,
minute,
it's new each time, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're running a direct feed into the encoder, which we've never done before, but it means that we've got base camp 100 metres away from a camera that's a further 100 metres away from
Well,
an
we could have
angler.
we could have 3 cameras in effect, couldn't we? Also, 200 metres and plus 1,000 feet away, couldn't we, from here in any direction potentially?
Yeah.
So
2 more of them transmitter receivers,
you keep reminding me. It's scary.
and another long lens, and we're sorted.
Yeah. We knew all that, didn't we? Still, we're right for a couple of weeks, aren't we? Because we won't need any of that at Jansen's. That's we'll be able to set up dead opposite people at about 10, 11 metres away, and with a roving cam, we'll be in the box seat next week, I would have thought.
Put their mic and show.
Certainly, the quality of the picture is perfect on Lee, isn't it? And that's
He's the winning angler at the minute, so
it's, even the ones that we're struggling with on the island, they are a good way away, aren't they? You know what I mean? It's 400 feet is the range of them, which is where they're about at, isn't it? I think Zac will do £81 and Lee will do 94. That's Kelvin Bart, and he seems fairly level-headed, based on the fact that he's agreeing with Sean. Right, yeah, there's a logic for you. Although you can't deny he's the star of the clickers, Sean, and he could probably do it professionally, unlike other people.
What, professional guess the weight?
Yeah, you never know in the future. It might be a thing. Anything's possible. Like pokey, who would ever thought that would? I suppose.
Well, you say that. I suppose all you got to do is get one of your betting agencies involved, and he could be making money from gambling on fishing.
That's who was it? Was it Lee that said? Yeah, I was speaking with Lee this morning. Yeah, you know, you can see that it's definitely going to lend itself to betting. Once you can record something live and get the results and all that, it's no doubt it'll be corrupted. But that's the reality of the world. And if we want outside money in the sport, that's, you know, they're the channels that you're going to get it. Same stamp as the last one, the harness in front of us. A lot of small carp in here, aren't there? It's but you reckon the big uns may well come along, Eddie?
Yeah, I mean, the guys had a good start. There's been a couple of lull spells. Lee's now gone back on his short line, and Zac's set up another long line, replumbed it and refed it. I mean, the guys are still putting fish in the net. It's just not as quick as what we thought. We're 2 hours in now. We started at 10. The guys got till 4 o'clock, so just got under 4 hours left. Lee's now into another fish. As the heat is definitely not helping anyone. There was a bit of a breeze earlier, but now it's just gone still again.
Yeah. Where are we at, match one? There must be 2 hours or more in now.
Yeah, we've just gone past 2 hours. We started at 10, 2 hours in.
Well, it's that sort of.
Still a long way to go for the guys. It's gone a bit quiet on guess the weight front. Not many guesses coming in at the minute. Last one was Kelvin Barker.
Float camera better for Lee.
Steve Poole fishing. You normally here, Steve. Why aren't you here today? You're normally a regular at East Bilney.
What's he mean by float camera better for Lee?
I think that's just
Because
much.
we've switched float cam onto Lee because it was the
Yeah.
camera that was on Lee that dropped out. So they're saying the pictures,
Is it
the picture
quality?
quality's better. Yeah.
And again, which cheers, which is what which leads you into saying, Mike, we need 2 more of them, yeah?
We need
Yeah.
2 more of them, and we need we do need more lens. We need more lenses to
Capability,
cater for all scenarios, don't we?
Yeah.
Because a couple of times, I think the first time was when we filmed Ben Townsend and Jimmy Brooks. To begin with, I thought it was just glare from the direction of the sun, but it turns out no. The lens quality on the shorter lens and the digital zoom isn't as good as the long lens, and which is just natural. I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it?
So what, we need another lens like that one I got previously?
Yeah, well, we've got 2.
Yeah.
But we need a
to up
third.
So we got float.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them like. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's just
Yeah. To get
So another one of them
to
would.
get the close-ups, we need to use one of the long lenses on float cam. So we've only got one long lens left. So
Yeah.
when the scenario we're in now,
Now
whereas
we're
we're
short.
60 and 80 yards away from the anglers with the,
You end up with poor reception on Zac.
we end up with
Lee's just slipped
Yeah.
another fish in the net.
So is there an option to have a better lens as well than the 2 that we've already got? Would that open up a...
yeah, if you want to spend twice as much money.
Well, I don't want to, but if it opens up a...
To be honest, no, I'd say no. I wouldn't say there was a need to go to the next level, because the next level would zoom from one end of the lake to the other, and we don't need that.
And we don't need that at Woodlands, for instance.
No, I think the 2
So
lenses
that we
we've
can
got,
we'll zoom in.
we just
from
need a
across
third.
The same.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's fine. That's fine. I'll ask Father Christmas. yeah, no, I can see how a full set then would.
That way, all 3 lenses, same, yeah. But the long lenses in certain scenarios, if we're too close to the anglers, are no good because you zoomed right in on their sort of least setting, as it were. So in certain circumstances, we need a short lens.
Yeah, yeah.
But when in this scenario, we could have done with 3 long lenses.
Yeah. Fair enough. But again, that won't matter to us at Jansen's next week because
No, 'cause we'll be right
10,
opposite.
11 metres is close enough for the
Yeah.
short. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That's just one. You know, I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to eke it out, and you know. But we will.
Well, don't forget to get involved. Tell us who you're rooting for. If you're a Zac Worby fan or a Lee Carver fan, get your comments in. Where are you watching? Are you fishing today? Are you watching us on your side tray? We often get quite a few messages from people that are out and about. We know people that are now purchasing battery packs to be able to watch the lives whilst or listen to them at least whilst they're actually fishing. So some of the Reservoir boys normally make comment if you're kicking around. Get in touch. Get involved with the Guess the Weight competition if you can. This week we've got some line that's been offered to us from Cresta, who is Zac's sponsor. We've got some floats, a little float package that we're going to put together to go with that. And we've also got Browning Clicker, courtesy of Alex Bates from Rookery Waters, who's done us a nice package of them to give away. So the better quality metal Browning Clickers to give away this week. So it'll be closest to the winning weight. You can have as many guesses as you want, but it'll be your last guess that counts. That's one thing that we have to. So you can't just fill the feed with loads of guesses and expect to win. But, don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. Like I say, the whole point of this, well, twofold really. One is to grow the competition. We've never made any secret of that. Grow the competition, advertise the competition and get it out there, because the more of you that enter, the bigger it gets, and the more that we can do this. And we're going to travel the country as we have been doing, getting involved and filming as many anglers as we possibly can in as many of the regions as we possibly can, and spreading the good word of the Fishing Association, as it were, across the country. That's option one. That's one of the reasons why we do this. But the other reason is also we're trying to create what Steve's always tried to create, and what I've always saw within the competition is we want to see professional anglers out there, anglers that are actually paid to fish, and if we can grow this and make it watchable on TV, even if it's not us doing it, even if it's somebody else that's doing it, we're not a million miles away, if things were successful and continue to grow at the rate that they have been, from being able to pay the anglers that we're filming.
Certainly with betting, do you know what I mean? With inputs of betting and setting up events and that. Yeah.
Listen, listen, I think we've got. Well, we haven't even got 2,000 subscribers to our channel, but the channel is starting to make a little bit of money now on the adverts and things. You know, if we grow that tenfold, 20,000. I mean, that isn't even a huge number compared to some of the other fishing organisations that are out there.
Receivers that we,
you know, if we grew the channel to 40,000, 50,000 and 60,000, like some of the better known channels have got a following of, and then it gives us options to do other things. And the whole point of this is to create, where we can, more money for the sport, whether it be to help cover some of the cost of the coverage, whether it be to be able to pay the anglers that we're filming, not just in the live head-to-heads, but on the features that we do as well, and create more content for people to watch as well. That's the whole point. So yeah, it's not just about the Fishing Association, it's the bigger picture. It's why shouldn't we have professional anglers in this country? Why shouldn't a 14-year-old right now be thinking, I want to grow up and be a professional angler? That's what I want to do for a living, that's what I want to do for a job, you know, without having to follow this route of creating a YouTube channel and coaching every other day.
Well, it's better than being bullied at school as you know, as if you're like a part of a minority organisation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that is the reality. We live in our own world, don't we? Where we think the universe revolves around us, but the reality is when kids are getting bullied at school because they do something that's not very popular, that's something we need to turn around. And
Well, what's nice, which we take as a compliment, and is that we're starting to see what we're doing creep into what other people are doing, which is nice. We won't say who, we won't say who and where, but it's nice to see that what we're now doing is starting to creep into what other people's
it's nice all the
coverage.
Thank you calls we get off them as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we get some lovely comments from people that have been watching these, and they're still continuing to come. Somebody this week just popped and said hello to me and made it his mission to go out of his way that day and come and speak to me, which was really lovely and it was really appreciated. But yeah, if you've not already subscribed to the channel, do so. Just hit that button, even if you turn our notifications off. The bigger we grow this, there is a format in or an algorithm, as it were, in YouTube, and the bigger we are, the more people that we get obviously shared to, and we're trying to break that algorithm. So
listen, it'll all be okay. I know it will, and like I say, with the Feel Good and Leicester getting involved, that's a wonderful platform to develop things. I mean, he's putting in plenty of content, scratching each other's back, you know what I mean. It's working very well. Even having John on last night, you know what I mean. It's you know, he's got 350 people signing up to their matches, and you know, pretty sure things are going to come together nicely for us. I honestly believe that it's happening. What I set out to do is happening.
It's just nice to see that there are some different paths being taken in match angling, and it's not just come down to the same thing over and over and over again, where the only way you can be a professional match angler is to potentially win everything or coach. You know,
Well, we're winning our own money, aren't we? It's a sweepstake, you know, as Keith Arthur would say. It's a sweepstake. We're actually winning our own money. We need people to be giving us money. We need it to be something that people want to pay to watch. But again, a bit like Fishermania, they obviously get money for that, but then it costs them an awful lot of money to do it at the same token. But you know, we get there. I'm confident that things are going in the right direction. I can see things coming together nicely. After exploding and blowing everything up, then you've got to gather all the little pieces together and build it into something better for the future. I feel for one now that at least, you know, you've got an opinion, you've got a voice, there's a platform here. If you don't agree with something or whatever, you can start saying, and I think more and more and more people will start to come on board. Anyway, think about your guests that you want to hear on the Feel Good radio station, because they're queuing up people to come on, but we want your advice. Get in touch with people. Let's see who wants to come on and talk and discuss the betterment, for the future of our sport. Like, it's a perfect platform, as Lester says, the great debate, and we can deal with all sorts of other things, the female side of it, the youth side of it, competitions, schools, all of that. Things are going to start to change rapidly, hopefully, from now on. So yeah, that's political hour over. Fishing slow.
Yeah, well, you can tell the fishing's slow because we're starting to talk an awful lot.
What's that a picture of next to that fishing?
He's put fishing slow with a snail.
Snail, yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's
good job you got somebody interested to listen to, ain't you?
Afternoon, Rob. Yeah, no, the fish. It's nearly 30 degrees here.
Yeah.
There's not a breath of wind. Low level anyway. Above us in the trees, the leaves are moving.
Slow, you mean crap.
But we get this at this time of day, don't we? But
there's plenty of places you can be like, this is the reality of it, and end up with a load of fish. We don't know. We've not been here, are we?
Where are you heading off to shortly, Steve?
Chip shop.
No, not there. Where are you going fishing next?
Todber Manor.
Oh, Todber Manor. Let's have a little talk about that, shall we?
Well, let's have a little talk about. I was reading a post last night, and Pems broke his record and had £715, I think, and been whooped.
Yeah, 700.
Win. He's had £800 odd. Like, now I could manage. I thought my personal best might be enough to see me into the final, but that's not going to be the case anymore by the looks of it. They've arrived, as Penn said.
So we are
kicked off.
Potentially, hopefully, going to try and get down to Todber at the end of the month. So there shouldn't be any shortage of action if we get down there.
Wednesday, ain't I?
Well, you are, yeah.
Yeah.
But not with a camera, are you?
No, hopefully not. Anyway.
So hopefully we will get down and. Have you spoken to Pem about his head-to-head?
Well, I spoke to Perry about it and Pem. Yeah. I really could do with speaking to. Pem didn't know about the layout of the land. He didn't know. He said he weren't good at that sort of thing. But I could probably do with speaking to Perry. I need to know what the syndicate lake, where it's likely to be. Whether there's no point in us going down there if it's not going to be possible for us to film, is it? You know what I mean? But
Well, we'll get in touch with these
I
guys
think
and.
it's a 40 peg. It should be okay. Do you know what I mean? But I'll speak to Perry. I'll speak to him on Monday. I'll give him a call and see if it's a possibility. There are one or two others that are possibilities as well. There's Ollie Stringer and Les Marshall. They're having a go on, I think, the 8th at Lindome again. So, you know what I mean? That's always a possibility. We'll find something to do, won't we?
Yeah, well, with the new Starlink internet and the range on the new transmitter, we should be all right at Lindome next time around.
Yeah, no worries there at all. We can go anywhere, and I'm pretty confident. I mean, in satellite terms, England's not very big, is it?
No.
Do you know what I mean? If it works here, I'm getting consistent results everywhere I set it up. It's knocking out. It's good. It's really good. I'm rather loath to recommend it too highly, like, you know what I mean? But I know other people that jump on the bandwagon will be the first to thank us for it anyway. But really, it was Mike that forced us to do it. Mike from Woodlands, Mike Babb, he said get one of those. Have a go. I did, and money well spent.
Yeah, it wasn't that we hadn't looked at it. It's just we were unsure of the results that it would give us for what it costs. But
well, we'd listened to the Elon propaganda, hadn't we? That he was rubbish and all this, that, and the other. And actually, the reality is, all of his products seem to be about right, don't they? Well, you know, he has a few failures, as most people do that are trying to build stuff. We can equate to that, can't we?
yeah, you wouldn't want to be on the first rocket that blew up, would you?
I wouldn't want to be on the rocket. I wouldn't want to be on the rocket or the submarine, mate. I'm telling you, it'd be like, no, you're all right. You know, my female sided, like my daughter said. You didn't see many women on it, did you? Shouldn't laugh, should you? It's terrible. It is terrible. But you won't catch me in something like that. I felt claustrophobic just listening to it on the news, didn't you?
Oh, all you could do was hope and pray that they were all right, couldn't you?
But they knew that they were gone like before they started broadcasting it, didn't they? I would have thought they just do. It's what you said about the mainstream media, how to like suck every bit of nastiness out of something they possibly can, you know. And then you end up on lockdown. A massive overreaction, people. Yeah. I mean, it's like. But you might not watch the mainstream media, but an awful lot of people live the whole life around it. You can't help it, can you? Because it does. Eh?
Too many people live
But you can't help it, can you? Because there's a lot of other stuff on it as well. It has to. You can't escape it, can you? Really, you just have to. It's an all or nothing scenario almost.
So Kelvin Baker there. It'd be good to see a lot more younger anglers to get on the bank. Did you want to boil the kettle?
I didn't think it was going to be that loud.
No, well, it's not just young anglers, is it? The last thing I want is this oh yeah, it's a junior. I'm really interested. I'm interested in fishing, not juniors. Do you know what I mean? It's old anglers that haven't been before. Do you know what I mean? People that not everybody knows what's what, do they? You know, people who might have fished 30 years ago wouldn't know where to start today, would they necessarily? Old boys that, you know what I mean, that we can take them somewhere. It's not just youngsters. Obviously, that's where we definitely need to improve on. We need to make it appealing. We need to make it exciting. And my thoughts are that the F30 is the best possible chance of that. It might be an absolute, complete and utter failure, but we won't know until we've tried, will we? I fancy a go at it anyway. Aubrey's is a cracking lake, mate. You know what I mean? Let's put it this way. It'd be faster than this. I'm pretty certain of that. You'll be knocking out pound and a quarter, pound and a half carp, one after the other. Hook it up.
Yeah, tune in next Sunday for the new F30 competition and 30-minute matches, 8 anglers head to head. They're all going to face each other and it'll be a fish count. We're not weighing in. And
how many fish are caught over the whole day? That could be the one, couldn't it? Fill in the results, eh? Because we'll have a log of every single fish that's caught, because fish mean points mean prizes, don't they?
Yep. So it'll be a point for the winner. No, what is it? 2 points for the winner, a
Winner,
point
yeah.
for a draw,
Yeah.
and nothing
Yeah,
for a
you
loss.
don't need 3 points for a win, do you? Like football was done to create it more exciting, wasn't it? But we won't have that issue with this, will we? Because it's like you've got to be. Yeah, that's it. There's no need to stretch to 3 points. It's.
Rob Wallace there just saying it'd be cool if the anglers had mini headsets so you can ask them how and what they're fishing rig-wise, etc.
Yes, yeah, that's
So
something we've,
that's obviously something that Fishermania still currently do, isn't it? They do that on their finals, don't they? So it's not that we haven't thought of that. It's
we're trying to master the other side of
well,
it first.
well, yeah, there is that, and there is also the fact that some anglers just don't like being filmed and they don't want to talk, and
you need Lester, mate, to organise them. He's good at that. Trust me.
yeah,
He even gets me a shirt.
well, what we're doing at the minute isn't very intrusive to the anglers that are fishing, and they don't mind when it's not intrusive. But when you actually shove a microphone in their face, they're less keen,
But
as
when
we
you get
say.
the top-
But we'll see.
Yeah, well, we need to get some top events going, like your Johns and your Arts and stuff like that, and betting events and individual events. And again, it's going to air towards those that are more, inclusive and want to get involved. And yes, the bottom line is yes, that's exactly where we want to be with it, so we can communicate with the participants and all of that, so we can get into their heads, see what they're doing, etc., etc. I don't think we're that far away from that, do you, mate? Really?
No, we're working towards that. But yeah, like you say, there's a few things we need to get right before.
Well,
before.
bearing in mind, we don't actually think about it. We don't even have to have them mic'd up. We've got the potential, like I say, on that piece of equipment to send out to 5 different people on their mobile phones to have them go live straight to the device. So potentially, the anglers, we could just have them on their mobile phone. Do you know what I mean? They could even, and doing it like that. So it's all possible, but we're learning, aren't we? What's that?
It's lost him in it.
Yeah, I know the music. Yeah,
The old
Tom Jolly.
Tom Jolly
Yeah,
knocking one.
From Beirut, isn't he? Yeah, he'd be used to like that, and having to shout when he like bombs going off. Yeah.
I'm in the loo. Nah, finished.
But no, like I say, there's 5 devices there that could operate remotely, so we could actually be filming. You're in your own house here and going live on YouTube, and you can be in. Well, you could be with Simon Spinks in Tenerife or somewhere like that. We're not even touching 10% of the possibilities of the technology we've got here, have we? And of course, this is going to improve all the time because it's very current, very cutting edge, and every shortcoming that we discover, somebody else discovers, and the people doing this are very proactive, interactive, and they put things right, left, right, and centre. The action replays, did you see that recently? That can now be recorded and done, and all of those things. So where this will be, this technology will be in a year is probably won't be 3 inputs. It'll be there's potential to expand that as well. I'm sure it will be 4, 5, 6, and whatever you need to do.
So what Steve's trying to tell you is, if we actually knew how to operate the equipment
Yes,
that we've
yeah,
got,
yeah.
we'd be much better at it. But
If my auntie had, yeah. It is, and I suppose that's the fun side of it. If we just rocked up and did it, that'd be far too easy, wouldn't it? Be nice for a change, wouldn't it? But hey, we've solved a lot of big problems that we hadn't got a clue about, have we? Like I say, the signal was a massive issue to us, wasn't it? And really, all it was an order to Elon Musk, and we could have sorted it out a long time ago. You did suggest it though, didn't you, at the beginning? to be fair? It was an option, but it's like anything new. It's like electric cars, isn't it? You listen to all the negative publicity about it because there's always plenty of that.
oh, I'm a negative on the electric cars.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that's nonsense. Kelvin, so he's been just talking about a charity match, which we will talk about later. Whether we can be involved with that or not, I'm not sure. It depends what clashes with what dates we've already got booked. Looks like he's had some good weights though, if you read the comments in the section there.
I'd happily go again. It's expense, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? It's for us to get out for the day. Love to be everywhere, wouldn't we? Like, you know what I mean?
yeah, crikey, I'd love this to be my full-time job. I'm not sure I'm good enough for it to be my full-time job, but no. We do this for the love of it. So
Yeah, no, I'm sure it could be a full-time job, right? step at a time, isn't it? We have to create the, you know, we have to create it to make it like that. But hey, we're getting bookings left, right, and centre, mate. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we ain't short of stuff to film, that's for sure. And with the commitments of the
Finances, isn't it?
well, we've got the
We're a not-for-profit organisation.
oh yeah, well yeah, everything we do is for free, and don't I know about it? It costs us money, but we do enjoy doing it. But no, with the dates that we obviously already got committed within the calendar, with the draws and everything, we've got a limited number of weekends to get a certain amount of head-to-heads filmed. And yeah, as Steve's just said, we have had other
Government grants and stuff would be handy, wouldn't they? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe chuck us some our way rather than in other directions. Maybe recognise us as a body, like a governing body.
yeah, and the invitation to film at Woodlands next weekend with Nitro's promotional. Well, that's what. So yeah, what is Nitro's next weekend, Steve?
I don't know, mate.
It's a product launch, isn't it?
Yeah, for nitro angling at Woodlands Lakes. Obviously, Mike's involved with Craig there heavily with that. So, yeah, to be honest with you, I'll speak to Craig tomorrow and see, or Mike, and find out exactly what's what. Shall I?
So we'll put some more details out through our social media about that next weekend. But if you want to come along on Saturday to Woodlands Lake at Thirsk, free food apparently, barbecues, product launches, so you can get your hands on some of this kit and have a little look at it. We will be there covering that launch next Saturday, so we'll be live on Saturday and Sunday the F30 at Jansen's, which we're really looking forward to.
The whole weekend, don't we? We're stopping the night at Thirsk and then the night at Jansen's on the way home. Yeah, but it'll be good. Hopefully the weather will hold out, be like this, eh? But we'll manage anyway. Don't forget to bring something to cover up the cameras, like out the sun, just in case, eh? If you still got that toilet tent. But we've got the brolly and all that. It seems really quiet at the moment, doesn't it? It just feels...
There's the odd fish still being caught, but it's that time of day, and around that sort of 12, 1 o'clock period where things can slow down a little bit. What have we got towards the end of the match, Eddie? What is it? Is it edge fishing?
A lot of it will be, they'll catch short predominantly. Neither of the guys, fun enough, have set up a tip. A tip was working here a few months ago, but I think that was more of an autumn-winter tactic than coming in spring. But if I keep the short lines going, Lee keeps dropping on his more than what Zac does. He should have a good run of the better stamp of fish. From what we're seeing so far, the guys are just going through little spells of fish. You know, Lee will catch 2 or 3 in a row, then Zac will catch 2 or 3 in a row. And at the minute, you can see both guys are just waiting, just patiently. Zac will keep coming in, just tap a bit more feed in. Lee seems to be throwing his more often than what he puts in with the cup. But it should pick up, as we keep saying. It is just that middle part of the day. There is just a lull period. It is hot out here. So the guys are sitting out in 30 degrees, looking down the lake. There isn't much being caught. Nobody's really running away with it. Things will pick up hopefully, and we'll keep you guys tuned to what's going on. Lee's still just trying to do some feeding on his long line, just trying to get that shallow line to work. We did have the float cam, unfortunately, but one of our cameras had died, so we've had to use that on Lee. And that's why it's just a little bit more high definition than what Zac is. So he's just into another fish now.
You might have seen that.
Stamp is getting better. Like I say, the guys when they started off, they were catching a lot of fish with sort of like 3-4 ounces. Lee's starting to get a bit of a better stamp now, and the fish that Zac catch are better stamp as well.
Yeah. Oh, right. You know what I mean? It solves it, doesn't it? It might be okay, like not.
For any of you guys that are just tuned in, we are at East Bilney Lakes today, just outside Dereham, with the live head-to-head between Zac Worby and Lee Carver. Lee's got the home draw and took full advantage of bringing Zac to the set of lakes that he owns. Both the guys are local to the area. Zac, as far as I'm aware, literally just lives down the road, and he is sort of a regular here on the open matches.
Where's Sean?
Gone back to the camera.
The camera's on a path and there were people walking along, so I think he's just stood with it.
Oh, right. So still, isn't it?
It is very still. There's not much of a breeze. We've had a couple of times where we've had just a bit of a breeze pushing down the lake towards Lee and Zac, but that's still. It is still. Lee's on peg 24, which is the end at the minute. He's got lots of space to his left-hand side, and Zac is the next peg, or the next man peg to him on 22. It's just a bit slow going for the guys at the minute. Like I say, hopefully as the day goes on it will pick up for them. Hopefully get a good run of fish late on, hopefully short, all going to plan. Lee has sort of dropped on his short line a bit earlier than what I thought he would have done. Zac's just been very patient, waiting out long, tapping in a bit of feed, just catapulting some pellets over it every now and then, just trying to do some fish just to come in. Both guys have tried catching shallow, but it's just not been sufficient enough, I think, for them just to stay on it really, and they've just sort of both just trying to be patient, keep the bites coming, fishing on the deck. Very, very hot. But,
Yeah, it's a real sticky one here, as probably pretty much is everywhere in the country. I think it's only the west of the country is getting a touch of rain today. Over 30 degrees here at East Dereham. No, where are we? East Dereham?
we are just outside East Dereham, in East Bilney.
Very muggy. I'm glad I'm not fishing actually today. They're right in the heat today, the anglers. So lovely mature surroundings here with lots of old trees, but the wind just seems to be blowing across the top of them at the minute. So down at ground level there's not much of air movement whatsoever. I'm sure it would help the angling if there was. Hopefully things will start picking up this afternoon. As I know Zac had high hopes of getting far in this competition. Like I say, he did chased a lot of the qualifiers last year and made his way into 2 of the 4 major finals. So he's no stranger to these big competitions. Have we got many left in, Steve, that have made it to finals before? The obvious.
Andy Power's in, and he's
We've got our two previous winners still in, haven't we? We've got Zac Brown and Pem Wrighton.
Zac's against John.
Andy
who wins
Power.
Fifth South. Andy Power's.
Who else is left? Can you think?
Luke Bamford.
Luke Bamford, yes, he made it to last year's final, didn't he? Chris Weeder.
Rich Clement. Oh dear. Now you got me going, haven't you? Tom
I like
Brown.
putting him on the spot.
Yeah, Luke Hawksworth, I think he's still in. He was in last year's final. Craig Kent's still in. He cheated his way into last year's final wild card. No, Craig's still in, and he who else have we got?
There's no wild card this year. What we're going to do is we're going to take.
Rogerson, he's still in last year's finalist.
What we're going to do is we're going to take the region
Dale.
runners up, the ones that are knocked out,
Yep.
20 of those. We're going to put them into a semi-final at Marston Fields, aren't we?
Against
Along
20,
with
yeah.
the 20 anglers in each region that have had the largest weight. So we're going to have a 40-man semi-final, just an opportunity for those 40 anglers to make it in as the 21st wildcard entrant into the actual final itself. So those that have got so far and just not made it, they'll get another opportunity. Forward to filming the semi-final at Marston Fields.
And Dale, of course, he's last year's fight. He's still in, isn't he? Like, so that's another one. Dale Jackson, Dobbin man.
So after this round, we're obviously down to the final four.
Mikey Williams.
Mikey Williams
Yeah,
is still in it.
he's still in it. He's up against his mate John Harvey, and I think that's this weekend. If I might be next.
Oh, I thought it was next weekend, but I might be wrong. I'm off and am.
Yeah, so am I. And it's funny, I can't think. Mikey Rogers, no, what's the name? He didn't this year, did he? Who was it who he won his section, didn't he? Not Mikey Rogers. I can't remember. Aidan Mansfield, he's still in it from the first year.
Yeah, he was a finalist in the first year,
Yeah.
wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Robert Taylor, I think he might be still in it as well. Like we say, Luke Bamford, we know's in it. Alex Reynolds, he got knocked out, didn't he? Jack Gill knocked him out. But there's plenty of good anglers. I just can't remember them all at the. Yeah. Now, if my laptop was working, I could just tap into the Fishing Association page, but it will be next time.
Yeah, I just thought I'd have a little look on the phone and see what results we have had.
John Arthur's dropped out because he qualified for the Riverfest final, so he's dropped out.
I saw John actually put a poll out on Facebook and YouTube as to which final should I go for, he said, and he actually put a poll out. So I didn't realise he'd forfeited though.
Yeah, no,
You'd have thought he'd have taken it as far as he possibly could.
that was my thoughts, but then also there's like preparation and focusing on one thing.
It's two completely different styles of angling though, isn't it? I actually made comment on his YouTube post just to say that you've obviously got to go for the style of angling that suits you or makes you happier, and that changes from year to year at the end of the day, doesn't it? I was chatting with Warren Martin, and he said he hasn't concentrated on commercials. He's going to fish the natural venues this year. So but that just because that's the case this year doesn't mean it's going to be the case next year, does it? So Warren obviously
100 grand or 25 grand, wouldn't it?
Warren obviously made the final last year and has entered. He didn't enter this year though. But
Andy Powers won, and he's qualified for Feeder Masters both years, and obviously he's fished the Super Cup final, so he's made a choice in that direction. Each to their own, isn't it? It's whatever you fancy.
Yeah, we just spoke about Jack Gill. It looks like he's gone through his round against Stuart Evans as well.
Yeah.
So it was.
Was that yesterday?
I think just looking at the last 20 results on the poor old Max Owen getting knocked out.
Yeah, by Clive the child abuser Johnson, like.
You can't say that.
No, sorry. All right, that's probably don't sound good, like, does it? No. Clive the child catcher, John. That does sound equally as bad, doesn't it? Like, yeah. In case anybody, we didn't want Max to be knocked out. No, fair play to Clive. Well done. He's done well, mate. You know what I mean? The King of Kingsland.
As if John Alexander needed a forfeit. He's gone straight through.
John Preedy's forfeit because he's got a wedding that he's going to in somewhere in the Caribbean, I believe. And let's face it, any electrician always has to take a drop in pay, don't they? When they it's like Rob Cross when he won the darts, like that, when he world champion. He's a Sparky. He had to. I just laugh at Carl Williams. He had to take a drop in pay when he won the world championship, like as a Sparks. But it's true, isn't it? It's absolutely true. But John Preedy, again, John Alexander vying for all three finals, isn't he? He had a right result. He thought he was out. He thought he was dead and buried and then John like I can't make it because I can't make the final because of this, so he's forfeited. So there you go.
It happens.
It happened.
It does happen.
I know.
We get a lot of forfeits.
Well, I
It does happen.
forfeited, didn't I? Because you know that's the way the cookie crumbles. People should.
Well, we get a little bit of upset around it sometimes, but most people realise that, do you know what, it's not the end of the world. You get so far in a competition and something gets in the way. You
Well,
don't, you
next
can't
year
foresee
it'll be
these
better, won't
things.
It'll be a membership scheme. It'll be that, you know what I mean, and it'll be a free thing. And then of course it won't matter, will it? Because it's something that it'll be considered as a bonus.
That is a byproduct of creating this sort of additional content, is that we're hoping we're giving everybody value for money. So, and not just included in the £60 entrance.
Charge you a membership and then put the membership that you paid into the prize pot. Couldn't be simpler, really.
Yeah,
Oh,
every single penny that you pay
yeah.
goes back into that prize
Of
pot.
course you will. Yeah. Well, we will. Okay. So so it should make for a better competition from that point of view, with people not asking for the money back because they can't, you know, because something's happened to the nan or something like, you know. Because you'll be surprised, you know, the toys go out the pram from the most level-headed of people, but I suppose that's the nature of the beast.
Well, like we've said previously, this is the only competition you're in until you're knocked out. In every other competition, you're not in it at all until you were in it, until you've won that qualifier.
Yeah.
So I suppose it's harder to take, knowing that you're in the competition,
And then you're
and then
out.
all of a sudden you're out, and it's that you've got to deal with.
That's
It's
what
not.
I said right from the
It's not the.
beginning.
It's
There's-
not the elation of actually
And it's just if you've got plans for the rest of
making
the
it.
season,
Yeah, it's not the elation of actually making it to the
being
final.
in it, isn't
It's you're already in it until you're knocked out.
Yeah, absolutely. All of, you know, those events. It's very much like the Super Cup, the Bait Tech Super Cup. Do you know what I mean? The team event, same sort of thing. Like a chap from Jimmy Brooks's old lot. I forget what they're called now. You know, his whole summer was ruined when we knocked him out because he's looking forward to a qualifier and a semi-final and all of those things. And I said right from the beginning, there's only one thing bad about the Super Cup, and that's getting knocked out. You know.
Yeah, a lot of people are calling for a
And
backup
drawn
event.
against a complete idiot as well. That
Well,
makes your
yeah,
life
we-
hell
we
by
do
being
get
a real tool.
We do get a few wallies, don't we? But we try and negate that.
Yeah, well you can't.
Lots of calls for a sort of backup competition for those that have been knocked out, isn't there? Which
Well,
we
there's a lot of entitled old people about as well as young people. They'd have you believe it's only youngsters that are entitled snowflakes, but my experience tells me that old people are worse. They're the biggest snowflakes that ever walked the planet. Everything's got to be suit them because they own the country. They all fought in the war, although most of them are dead. Like, you know what I mean? You'd think they were there at the Somme, wouldn't you? The most of them, the way they go on about the youngsters. Sorry, get off your soap.
yeah, not, Steve, they're trying to upset absolutely all
Everybody.
of everybody in our audience today.
Yeah. On the plus side, in 20 years we'll all be dead. All the old miserable gits.
I won't be.
No, you won't be like. But you'll definitely be a miserable git.
I'm already a miserable
Yeah,
git.
exactly. Exactly. No, it's that's just what old people do in it, moan, I suppose. And the youngsters of today, they don't know they thought we fought for you. That ship sailed along. How old would you have to be to have fought in the Second World War? 40, 55? So you got 78 minimum, ain't you? Like, and that's like you'd be naught when you was in there. So if you were 16, so 94, unless you're 94 years old, you ain't done much fighting anywhere, have you? Apart from Northern Ireland and what have you. Yeah. 94 just to be a Second World War survivor. That's mad, isn't it? I bet there ain't too many about.
No, a lot of them are celebrating their centenary, aren't they? I suppose they're on their hundreds, and
Yeah.
old Captain Tom that was recently.
Yeah, but they're
won-
probably not the ones doing the moaning.
No, they don't moan, do
No,
they?
they are proper.
They're the ones raising charity, but walking around the gardens. raising
Now,
money
they've
for
got a
charity.
right to be miserable, they have. But
Well,
not,
they weren't miserable,
Yeah.
were they?
not these 70-year. Honestly, you'd think they were all at the Somme, wouldn't you? Like, it's like, hang on, mate, you're how old are you?
The fishing, definitely
Big
suffering.
snowflake, old people, mate.
The fishing definitely suffering for the conditions here today. It's hard old going, as anybody watching will know. So we've got a good fish count, but a lot of them are very
Another
small.
5 hours of this, and we'll be up to Eddie's prediction, won't we? Was yours? Was yours a total? Oh, that's we got it wrong. He
Yeah.
weren't saying how much he got. He was
Saying
saying
how much they get away. Yeah.
I'll negate for making any more guesses
yeah,
on
yeah,
mine.
yeah.
I'll keep my mouth
no
shut.
comment.
But
But what do you think they've got now?
probably what I said. No,
Eddie sticking with his fish count.
Mate, for the first few weeks, he's got over egging the pudding like for a while, weren't you? But not as much as you, to be fair.
I was pretty sharp on the first few weeks, wasn't I?
Sharp.
I wasn't
as
a million
sharp
miles.
as a bloody
Hey, I
marble.
tell you what, I got my average stamp right, so my total weight weren't miles away, was it?
Sharp as a marble.
Sharp as a marble, he says.
Oh God. Oh dear, that chip shop ain't open, is it?
You're going to hear about that chip shop not being open all the way home.
7 o'clock in the morning and Sean's like booked in. But I don't blame him because it just looked like a nice, quaint little Norfolk chip shop with fresh haddock. We used to come out this way. We used to go to Caister. The chip shop there was mega. That was a labour of love. But, the nearer the east coast you go, the better the fish tends to get. Unfortunately, not the fishing today though. But so they got me training Zac Worby. I haven't been Barford for years. Sarah, I saw her post on Facebook the other day. But I used to go there a little bit back in the day.
I'm hungry. They're horrible. You don't want to eat these.
Yeah, no, they're rough, aren't they? Yeah. What he meant was leave my biscuits alone. That's what he was actually
They're
saying.
yours. I'm going to have loads then.
No, they're not mine at all.
No,
Well,
but he's laid claim to them.
No, you've told me they're mine, so they're mine.
Yeah. That's it. Mike's laid claim to biscuits. They're nice biscuits, they are, aren't they? The nice biscuits. Oh, yeah. When there ain't many fish being caught, it's not really
It's gone long as well.
Here's Martin gone for his daily swim yet. No, yeah, he likes to swim out here, didn't he? He didn't get hooked up. He lost half his pole, didn't he? And had to go for a swim. Bluff.
As I hear it, he was illegally fishing 18 metres.
That was he.
No, it was there was a rule when the lake opened that it was 16 metres, but I think they quickly realised there are certain pegs you can't reach 16 metres. So
Pretty wide.
I think that-
Zac is, isn't it?
I think that rule was dropped, hence why he wasn't illegally fishing 18 metres. But I do love to wind up Mr. Freeman. No, Martin's not here today, Michelle.
Unusual,
Thank you
isn't
for
it?
the
Martin not to be cheating, eh?
thank you for your comment, though. I'm sure he's listening somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah, not.
he could well be. He could well be. Steve's in one of the finals this year, isn't he? What's he got through to?
Steve Freeman made it to the Golden Reel final. Yeah.
Golden Reel. Trouble is now, every time you have a friend request on here, you think it's you're being hacked, don't you? You think, I thought I was already friends with you. And then,
Oh, them biscuits are horrible. Don't eat them. Hopefully, as we break into the afternoon, the old fishing will improve. It's been a tough old day.
see Sean.
Ah, Steve's going to abandon camp.
Yeah, just thinking there.
No, you're all right, mate. If you want to have a wander, go and have a wander. Not missing much at the minute. That's hard old going. Not a lot of rest from the sun here at the height of the day. So the fishing's pretty much slow for everybody. A lot of people just come short, not really benefiting from doing anything else.
We're now literally just off the halfway mark for the match. We start, for you guys that don't know, we started at 10, fished until 4. Both Zac and Lee have fished long and short. Lee's had a bit of a better spell short, but it's now gone back long again. No one's running away with the match, as Mike says, really still here. No breeze, and the guys are suffering, or the fishing suffering because of the conditions. It's just everyone's just being patient for a bite.
Don't give us a lot to talk about, does
Not
it?
really. When the guys are when they're not bagging, well, not bagging as such, not catching us a bit slow. It is we can run on about anything. Particularly my bad guessing of weight so far, but no, it is tough out there for the guys. Lee's on peg 24, which is the end of the section today. He's got plenty of space beside him. He has had a lot more fish than Zac, but some fish have been quite small. And a lot of from what we've seen from a lot of the guys around the lake, they are just coming in spells, little pockets of 3 or 4 fish at a time. Then I'll just have to sit there and be patient and just try and entice a few more fish in. So Zac's just pinging a few pellets, being patient. And Lee has now, he has had a good little spell short, but he has now just gone back out long again. We sort of look down the rest of the lake, everyone else is just going long. Struggling with the indications. I think a lot of the guys have tried fishing shallow. Lee's had a few fish shallow, but I think you get more indications on the bottom, but the guys have just been suffering just from foul hookers, which is the nature of the beast in itself. You know, it is really hot here today at East Bilney, 30 degrees. It's probably pushed a bit more now. We're sat in a nice shelter tent dripping with sweat. It is hot here.
Fishing Association gazebo.
Yeah.
You can't call it a tent. This is HQ.
The official gazebo, the HQ. It's better than being in the sun, I can assure you.
It's a unique one to try and cover just because of the size of the fish. Any other lake that we'd gone to, we'd be thinking 38 fish at £2.5. They've got a monster weight, averaging £2.5. But I should imagine the reality of this is the average isn't £0.5.
No, not even that.
So, not from what they've caught this morning anyway. So,
For any of you guys that didn't know, East Bilney is owned by Lee Carver. He took full advantage of his home draw and bought Zac here. Zac is also another local lad as well.
he's no stranger to winning matches here, is he?
No,
So,
not at all. He's framed a lot, Zac has. Lee does run some good matches. He has plenty of attendances, 2 or 3 opens a week. He runs 2 big money finals a year. The next one's in September. 2-day final, £1,500 to the winner. All you've got to do is just simply win one of the open matches to qualify. Even if you don't win and you come second or third, you know, if the other guys who have won have automatically qualified, you will qualify. It has been known previously, guys that have come 5th, 6th, 7th will qualify into that final, so it's always worth having a go and attending. It was a good final here. Gives people some space, plenty of fish to be caught, and some good money to be won as well.
yeah, there was some. Remember seeing the posts around the final in March as the anglers that were here, and yeah, it was like a great event.
It was a good event. In the March one, he had it on total weight, which I'm not sure if we'll do September again or not, but with it being a total weight 2-day final, even if you have a bad first day, you can recoup it on the second day by a good weight. And he's just had another fish there. Zac's just still patiently just picking a few pellets out, just trying to entice some fish just to feed a bit in his swim.
It's worth sitting out for one of them bigger fish, isn't it? Because like we've said early on, if you get an 8-pounder, that's literally wiped out 2 hours work on some of these smaller fish.
Yeah, one good fish, it puts
Yeah.
you right back in the race again. It's never over. You know, Bridges is the bigger one out of the 2 match like he's got here, but there's some big fish in here as well. You can see the odd one lurking around on the surface today with it being so hot. Unfortunately for the guys.
There's not many fish visible on the top though. So.
Not who's. You see the odd one.
So these 2 bridges that go across to the islands, do they fish shelter underneath them?
They can do. I mean, one side of the lake is different to the other. It sort of goes up the slow slope, and you can catch fish to the underside or the overhanging reeds. You've got some trees and bushes. And some days, I bet some days you'll catch them when they are just hanging to that far bank side cover. And other times they won't. You know, the guys will sometimes fish a waggler or a tip over, and you'll sometimes just need to be a metre off the bank just to have a good run of fish.
What sort of depth is the average depth of the lake?
Varies a lot. In the high 30s. I've only ever drawn in the 30s and the 40s, unfortunately for me, but it is about 8-9 foot deep there.
It's a fair old depth.
It is a fair old depth. Where Lee and Zac are drawn today, 22 and 24, I've never fished up there, but just looking at the kits they're using, they're not having to use a top 4 kit, it is just their standard long kit. Got another guess the weight in from Ian Jansen's lead to win £78.
It's a big weight at the minute, Lee.
That is a big weight.
Ian, sorry.
Ian, sorry, but yeah, like I say, hopefully the guys will just have a good run of fish later on. We're just over the halfway mark now, and like I say, these 2 guys, it's very hot conditions for them to fish, try and put weight together. Looking down, like nobody's really running away with it. Everyone's just sort of chopping and changing what tactics they're going to do just to keep the fish coming. See, Lee's just dropped in short again now. He did have a spell long. Zac's stuck at his long line for quite a considerable amount of time now. He's just trying to just get some fish to feed.
He had a spell earlier on just where he spent 10-15 minutes just plumbing. Wasn't happy with obviously what he'd found prior to the match starting, and he just felt that it was worthwhile spending that time plumbing round his peg to see what he could find. But it hasn't really paid off at the minute, has it? Like you say, he might just not have availability of those depths that he's looking for. Steve Paul there, just taking a guess of £67.13 for Lee. So we've got some Cresta line to give away today, courtesy of Zac's sponsor, we're going to put a small float package together to go with that, and we've got some Browning clickers, courtesy of Alex Bates at Rookery Waters, who's done us a nice package of them to give away. So all sorted for the Guess the Weight for the next few weeks. Get involved, have as many guesses as you like, but it'll be the last guess that counts. So far we've not had anybody that's guessed it right and then got it wrong afterwards, but always the danger if you can have multiple guesses. You get it right and then change your mind. Got Lee into another one.
Yeah, it looks a bit of a better fish. He's just chased it out again and he's shipped out.
Bigger fish or a foul looked fish.
Yeah.
Either way he wants it in. Playing it low. Big fish here could be a real game changer, couldn't it?
Yeah, that would change anyone the running. Just putting a big fish in it. It does look a lot better fish for him. Really taking his time, just making sure he gets it in.
Nothing worse than losing a good fish at the net, is there?
No, don't talk it up. He'll watch us back and moan at us, but no, he's just taking his time. Like I say, there are some big fish in here. We haven't really seen a glimpse of it yet. Has he got it?
Looks like that's in the net. It wasn't massive. I'm guessing that might not have been quite
no,
right.
it's not as big as what we thought. It could just be on a little bit of steroids maybe, but anyway, nonetheless, that's another one he's managed to put in his net. Lee has just had a bit of a better run really, just on his short line. Zac still sticking it out on his long line.
Fishing Association flags up there are starting to blow. Maybe that wind is working their end of the lake more than we know.
We are quite sheltered where we are here, but yeah, as you say, it does look like there's a bit of a breeze up there. Very slow going for the guys at the minute. Lee did just have a fish, but he's, as I said before, the fish just seem to come in like spells of 2 or 3 fish at a time. I think it's been a bit of a while since Zac has put a fish in the net.
Just hoping that we're going to get that change of fortune as this middle of the match period passes.
Kelvin Barker's decided to change his weight for the leader win with £64. catching another one, although it's very, very small. What we sort of said earlier, a lot Lee's much higher on his fish count, but some of his fish are quite small. From early on when he started, he's just trying to feed those small fish off. Sort of,
So I wouldn't have thought it was much of a concern earlier on, but it's getting more of a concern that Zac's not catching. and Lee's obviously continuing to put them smaller fish away. I say you only got to have one half decent sized fish, and that negates 4 or 5 of them easily. But if anything, I'd say both anglers had a similar stamp of the same size, sort of similar numbers of the same stamp. So I think, yeah, those smaller fish at this stage of the match, they could actually be the ones that make the difference at the end of it. And then Lee with these obviously end peg, open water to his left. They might be the ones that actually see him through to the next round at this rate. We've had nobody really cheering for anybody. If you're a Zac Worby fan, give us a shout. If you're a Lee Carver fan, give us a shout. I always like to watch these matches as a neutral, and I always hope that they're fairly level pegging. I think it makes it much more exciting, especially when you just don't know who's doing it, and especially when you think the leads changing hands. The Alex Reynolds and Jack Gill match that we had at Puddle Dock a few weeks back, as many of you have already watched, will know that I got quite excited at the end of that one. If you haven't seen that one, pop back and watch it. Some of the head-to-heads. That was a great match. We just didn't know who'd won it, and it came down to a single fish in the end, and it could have gone either way. It really could have done. I'm sure this match will finish stronger than it started anyway. It will be interesting to see what the average weight of them fish were when we weigh in. Strange, I always try, when I try and click what I think, what weight I've got. Whereas a lot of people count the fish, don't they? They use the clicker to count their fish.
I think a lot of it depends on venue rules. Like, they'll try and split the fish if they can. The fisheries allow you to split the fish. A lot of the guys at the end of the match will say how many fish you had, and they'll quite simply add. I don't use a clicker, probably I should, but I generally just try and add the weight up my head per net before I move on to the next one. But it has been known. I have fell foul, unfortunately, of that and gone over. The last 2 matches I've gone over and been knocked back. But
I see, what I try and do is count 10 pounds into each net. So if I'm using 3 nets, I go 10 in me left, 10 in me middle, 10 in me right, and then you know roughly where you are then, not only on your nets as well, but you split your fish fairly evenly as well. So and then I'll get to £50 a net, and then I'll put a 4th net in if I have to, rather than start topping up other nets if there aren't net limits. But I always go down that road. But it's just interesting to see, hear people shouting around the lake. Yesterday in my match as well, how many fish have you got? And I'm thinking, well, I don't actually know. No. I don't count how many fish I've got. I've just got, I know I've got so many pound in each net. So
yeah, what Lee does here is he supplies all the keep nets and landing nets at the fishery.
I see the lads taking them off the barra.
I can't remember what his net limits are. It depends. I think a lot of the time he'll say split them unless you're having a good day, or he will put net limits in.
We had a quick chat with him earlier about that. I think he sort of said keep it to 50, but he allows up to 65. But his aim is to keep it at 50.
Yeah. Which is it's a sensible rule at the end of the day.
At this stage, with the sort of size of fish, and unless you got some bigger ones. And most fisheries say that, don't they? That's £50, pretty much, isn't it? So
pretty much, most fish will be £50. They give you a each way percentage to go over. Some will knock you back, or if you go over too much, some will disqualify the net. At the end of the day, fishery owners just put them in place just to preserve their fish stocks, you know, and it is all about fish care at the end of the day.
It's just a weird one when you end up fishing a lake that hasn't got those kind of rules, and then you end up going somewhere that has.
Yeah.
Which is why I still try and count me weight rather than me fish. When I'm fishing a venue where there isn't, where they just say split your fish evenly, so that although I did not very good a job at counting me fish yesterday either. It was about £40 out on me weight at the end. But that was £10 in each net, not £40 on the net.
Oh. So it's been a long while since Zac's put a fish in the net. Been a good 20 odd minutes.
Lester just saying there that the technology to come, one day there will be clickers on the keep net tops.
Oh, so
They'll scan the fish and weigh, given a net total as the match progresses. They actually do sell a landing net
yeah.
that has scales built in.
Sort of weighs your fish as you put it in.
So
yeah.
you do sort of, if the fish don't rattle around too much, you're weighing them as you're netting them, isn't there? I don't think it's really took on.
I've never seen one on the bank myself, but
No.
I do remember. I think Tom Scully sort of advertising for the gentleman.
Yeah, I think he did actually. Yeah.
If anyone can remember the name, just drop it
in.
into the comments. But there is someone out there that did invent. It was a lander net or something to go in the lander net head attachment just to weigh the fish.
It was an old school salter sculls,
skull,
where they were sprung loaded ones. So so as you're dropping the fish down, you can actually see a rough weight. But obviously, we all know if they're bouncing around, they're going to be all over the show. But well, this is the other reason also why Steve wants. With this F30 event, Steve wants to count the fish in, whereas I'm still firmly weighing. I think we should weigh it, but we'll see how it pans out. He's probably right. I'm normally wrong, but yeah, so by counting the fish, we don't actually need to put them in keep nets because we're just going to return them, and obviously then release that fish to be able to be caught again.
Yeah.
So potentially make it more interesting anyway, because you're not keeping thousands of pounds of fish all the way around the lake in.
How many times you catch the same fish again?
Yeah. So, but that can make it more interesting, and he's right in what he's saying as well. So look forward to seeing how that pans out next Sunday and how that's received. So it's fine when you've got a venue whereby the stock are all pretty much the same size, which is what I think we found in Jansen's. I think a lot of the fish are sort of £1.5, which is why we're going to be able to count the fish rather than weigh them. But I just don't know how that works when you get somebody catch a 10-pounder down the edge and it counts as one. But that's not the idea of that particular event. I guess it's going to lend itself to shallow fishing, speed fishing. Like Steve said, it's only going to be 30-minute matches. So Lester back. I thought Lester had his radio show at 1. I thought he was live, Lester, at 1 o'clock. Maybe I got the times wrong.
Another fish fillet.
Zac's really struggling. I know that some of these fish aren't very big for Lee,
But he is just still just putting fish in the net.
Did he get that one or not?
Yeah,
Did he lose it?
He
Did
got
he?
it, yeah.
Didn't see it go in the net. That is the difference though, isn't it? He is still catching. How are you seeing it at home? Let us know. You're gonna. I think that there needs to be a change in order for Zac to make a real dent on this.
Barker's just said, was it right tackle that brought out the nets that weighed the fish? I can't remember who it was, but there was a guy, I think as you say, there was a guy that invented, Tom Scully promoted him, but I've never seen one on the bank, whether any of you guys have, but a lot of the guys now do just use clickers, and a lot of guys still fall foul of going over on the weights. So Lee's now just gone back out long again. If Zac's had a change around, he's come shipped in and out a few times, whether he's tried a few different rigs on his long line or just a different swim, but he had a bit of a change around again, just trying to induce some feed, induce some fish, tapping a bit of feed in there. And as we say, Lee's just gone back out to his long line again.
I think they were called New Right.
Ah, okay, the new right landing net scale.
Yeah.
Or right way, R-I-T-E way.
Oh right, yeah, new
Yeah.
right way, right way, yeah, the new
Right.
right way landing net scales. There we go. Cool. Has Lester been back on? He's done his update at 1 o'clock. Do the same and the weigh in after 4 p.m. Lovely job, sir. As we said earlier, don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. It's free, it will remain free. The idea of building this channel up is obviously to promote the sport, is to give some of our competitors extra value for money, and we want to see more head-to-head matches like this. We want to see this whole thing made bigger, and along the way we'll promote the Super Cup for the Fishing Association. Looking forward to the finals this year. Semi-final at McMarston Fields for that golden opportunity to become the wildcard entrance into the final. And the final again this year at Woodlands Thirsk. And we'll be there next weekend to cover the product launch for Nitro. If you want to come along, there's going to be free food by the sounds of it, barbecue. And if you just want to see what they're all about, you can see the coverage that we do for that live on our channel. So if you haven't also already heard, Lester Jones does the Feel Good Fishing Show on the Feel Good station every Saturday night, which is an hour just talking about fishing, covering everything from the very basics onwards. I believe this is going to be a long running series, so we're going to have guests on the show as well as we move forwards. And that's a collaboration between Steve and the Fishing Association and Lester at the Feel Good radio station. If you can't listen live, you can go back. Lester's been posting links on our Facebook page, I think, and as I have been, I've been going back and listening to those. If you can't listen live, that was a good listen. First two. They go out live every Saturday between 7 and 8 o'clock. I believe next weekend he said. Who was the guest?
Steve said earlier, didn't he?
Shimano back. Nick Speed. Yes. Nick Speed next weekend. But it's not all about the anglers. We'll be talking to fishery owners. Just anybody with any interest in getting involved in the sport from all levels. Lester's got amongst the radio show, he does his jargon buster. So if you're not listening, if you're not understanding the jargon used in match fishing, then he breaks it down and tells you what each item means. It's like 30,000 people have tuned into that radio show.
Has Nick ever entered the competition?
I don't know that Nick Speed has entered this actually. Steve's done a wander. He's gone down to see Lee, and I'm sure he would answer if he was here. There's not many anglers that haven't, in all fairness. I suppose depends on the other commitments you've got throughout the year, doesn't it?
Can't always do everything. Obviously, these top line anglers, their calendars gets very busy. You know, they book up, make their fishing year up from January, look at the festivals and tournaments and qualifiers and try and tie it all in. You can't always fit it in, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, and like we said, one year you might want to be targeting natural venues, and the next year you might want to be targeting the commercial venues. So, but that's important as well. Changing it up, keeping your fishing interesting. And I've met a few people recently actually that you know, that's got to them. They're not enjoying their fishing as much as they used to.
Just taking a bit of a step back for a little time and just not saying they lose the love out of it, but it does take its toll.
I think sometimes when you are, like you say, when you are chasing them big money qualifiers all the time, or you're entering those larger competitions, or even some of the festivals, even if you're fishing a tough venue, you know, it can affect you, can't it? So
you know, these guys that
got to keep it fresh.
They have these guys that chase these qualifiers week in, week out. It's a long way to drive sometimes to get a really bad draw.
It's a big commitment. It's not just through effort and time, but financially as well sometimes. You know, I mean, like I say, we were talking to I was talking to Zac on the phone about his commitment to doing the qualifiers last year, and the sums of money he's telling me he spent were just phenomenal. Not the sorts of sums of money that you'd have lying around spare, I can assure you. But then he's made 2 of them finals, you know, 2 of the big 4 finals last year.
And you do get what you put in. You know, Zac covered a lot of miles last year, not just time doing that, all his prep and everything else. You do get out what you put into it. As you say, last year he qualified for 2 finals.
Yeah, it's easy to see how people could burn out though, and fall out of love of it a little bit. I need a bug zapper.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We keep getting bitten by horseflies.
I think it's just one horsefly. It's just
Keep trying
feeding, so I can't get it.
Keep trying to get this thing, but I've got it. Nature at its finest, eating me and Mike alive.
What can Zac do, if anything, to bring this back? The numbers are stacking up against him, even if the size of the fish isn't. I know anything could happen. He could literally go in the last 30 minutes, catch 3 8-pounders and win the match.
He has been, just in the last few times he's shipped out, he has been just starting to hand throw feed to his short line. I haven't seen him drop on it yet. I think he did once earlier, but whether he's just being patient, just keep topping that line up.
Not a lot gets past you, does it? I'm staring at the same screen and I never noticed that.
I mean, I've done it I haven't fished this lake many times this year, but last year on Carver's Lake it was, you know, just feed that short line that last hour, you can get a real good run of better sized fish. I'm sure Bridges isn't much far different. You know, some of the guys on the lake today have using the tip rod, chucking it over. Lee and Zac haven't. You know, I think they're both fairly confident in what they want to do. You got to fish to your strengths. You know, Lee started shallow, Zac started on the bottom, and Lee has just sort of been keeping that little bit in front. I think Zac might be into a fish. Lee's just sort of kept that little bit in front all the way through at the minute. But yeah, we'll see him. I think we're all just hoping for a good last hour really, so I can both put some good fish in the net.
You know that things must be comfortable up that end of the lake because Steve ain't come back. So, is this a better fish for Zac? He took his time with it. Needs to start catching, even if they're only the smaller ones. Did you get it?
I got it.
Yay! The horsefly's dead. I think he must be behind. I don't even know what weights they've got. I really don't. But he's got to be behind. So again, doesn't look massive, does it? Maybe he's, again, we had just watched Lee, well, a little while ago, Lee just popped one in the net. Played it quite a while, something, you know, he obviously didn't want to lose it, but it just makes you think, was it hooked properly? I don't know. Better in the net though than out. Damn wild there. Just said that Mikey Williams and John Harvey was mentioned earlier. I believe it's happening as we speak on White Springs. Yeah, I'm looking forward to reading that right up. It's a shame we couldn't get to their match also. I was half hoping that would happen towards the end of the month, after next weekend's coverage of the Nitro product launch and the F30 at Jansen's. But we'll try and get somewhere on that last weekend before the next draw. Bradley Brown's just saying Zac's unbelievably good towards the end of the match. My money's on him winning it in the last hour. Well, I know Zac's an incredible angler. I do get the pleasure of his company where I fish. And he's always there or thereabouts, catching some stupid weights sometimes. More than competent. Like Eddie was saying though, he's just prepared to do that extra travelling, isn't he? He's prepared to go the extra mile, isn't he?
Yeah.
Travelling over an hour to some of these venues just for an open, not even for some of the qualifiers. It's
I say he fishes rookie waters a lot, which obviously where you go, Mike, and that's a fair trek from here, you know, and take my hat off to him. He's prepared to put the miles and the time and the effort in to go there, and he has got a very good record there as well, hasn't he? He frames a lot of the matches.
Oh yeah, he knows what he's doing. Definitely. And the style of fishing as well. Well, any style of fishing with Zac, to be honest. Like I said, I want to get a feature together whereby we pick his brains, because listening to him, honestly, it's just listening to how he talks. It's really in depth actually. His trail of thought, his thinking, even down to the details as to how he's fishing his matches. He's into another fish. He's now starting to catch, isn't he? Is he going to launch a comeback, as it were? I say the fishing's been slow, but at least had 47 fish that we've counted, because we must have missed a couple with everything going on. What have we got? We've got
Taking his time.
still got 2.5 hours to go. It's still a long way to go, really. He's definitely making sure these fish are going in the net, isn't he? They're playing them very carefully, aren't they?
Very cautiously.
Don't want to lose some of these, even though they're only 1.5 pounds maybe. You don't want to lose them because they're game changers. When you've caught 6 or 7 fish that are 4 ounces, like you say, a 1.5 pound fish, 2 pound fish, or an 8 pound fish just negates all that work so quickly. Maybe a lot of them fish are bigger than we thought. Maybe Eddie was right at the start.
He's really taking his time at that. Just want to make sure he gets it in.
Just keeping an eye on Lee as well. Nothing happening there. Say the amount of time he's spending, you think, oh, that's going to be a monster.
Could be foul hooked.
And that could be they could be just off bottom, and they could be foul hooking them, which is why they're taking. But normally when they're foul hooking, we keep your tip low, don't you, and play it.
Yeah, normally keep your tip low, but I don't think it is foul hooked. I think
He's just making sure,
taking
isn't
his
he?
time he's got it in the net.
Yeah, so it's not a monstrous fish.
That's better than stamp I think they've been having anyway.
Well, what sort of gear do you use here? Are you using light elastics? Are you using light gear? I suppose you don't want to bump them off, do you?
No, I mean obviously when the fish were introduced last year, you know, they're fresh farm fish. Their mouths were really soft, so you wouldn't use heavy gear anyway, but you'd have to go steady on them just because their mouths were so soft. The hooks would pull out all the while, so you know, it's just having the correct balance setup really. You know, it'd be white hydro probably with an 017 main line, 013 maybe 015 bottom hook length. May even be lighter winter time. I know a lot of the guys went down to 015 main, sometimes even 013 main, but that is winter time. But you know, I think both Lee and Zac are just using sensible setups. I reckon that'd be an 016, 017 main with an 013 or 15 bottom. Probably step it up to an 015 bottom just in case they hook one of those bigger fish and it decides to run. But yeah, Lee's just had another fish. Zac's had a couple in the last sort of few minutes, so we are over the halfway mark now, so hopefully things will just start picking up for the guys just a bit better.
Yeah, Zac went quite a while there without a fish, didn't he? So he just got 2 similar stamp fish, hadn't he?
He went a long while, but hopefully he can keep plugging away. As one of the comments said from Bradley Brown, he's very good towards the end of the match. So yeah, we'll hopefully see that come to fruition, see what he can put in the net. At the minute, Lee has got a big lead on fish count, but at the start of it, a lot of them fish were very small, but we'll see.
I think we've only ever had one match whereby the fish stamp of fish outweighed the number. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think we've only had one head-to-head whereby
They had less of a fish count, but it weighed more.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or the other one I can recall is Max Owen and Tom Edwards, where they had the same number of fish but nearly £30 difference.
Really?
Yeah, they both caught 28 fish on Jay at Rookery, but there was nearly £28 difference in the weigh. So, but we could see that was obvious on the day. To be honest, they always got that little seed of doubt, but yeah, normally sort of things under a pound we say 2 for 1, just to keep the fish count similar. If they're catching like pound and a half skimmers or something, we normally say 2 fish equals 1 on the count. but don't know what that's happened there. So, but yeah, here that should still be live. It's just saying that we won't see the comments on the encoder. If I just get rid of that, that should stop. So, but we can still see comments on the phones.
Yeah. Zac's hooked into another fish.
He's stood up on that one, hasn't he?
Stood up.
Lee's putting another one in the net. I think he just put another one in the net, didn't he? Yeah. I think Zac's lost that one, hasn't he?
Yeah, let it come off.
Might just be off bottom. But that's a good sign still, because he wasn't foul looking anything before.
No, he wasn't.
If they're going to make their way into his swim, I'm sure he'll figure out how to catch them. That fascinates me when you watch technically minded anglers like that. Whereby they're not just like me, sticking it out to try and catch the fish. They're trying to work it out as to how to catch the fish. I'm stubborn in my approach. I just keep going until
Stubborn
I get...
or lazy?
No, well, yesterday I got frustrated, as I spoke to you earlier about. It was working. Why isn't it working now? And you just got to realise what you got to do to figure it out, haven't you?
Reading those conditions the quickest.
I think experience is the key there, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's, you know, someone new to match angling like myself, I'll say new, 3 years now, not got the same experience as somebody that's been fishing for 20 years, say. So we'll have to get the comments from the phone now, because I don't know why the encoder's just logged out. I can't log back in until we start a new live stream, and I'm not going to stop the live stream. You can get your guess the weight in for the guess the weight competition. We've got some spools of Cresta line, courtesy of Zac's sponsor, Cresta. We've got maybe some floats. Well, we have got some little float package we're going to put together to go with that, and we've still got the clickers up for grabs as well. So Browning clickers this week, courtesy of Alex Bates at Rookery Waters, has supplied them. Another fish in the net for Lee. Got to be feeling confident. I don't think he can see Zac to the right. He's got that
Little tree.
he's got that stump with some growth either side of it, hasn't he? So
just in his eye line, so he can't see what Zac's doing, but Zac can.
I should imagine Zac's concerned if he looks to his left and sees Lee's pole shipping in and shipping out with fish on. Definitely. Keep your guess the weights coming in. Don't forget to click on the subscribe button to the channel. We keep growing, which is great. Like I say, we want to beat the YouTube algorithm though, and we want to get out to more and more people. We want to grow this as to be the biggest thing that we can possibly be. Have we got any comments, Eddie?
No new ones.
Eddie Howman joining us today as a guest commentator. A little bit of local knowledge, always appreciated. Having fished the venue before. How's the end of this match going to pan out?
We've just seen through the day, it's just been little pockets of fish. You know, Lee's understandably sort of hooked more pockets of fish. He's into a fish now, I think, but Zac had two, we say good fish, obviously a bit bigger than the better stamp to the 4 to 6 ounce fish we've been sort of seeing caught down the lake, but leads into another one. Zac sort of changes tactics. He's not catapulting pellets anymore. He is just filling up his little pole pot and just tapping a few in. Whether he's just trying to keep his presentation of feed just that bit tighter. Maybe just not trying to make as much noise, so not come up in the water, because he did foul hook the last fish and lost it. So whether he's just trying to keep things quiet.
Well, feed obviously isn't attracting them down, is it? So
No.
it's just like you say earlier, like we said earlier, the conditions of the day are well, everyone's struggling. It's just a hard old day. There must be a public footpath up that end.
I don't know. I mean, he always does get a lot of people walk around here. He always gets a lot of visitors as well. But it's just where the camera is on Lee, we get a lot of foot traffic at the moment, just sort of walking past it.
They're not anglers walking round, are they?
Is there a prize for guess where Steve's gone? Well, he went and saw the other cameraman. I think he just went to have a bit of look, see how the rest of the lake's getting on.
I reckon they're getting the breeze that end. That's what I think. If he's comfortable, he's happy. I think they're enjoying the breeze that end of the lake under the tree.
He's taking his time with this fish. I'm presuming it might just be a bit of a better stamp. Oh, and he's lost it. Hook's pulled out on it. He is a little bit annoyed, as I would be as well, which is unfortunate.
Horrible biscuits.
Can you grab me one?
What?
Grab me one.
You got one?
Yeah.
Horrible biscuits.
So Lee unfortunately lost his last fish. I don't know if it's tying a new rig or a new hook length, but I think it was a better stamp than what he's had. Unfortunately lost it, but he is still leading on the fish count, 51 fish to Zac's 21 fish. Had a lot of fish smaller early on when he was fishing shallow for a start, but
only get halfway here and the Von Trapp family walks past the camera.
You got a breeze up there?
Yeah, a little bit.
And a bit of shade as well. When you get up on the hill there's quite a bit of breeze, but
Look, there's some fish there, look.
see, I told you we should always bring a top kit.
Look, male's gobbing up the top. Solid.
Well,
Get the kit out.
I'm hoping this
we're going to
water's
have
cold.
we're going to have a top kit challenge, aren't we? We're going to have a fishing association top kit
Well,
challenge.
we ought to have one at Jansen's next week at some stage.
Are we going to have a go? Are we?
Yeah.
Oh, I better start prep.
No, you've got to use the kit we've got.
What's that? 2 BBs and a.
Yeah, I don't know what shotting pattern Steve was talking about.
Couple of BBs on the jigger.
Just a couple of BBs and a hook length.
Yeah. Don't even worry about the float.
I wasn't.
Zac just plumbed up to his right.
Yeah, and is he still catching now?
Well, he's had 2 and he lost one.
Fell up
Yeah.
one, didn't he?
He fell look one. The one he stood up on. Yeah, fell look. But he just started that new line, brand new line to his right.
And that's what he started catching them, was it?
Yeah.
We can't see from here, can we?
No. Yeah. So
So he plumbed up a new line and he hasn't catapulted. He's just fed it.
toss pot. Yeah.
I see. Rotation then maybe.
Yeah.
Rotation
brand
is
new swim.
rotation is the name of the game potentially.
And like you say, he's fishing long to his right.
Up on the bridge reckons he might have £40.
Who?
Matty Wiles just had one about £7, he reckons.
Did
Other side of the bridge.
Oh right, so Matt Wiles fishing the other side of the bridge next to Zac actually.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's had a big fish.
Got a bit of a gap
He's
though,
fishing
isn't
up to an
he, Zac?
aerator as well, isn't he?
He's got about 3 empty pegs, and that's about the only thing. You look at his peg, and to be honest with you, it is the last one you'd have picked along here.
he's like
Well,
about
he's
200 metres to the island, isn't he?
Well, yeah, he's sitting 10 metres further back than Lee, isn't he?
Yeah.
Can Lee see Zac?
Not really, there's a tree stumping as well.
Yeah, but we didn't know if we could see round it.
Well, we might just be able to. They have spoken to each other, so.
Steve Paul just saying, nobody. Oh, bless him. Lost his fish. Nobody likes to see that.
Who just lost one?
Lee just lost one, didn't he? Yeah.
He likes to see that. I love it. When you're next to somebody, the last thing you want to see is anybody around you catching, really, isn't it? Unless it's one of them really tough days when there's no bite somewhere and they're gradually working. Back in the day, we used to go to Raveley Drain. You used to go there and you catch nothing all day, and then I can remember Pete Jays walking along the bank. They're at peg 38 now, and they literally used to sweep up Raveley Drain. It'd be 1 minute no bites whatsoever.
No. Maybe it should be. Just hang on to it. For a minute.
worried about the cameras.
Yeah, that was a bit of a breeze, wasn't it?
We've picked any of them down.
Oh, that was a bit of a whoosh from nowhere. We suddenly,
Someone's just gone by on a bike now. I know I should have stayed there.
Is the camera on the path?
No.
Where is it then?
Well, it's partial on the path, but it's very wide, and it's sort of behind a tree as well. Not behind a tree, but next to a tree. So you'd have to smash the tree to. But if someone's standing there, you know that no one's going to kick it or anything, don't you?
Another better stamped fish for Zac there. If he starts putting some of these
he
better
has done.
stamped
Yeah,
fish
no,
in-
If
yeah.
that's three
We see
big
him catch one
ones-
about £2, didn't we? We reckon it was getting on that way.
What's the fish?
Or did we say
count now?
pound?
You'd see them. Lee's fish, some of them are 2 ounce fish, aren't they? A lot of them are
2, 3
ounce
ounce
fish.
fish.
Is that what you see? Because you're up there,
We
obviously,
can
you
see-
can see them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with naked eye, yeah.
Yeah, well, we did say the fish count's really got very little to do with it today because, like you say, we're counting everything, unfortunately, today because we've got no choice.
I would think them last 3 fish that Zac has just caught are bigger than anything that Lee has caught so far.
Oh, well, that's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons
you
on the
go.
guess the weight competition,
There
isn't
you
it?
go. There's some inside information for you.
You're just trying to mislead people, so you win. That's how I'm seeing it now, really. I know you too well.
Well, I'm only misleading you two then.
Well,
Well, and the entire audience listening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I only want to beat you two, which is easy.
yes, this is very true. They look like beer crates that are supporting the bids. They're obviously not, are they?
No, then
Oh,
you
so you
put,
fill them up for
yeah, with
banking
medium and stuff,
stuff
like
that,
gravel.
Yeah, but yeah, them
Yeah, they use them for runoff, don't they? Rainwater runoff.
Similar, yeah. Yeah, but keep your eye on Zac because if he keeps putting fish in the net that size, it will change really quick.
All of a sudden, the wind is picking up.
Yeah,
We're
don't
starting
know
to get a
where
ripple on the lake.
that's- don't know where that's come from. Yeah.
Can you have a look on the Fishery app and see if there's an up-to-date weather forecast?
Well, we could just look at our app for the weather forecast,
I
couldn't we?
was just bigging their app.
Oh, you're big in the Fishery website up, you mean? Yeah.
I've never seen one with a weather app before.
That's handy, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's matches this weekend, and this is the weather. Oh, yeah. And you book on as well, can't you, through the Fishery? It's a good Fishery website. Well, it's the best one I've seen.
It's a cracker.
What for here?
Yeah, the ability to be able to go and look at the swim that you've picked with no water in it. The app itself.
That'd suit you, wouldn't it, with no water in it? Make it level playing field.
Yeah.
Hey, you get a tie.
I just thought it was a great idea.
It was, no. And trying to big up the website, like you say, it's
That's just extra thought, isn't it? He's clearly
Well, yeah.
clearly spent some money in doing it. So
like you say, check the weather on the day you're going fishing. Have a look what your swim might look like. I suppose you can still do it when after you've drawn as well, can't you? Because you never know where you're going to fish.
that's
night
the point,
before
isn't it?
or whatever,
Yeah. Well, having had Sean back in the swim to tell us that we don't know anything, I've absolutely no idea what the weight could possibly be. So can't mislead anybody because we don't know. But he's saying that a lot of the fish that Lee's been catching have been ounces. rather than pounds. So yeah, the numbers are clearly in Lee's favour, but it'd be interesting to see at the weigh-in. As it always does, comes down to the stamp. Interesting to see whether. Do you think a lot of Zac's have been similar stamp, like where he's had a lot of smaller fish as well, or do you think he's had more of the pound stamp?
It's hard to tell because you can't see him as well because he's further away from where I was standing.
He's not telling you.
No, I'd like to say that, like you say, he's only had 22 fish. Well,
It's hard to think. It's hard to think that he's 29 fish behind, but leading.
not at the minute. He's not.
Doesn't make sense in my brain.
No,
Do you know what I mean?
He's definitely not at the minute. But if you think, how many 2-ounce fish are there to one of Zac's 2.5 pound fish that he's just put in the net?
£3.10. I think it's not.
Oh well,
Is it?
that's royally thrown the spanner in the works,
29
because
fish.
none of us are any good at maths either.
You don't want me to actually work it out, do you?
But
surely?
29 fish at 2 ounces, £3.10, isn't it?
So he's 29 fish behind, and you're saying that equates.
Could be.
So they're level pegging.
Yeah.
Don't know. It's going to be interesting.
To be honest with you, I ain't saying anything, because generally when I open your mouth, a load of rubbish comes out.
If he's caught 29 of them 2-ounce fish, but I bet he's caught 20. But I can't say how many Zac's been
Can't or
catching.
won't.
Can't.
You know what you were saying about snowflakes?
I
Now,
can't- I
now
can't
nobody
see
will,
him as
no,
well.
nobody will make a prediction because they're too
Yes,
afraid of
it's
being
snowflake
too,
time.
yeah too.
I can't,
Too afraid of melting.
can't see him as well.
Well, we've nailed Eddie, haven't we?
The
Like,
tree
you know what I mean?
stump in the way.
Eddie's cleared off. We took the mix so much, he's done a runner, mate. We'll walk up there later, pick up the cameras. He'll be hanging from one of them trees. He'll be going,
Snowflake
"No."
Hellman.
Yeah, not another member of staff committing
The good thing
suicide.
about standing up there is I watch you live as well, so I can hear everything you're saying.
Is the audio okay?
It's a lot better now you've got the mic close. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Yeah,
Can you hear Steve all right?
just about. Yeah.
Oh, then it's no.
That's
That's not.
Just about.
Perhaps you can get a special filter that only filters out certain. I'm sure you can, can't you? Some
big-
sort of
how big was
artificial
that fish?
intelligence.
We wouldn't need artificial intelligence to replace you, would we?
Did you see
No,
how big
you
fish?
wouldn't
how
need
big
any
that
intelligence
last fish
whatsoever.
that caught was? Mike.
No, I didn't see how big it was. Just watching Lee now playing a fish as well. So. Yeah, what's that? Half a pound, maybe.
Well, at least he's catching a few now.
So in years to come, this place is going to be monster, isn't it? Isn't it? It's
I
just
would
going
have
to be
thought so,
mega, isn't it? When it even next year, it's just going to be monster. It'll be interesting to see. We'll return next year and see how the fish have grown on.
Do you know what these smaller fish are? Whether they're carp or whether they're small F1s or what are they?
Well,
I'm seeing
the
a little fat car.
Well, the water quality's
Really?
got to be great because he said a lot of the fresh stock that he put in last year, they spawned, which is why he's got a lot of these sort of 2-inch fish. And like I say, at other venues where we've witnessed that, it's only taken them a year and you don't
Yeah.
see them again. They plague you 1 year and then you don't see them afterwards, so they soon grow on.
So you think they're mirror or common,
Or full foul of predation, maybe.
Steve? You reckon they're mirrors or commons?
I'll give you a snowflake, Howman.
Well, I can't see that close. They could be.
There you
They
go.
just
Are
look the shape.
Are they male fish, Steve, or are they female fish?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah.
No, I'm just wondering how much they put on in weight in a year.
Yeah, why are you looking at me then?
I thought you might know.
Oh, right.
Well, I can assure you, having put carp in my pond, if you feed them with 8mm koi pellets,
Ain't we?
they grow about £4 a year.
Are they the pre-drilled ones? How much in a year?
Well, I put fish in my pond that are about 1.5 inches long, and the bigger ones are about £6.
Well, how many years?
18 months.
No.
I'm
really?
not. Yeah, I didn't have a pond 18 months ago. I can assure you. Yeah, feed them with 8mm koi pellets. Although I do have an issue with one that floats.
What, pellet or a fish?
Fish.
Yeah, I bet. I wonder why.
Well, she's slurping at the surface because when I take her out and stop feeding her, she sinks again.
Just slurping too much. Yeah, greedy cow.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, no word of a lie. I took was it 8 or 10 carp from a friend's pond, and they were all spawned from the previous year. They were about 1 inch to 1.5 inches long, apart from one, which was a little bit bigger. And they're now between 4 and 6 pound in my pond. Yeah.
Well, that gives you some idea what's possible, doesn't
Well,
it?
like you say, you come back here in 2 years and all these little fish will be £4 fish.
Is your pond ideal? Do you know what I mean? Is it extremely well oxygenated? And
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
And I suppose heated, is it? Maybe
There's an
for the
oxygen
winter?
ring in my filter, and there's an oxygen pump in the pond as well. So yeah.
Do you heat it up during the winter as well?
No, but I'm thinking about it
Yeah, that works.
because they grow a silly size, don't they? Heated ponds, don't
Oh,
they?
yeah, I had some nice goldfish in my barrel in the garden once. They come from the fair, give you some idea. And they were doing really well. They were,
When was this? 20 years ago?
yeah, they were 12 ounce anyway. Like, you know what I mean? It was only like water. What happened? Something.
They're not allowed to do that anymore, are they? Sell live animals.
I don't
What?
know.
What, the fair?
Yeah.
Well, they don't sell them; they give them away, don't they?
Yeah.
They're prizes.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, Stan Dow says, just this once, I'm going to agree that weights are very close. Ah, see, so I might talk sense sometimes.
Yeah. I'll talk
See?
to my
Somebody's
son
a-
the other day.
It just took you a long while to get there.
Someone's
the
agreeing
festival.
with me. That doesn't feel right either, does it? That's like, normally someone argues with me.
No, well, I told a load of them when you wait. I said, don't waste your time. Just
Is that don't argue with idiots?
yeah.
Just agree
They'll
with
only
him.
just drag you down to their level. Like. Says the man that's arguing with an Australian on the phone as we speak about
Yeah.
cricket.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to mention the C word.
See, yeah. What Australian? Don't do
Australian cricket.
it. Yeah, don't do it. No. I tell you.
Well, there's been no shortage of fish caught. Definitely.
No, the numbers are right.
But, yeah, how big are they? That's the thing.
Sun's gone in. That's a bit cooler. That's pleasant.
I don't think that.
But the cloud cover could change things here. That won't hurt, will it? So,
No,
low.
it's not an
I
ideal
was going to
day.
say that line of Zac's dried up. Is he going to put a big pot in, do you reckon? That'll be hard work at 16 metres.
Well, you talk to Martin Freeman. He fishes 18 metres here.
Does he? Must be rock hard. That's a G90 as well. I bet Martin Freeman doesn't use one of them.
I don't know
No,
what he
he's
uses.
just got an air of the X45, hasn't it?
When it felt a bit, so you had to swim in and get it.
Yeah, so would I at that price.
Oh no, what's going on?
Always going.
20 up my head.
The camera's just turned back on. How random is that?
Well, it could have cooled down maybe.
Maybe it overheated.
Wow. You got luck. You can do split angle on Lee now. Getting from both sides.
Oh, that's crackers.
Then people can work out which is his good side.
As long as we don't lose Zac Worby. Else you're going to have a busy time going flitting between both anglers with one camera. Don't speed test it.
I love it.
Yeah, but you can't put it under load whilst we're transmitting.
Put
You'll
what
wipe
under
us
load?
out, you idiot.
Put what under load?
If you put the Starlink under load whilst we're using it, what's it going to do? It's going to kick us out, isn't
It
it?
hasn't been doing. I've been doing it all day.
My word.
He's been giving it a right, running it for its.
We got
That'll
more-
be why we got drop frames then, wouldn't it?
We got more internet here than you can poke.
No,
a
it's doing
stick
well,
at, mate.
doing well, the old Starlink.
It's
Can't
brilliant, isn't it?
got nothing to complain about it at the
No,
minute.
no.
We're going to start selling them in the UK, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're going to promote
Hashtag,
Mr. Musk's Starlink. At the minute, everywhere you've took it, it's been awesome, isn't it? It's not even been good. It has been awesome, hasn't
Yeah.
it? Can't deny. If you need a good internet connection, Starlink.
Fair to you. Yeah, it's just consistently there, isn't it? Like, you know,
Yeah.
if you're struggling with something at home and you've got no options and all that, yeah, no, it's well recommended. This is quite expensive on a monthly basis, but this is not
It's
for
less,
home
like you say that, it's less than Virgin Media or something
yeah,
like that.
for somebody who hasn't got the choice, you know, any other options. And I'm guessing it'd be cheaper if you got yourself a fixed IP address one for home. It'd be less. This is so I can go anywhere in the country with it, and of course there's no contract. So when we're finished with it in the summer, we can just stop paying monthly and start it up again as and when we like. So yeah.
Good option for people who live on a boat or a caravan, because at the minute they're tied into, I suppose, all they can get is sort of Sky, I suppose, isn't it, with a dish on it.
Well, they can get cellular network coverage, and again, but that's sort of random on a boat. It depends where they are, doesn't it? There's areas that are got cellular coverage that are very poor. The thing about Starlink is it comes from the sky, and listen, it's been consistent. I've took it all over the country now, basically, and it does what we need it to do. So
That's
happy days.
I suppose looking at it, as long as that antenna's outside, we should get a signal.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, there's quite a few trees around. It's not ideal today, is it? It's I would imagine there's a bit of line, but that picks up better and better the longer it's there. Listen, it's knocking out plenty of upload, which is our main thing. It's knocks out good download as well. It's more than enough for household use anyway.
Andrew just saying you can fish 18 metres when you're the size of mine. Mr. Freeman has been on a diet, I can tell you that, Andrew.
Yeah, right.
He's been very good. Kelvin Barker, East Bilney Ghost playing with the cameras. Yeah, well, I don't know how our camera's turned itself off, but all of a sudden it's come back on again, 2 hours after it turned itself off.
Yeah,
When you say Martin's gone on a diet, do you mean like he no longer goes around Decoy Lakes picking up pepperami that he finds on the floor and eating it? Is that what you're saying?
You're not painting a very good picture of Mr. Freeman, are you?
No, I've been out with him on a few occasions. I've been Chinese with all this, that, and the other, and he's a monster. He's a monster. Do you know what I mean?
Bless him, he's lovely.
He is nice.
One of the loveliest guys you'll meet in Mount Chancellor.
I'd be well aware of him being on the sea.
Your lunchbox doesn't stay full long enough for anyone to steal it.
Yeah, that's right.
The ploughman's at
Come in-
11 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, coming from the person that brought a ploughman's lunch and ate it 30 minutes after he had breakfast. Is he going to be, I'm going to be healthy, lads, and I'm not going to have a breakfast. Oh, all right, I will have a breakfast, and I'll follow it up with a...
Because I was ploughing missus.
and I'm going to follow it up with a ploughman's. Oh, dear.
Oh dear.
We'll have to get Martin Freeman as a guest commentator. I know he doesn't like being on camera. Maybe he'll get on the old microphone. I don't know.
He'd love it. I didn't used to like the thought of it. Was yeah, it shocked me. I did, but you get used to it, don't you? After a while, what's it matter? Yeah, by the day, sure.
As long as you don't listen back.
I don't listen back. I hate it. Lester wants me to listen to the radio show. I'm not that keen on listening to myself. You wouldn't have thought so, would you?
It doesn't bother me listening back. I'm just surprised that anybody wants to listen to this nonsense to begin with.
I think Zac's gone back onto his original line, hasn't he? He looks like he's sitting more of a straighter angle.
Be interesting. He has changed angles. Yeah, what he's fishing. Be interesting to see whether actually starting to rotate them lines makes the difference and starts producing the fish for him. Let's say he's just plumbed up, potted it, had 2 fish off of it, and then nothing again, isn't he? So he's just gone back to his existing line. It'd be interesting to see.
Lee can virtually reach the island with 16 metres, and he had a little go at shallow fishing, didn't he, Steve? But he caught 3 of them 2-ounce fish.
Oh, what, tight to the island?
Yeah.
No,
Fishing shallow.
just lost bump one.
Well, maybe that's the difference. The bigger stamper closer to Zac, but Lee's obviously catching more of the smaller stamp. We'll find out shortly.
Well,
Less than 2 hours to go.
you know, once I put my guess in.
Well, the old first impressions of this place are pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It is a lovely venue. If you've not ventured down to
I
East Bilney,
suppose the only downside, if you can call it a downside, is some anglers don't like it if they can't drive behind their pegs.
yes, that is one thing. You will need a barrow. But well, they're saying that. Is there not a car park up the other end?
Is there a car park halfway along here, Steve?
I didn't know if there was one closer to Carver's. He's not listening.
Past the car park halfway.
Not sure.
Oh, Andrew's come up with a good reason. So you ate your ploughman's because you didn't want it to go off in the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was in the fridge.
It was in a fridge. He's bought a fridge, Andrew. We do have a fridge behind us right now. So guess the weight's coming in. Adrian Wilson. guess the weight of your ploughman's.
Yeah.
Adrian Wilson says Lee to win with £96. They're a small stamp of fish, Lee. This,
£96, he'll be here till week of Wednesday.
yeah, I wouldn't have said that they're averaging £0.5, but then we've been wrong before. We're a long, long way away from the anglers.
We'll be wrong again. No doubt.
Pulling too hard with them guns of his. Steve Paul regularly having a bit of banter with. Is that Lee's actions? Is it?
So have we got the camera back again? Have we?
Well,
It's
one of
stuck.
them's come back, but
Mad.
yeah, just
Oh,
turned
that's
it.
at the top left there. That's the original one, isn't it?
No, it's this one here that's come back.
Yeah, that.
No, that's
The other way of the other angle of.
it's the other angle of Lee.
Oh yeah.
That's why we switched float cam,
I
isn't it?
wonder what that was, eh?
Don't know. Each week we get
It'd be interesting.
some real weird stuff going off today, right? Because even this battery keeps turning itself off and stops charging the encoder.
But it's full of charge.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Some
and
real
my-
weird
well,
stuff
my
happening
phone,
here today.
My phone overheated up there.
Maybe it is the heat. I don't know.
Turned itself off.
Yeah, the power cable for the encoder wouldn't work at all plugged in. Don't understand that in any way, shape or form. Kelvin just saying no, only one car park, and that's at Bridges, yeah,
Just
close
saying
to the house.
Alex, I know he's foul looked it. I was going to say hit that and he didn't move it. That's Alex there, isn't it? Alex Hayne? Bit of peek.
It's been a hard old day for some of the anglers in front of us.
Bridges are sounding, haven't they?
Yeah. Better than that one at Decoy. Fear for your life going over that beastie, don't you?
Yeah, no, they're fairly solid, that is for sure. Well concreted in, aren't they? Still, you need to with things like that. The subsidence must be terrible in lakes, mustn't it? Flies seem to be everywhere all of a sudden.
Andrew's guessing the weight of your ploughman's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couple of bits of sourdough bread.
There was about a £2 pork pie in this, just so you know.
£2 pork pie.
It was huge. I've never seen a pork pie as big as what Steve just ate after his full English breakfast.
It was a new special from #Potters the Butchers in Stanning.
You're going to rate it?
It was alright, mate. It was a nice bit of pork pie, yeah. And a nice bit of cheese. I went for ordinary. I didn't go
Stevie
for black bottom this time.
Stevie Freeman, I thought you was on holiday. Is it, are you back? Or are you watching abroad?
It's because we're talking about food, Steve.
£59. Who to, though? And he says that Mo Farah eats more than his brother these days.
Really? Is he really going for it? Fair play to him.
£59, who to? Come on, you got to say who's going to win. You can't just say the weight, you have to tell the angler. No, Martin's lost. Yeah, no, Martin, no, he's doing good. Doing good. Can't take the mick out, Martin.
Wouldn't
He's doing good.
recognise him if he gets down to 30 stone, will I?
Andrew Deering, Lee Carver, £79. If you're only just tuning in, the fish stamp is small. So I shouldn't think they've got a pound. I shouldn't think they're averaging a pound at the minute.
No.
You're lucky if they're averaging half a pound.
Yeah, the fish count. The fish count is misleading. Put it that way. Lee's had a lot more fish, but some of them have been very small. We've counted everything because there is obviously a lot of small fish in here, and the fish spawned last year, and we've got last year's sort of 2-inch fish as well. Both anglers have been catching them. Don't let me put you off though. Steve's got to be a mistake, common name in the fishing world, I'm sure of it.
What's that?
I don't know. I think he's deleted it. Steve, he thinks Lee's going to win with £79. No, he said £59. He's just about to put another one in the net, but you can see the average stamp. Look, is that 4-6 ounces?
No, that's one of them small fish.
Two-
In his hand, 3 ounce.
3 ounce. He's says Sean Nelson, ace cameraman. And guess the weight winner.
Guess the weight expert.
There's not many people are in that club. You have actually won Guess the Weight. Kindly donated his prize back to the junior team. Junior competition, sorry, not team. Are we going to see a bit of a fish race at the end here? Be nice, wouldn't it? Fish for fish. Some better stamp ones to really throw us. Mark Gillibrand's going to go £48 to Lee. It's a good shout. That's where I'd be, round about there.
Has Eddie said whether you catch down the edge late on here, usually?
Lee's only got small hands, says Steve. That means them fish are even smaller. No, Eddie said that it's not really an edge-dwelling sort of venue.
Oh.
So they'll probably catch down the edge.
Yeah, probably. No, I think actually he said the short line should come on towards the end, didn't he?
Yeah, he said probably short line would. Zach's been throwing short, hasn't he? So
Lee's been fishing short quite a bit.
has he? Same again. Look, he's got another one of them 3 ounce. If you're saying they're 3 ounce. Zach's into a fish now though. Whinge that one on for him. Look.
Must be a slightly better fish.
Well, he takes his. He's just not. Doesn't want to lose anything.
No, but it's not one of them 3 ounce fish, is what I'm saying. Is it? Surely.
It would almost help us if they were allowed to swing the fish in. We'd know how big they were. Well, I'd have a better idea anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd struggle here then. No mudline and no edge fishing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what to do.
Well, and shallow long don't work either.
Well, not today.
Yeah, you see, what's that?
He's
Struggling for a pound, innit?
But like you say, how many of those smaller fish equates to one of them?
Well, exactly. Yeah, 8. Maybe, well, 6.
So it does come down to what early ones, what those are sort of early, how many of them he's had early, doesn't it? Whether he's had that better one early or...
Yeah, it would seem that his stamp is slightly better, but the fish count is very low, isn't it?
Like I say, next year and the year after it's going to be a monster venue. There's going to be some silly weights coming out of here.
That's a shame. And all Rumble's fish bars closed today as well on the way out. Because I know how keen you are on that sort of thing. I'll look after him.
Yeah, why don't we ring John Harvey and see how they're getting on?
Yeah, that's the point.
Well, he answers the phone during a match.
Well, he rings us when we're filming live. Why can't we ring him when he's fishing?
Yeah. Perhaps because he's up against Mike. He don't want to lose to his mate. does he?
No, that'd be a tough old match. I'm horrible, aren't I?
I would like to know
Imagine,
though.
imagine if you rang him and he pinged off a fish that cost him the match.
Yeah.
You ring up him, I'll ring up Mikey.
Do the
Both
same.
fill him up with rubbish, like. No change there then.
We think they're fishing today anyway. I would have loved to have
Would have
filmed
loved
that.
to have filmed that. Yeah.
That would it's probably the match of the round, really, wouldn't it? That one.
Definitely.
Like I say, we were hoping that one was going to be in the last weekend, and only found out after committing to this that that was going ahead. Else we would have been there.
They didn't want us there, mate. That's what it is. It's gone warm again, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're just out of the breeze here, aren't you? You got that. Well, it was radiating off that back panel, but it's not anymore.
Yeah, in actual fact, there is a bit of shade. We are in a bit
I'll
of
get
shade.
that aircon unit sorted out. Get Simon,
Yeah.
get Spinksy to bring us one over.
Aircon for the marquee, please.
Nice little 5-6 kilowatt split, mate. If you can take one out, I'm up at work next week. I'll pipe it up. Hey,
Well, this is interesting. Is Lee now putting in a third net?
talking about air conditioning.
It's just having a little
It's
play.
Darren's birthday today, isn't it?
Oh, is
Or
it fishing?
son-in-law. Happy
Is
birthday,
it fishing?
Darren.
Is it fishing association? Darren Willis' birthday today.
Yeah.
Oh, many happy returns.
Happy birthday, Darren. I'm sure you're watching.
Yeah.
He had one of them little carps stuck in his landing net earlier. Untangled it, put the landing net into his keep net, and then it got stuck into his keep net as well.
Oh no.
So he had to
Maybe-
pull his keep net out and disentangle
Maybe he
it.
just dislodged a smaller fish in there. Just had a little rectify of the keep net there. Maybe that's what that was.
It's fish on for Zac, innit?
Dunno, it'd be good if we could see some elastic from here, wouldn't it?
It would. You can see it from up where third camera is. Use a whole different perspective on the match. But no, definitely fish on for Zac.
So Eddie's just gone to stand behind that camera, but it looks like he might be making his way back.
So what's that look to you? 6, 8 ounces?
Yeah, 8 ounces, I suppose. Tough to see from here, isn't it? 3-inch screen.
Yeah, I think like Steve says, we definitely need a big 72-inch screen that we can put on a tripod.
That's the next.
Just there.
That's the next for the.
It doesn't have to be 72 inch,
No.
so that's just being silly and kicking the arse. That's like going and getting yourself a big fridge full of drink, isn't it? That's stupid. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, but no, I mean,
No,
listen,
you-
in this area, you don't want a 72-inch seat. A 42-inch TV would be a mega amount of.
Well, when you're sitting this close, if you had a 36-inch or whatever, it'd be plenty, wouldn't it? About the size of that fridge is what you want.
Yeah.
You should have bought one of them interactive fridges that has got the TV on it.
An interactive fridge with the TV on it. Are you having a laugh?
Have you not seen them? The fridge
No.
next to your internet.
No.
Yeah. And you can do all Google on it and all sorts.
Why?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Them
An
fridges
interactive fridge.
that you can connect to the internet.
Is he filling us up or what?
They do fridges.
It's true. They do fridges. That
Interactive
They
fridge.
do fridges now.
Sounds
whereby,
exciting.
It's got a
Right.
screen on it and that.
It's right. Yeah. No. Have you seen these? Though? They do a fridge now whereby there's a screen on the front, right?
Yeah.
So and it has a camera in the fridge.
Yeah, but to
right?
keep an eye
so,
on you.
No.
So
So
you can
you
tell the
can.
light's gone off.
So you can see what's in the fridge without opening the door.
Oh, that's handy, isn't it? I know.
Why don't you just open the door?
Oh, but can you see it on an app on your phone while you sat down, like watching telly?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe
Maybe.
if you're on your way home. And
But
you
if you're
pop in
going
the
shop,
shops
if
and
you're
you
going
think,
shopping and you're thinking, oh, I
Yeah.
don't want to let all the energy out of my fridge.
Have I run
If
out
only
of
there was a
chicken?
screen that.
oh, how many sausages have I got?
It sounds like a banging idea. Can't see why it wouldn't work.
It debunks the myth, though, doesn't it? Whether the light goes out when you shut the door or not.
Yeah,
It's
an
clearly-
interactive
Clearly,
fridge.
it doesn't.
Very nice. Interactive fridge.
Well, what else? And I think they play music and all sorts, don't they?
Yeah.
I saw a version of South Park the other week, and they were about
Here we
toilets.
Here we go. Yeah.
Now they
he
got
up
these
to?
special Japanese
coming back.
toilets
Oh,
that were
if you want to.
the kiddie like. They were really expensive Japanese toilets, but the whole experience was meant to be awesome.
There we go. There we got East Angler Warren Martin. He's had a crack. Zac to win with £52.
Zac to win with £52. Well, that's a brave guess.
Yeah, Michael Humphries has been on and said, "Is the scoreboard the right way round?" It is. But if you only just tuned in,
No, it's not. It's because we've switched cameras, isn't it?
oh no, it's not. Yes, because we switched float cam, didn't we? Yeah. Well, it does say Lee on the right score. It's because we switched cameras. We had an issue.
What's this wee shit? I ain't touched
Well, the
thing, I
count
dare.
is right, even though the pictures are wrong. Hang on. Let's see if I can edit that quick. Although this could ruin everything right at the. How long have we been filming and nobody's noticed that?
Oh, was it Eagle Eyes? Michael Humphries.
Yeah.
Well done.
What does that do? There we go.
That'll confuse people.
That'll
So
throw
on the opposite
loads
side.
of people
They're
out,
on the
won't it?
opposite side now.
That'll throw loads of people out. Yeah. No, we had an issue. We had a camera fail early on, and because they're on the island, we can't get to them because there's anglers fishing either side of the bridge. So we ended up switching float cam for Lee cam, and yeah, no, well spotted. We've only been filming for about 2 hours since that camera went down. You're the first person that noticed.
Zac's maybe went about £2. I can't quite see yet.
I can't. Yeah, there needs to be.
These.
What we got? Another hour and a half to go. So for
This
Zac,
was a bigger fish, but not bigger than Zac's.
I still wouldn't say they're averaging £1, would you?
Oh, that one Zac just caught was. Oh no, not averaging £1. Oh God, no.
No. So
Oh no, I think Zac's probably averaging
do you reckon he's got £25?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you think they're a bit bigger?
Yeah.
Don't know. I'm completely lost.
Asked Eddie, you tell you done a couple of ton like an hour ago.
Yeah.
He's gonna,
Yeah. Eddie was £2 a fish at 10 minutes in, wasn't he?
Not only is he going to break the venue record, it's going to be the Todd Mamana venue record. Should be really looking forward to that, shouldn't I? Going
dear.
in the south of England.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't cover Steve's expedition down to Todbutt, where he's going to win the. What is it? It's a golden. No, what is it? Fishermania. Oh, Steve's going to be in the Fishermania final because he's going to win the Todbutt Manor qualifier next week or whenever it is. Although I'm hearing that
If I stay awake for the full 6 hours, it'd be a good effort.
I am hearing that Ross Harold qualified for Fishermania yesterday.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't surprise me. Where was that?
I haven't seen. I don't know where it was actually. I haven't seen anything on social media to say that he's done that. But no, reports from the lake I was fishing yesterday said.
Where
Yeah.
did he qualify?
I just said I don't know.
Oh, right.
So I still don't know because I didn't know 2 seconds ago.
I don't know either.
Well, somebody will know on there, won't they?
Yeah, have a look on. Maybe is it Matchroom that covers on their social media? Maybe that'll pop up on there. Maybe in the
Ross's
week.
post, mightn't
That split screen's going to annoy me, so I'm going to do something else now that we've never done before. I could royally ruin this now, couldn't I?
Michael Humphries says, "Is there a prize for being observant?" No, but if there was, you'd have won it.
Yeah, I'm going to do that just ever so slightly.
If you'd have been more observant, you'd have realised there wasn't a prize for being observant. Don't.
Oh yes, it was Monk Lakes. Well done, Eddie.
Oh right, yeah.
See, he's still got more input, and he's 100 yards up the lake.
I've been down there. I've never actually went to Fishermania years ago on a reserve ticket and didn't get one. That was at Kent, isn't it, Monk Lake?
I don't know who Top Fuel Teddy is, but he said you've got more chance of Steve winning down Ringstead Shallows Tuesday night. What does that mean?
That's not your old boy, is it? Teddy?
No,
who's
because
that?
he'd know nothing about
Who is
Ringstead
it? Sorry,
Shallows.
was it somebody
Mr.
Teddy?
Top
Fuel Teddy.
Mr. Top Fuel Teddy.
This is the problem with
Well, he's
YouTube.
local, isn't he, if he
Come on,
knows about
Teddy,
running down Ringstead on a
reveal
Tuesday
yourself. Yeah, if you know about Ringstead Shallows,
Top
we
Fuel
must know you.
This is
Well,
the thing with YouTube, because
he's into
you
drag
don't have to
racing.
put your name in. You can have your obviously your thing. You
Yeah.
know,
Well,
we
he's
don't
into
know.
drag racing, I'm guessing. He's a Santa Pod man, and who could that be?
Zach, no, sorry, Stuart Elmar reckons Zach to win with £39. Did we not read that one? Sorry. Gets exciting towards the end of the match, doesn't it?
What have we got? Hour and a half to go.
Hour and a half to go. Yeah, the fish count is not a lot to go on at the minute because there's so many small fish in here. We've had to count everything. Normally we count what we believe to be a sort of pound fish as 2 for 1 to keep the numbers right, but there are that many small fish in here at the minute, just through fresh stocking and spawning, that we've counted everything today. So don't let the numbers fool you, because there's been a lot of small fish caught. If you've been watching the whole time, I think it's probably safe to say that, do we think Zach's had more bigger fish? Whether he's got enough though, I don't know.
In fairness, mate, are you talking to the wrong person? I can't believe you even thought that I was going to give you serious. I haven't got a clue, mate.
Yes, that'd be my opinion.
Yeah, right.
That would be my
You're
opinion
talking to the
also.
right,
Yeah.
You're talking to the right person now.
Yeah.
As he keeps reminding us.
Ace cameraman and ace clicker winner,
Oh, mate. He's a legend in his own bloody lifetime.
Sean Nelson there.
Clicker of the year, like, yeah. I'd be so good at guessing what I'd caught if I could actually catch him. Unlike me losing £10 at float fish. So.
I'm surprised I'm that good at estimating weights when they go over about £15, because that's normally what I catch.
Yeah.
I wonder what it's like at Todworth.
You're going to find out, aren't you?
Yeah, I did have a conversation, I think, with John Harvey about it. It is what it is, isn't it? It's,
Is that where you were talking about £700, wasn't it?
Mark Wynne had £800 odd, didn't he, yesterday, I think?
At Tober.
Yeah, somebody sent me a post about. They only do 5-hour matches, didn't they? They're going to
I
do a
think they-
6-hour
I think
match
they
to
do
try and
about,
break the £1,000.
It's easy enough to catch if you can keep them coming. I had nearly £600 at Alders Farm. I had 284 carp.
It's easy enough to catch if you can keep them coming. Look.
Well, it is.
Listen
isn't it?
to him.
It
Look.
must be really easy, because that day I had £444.
Crikey.
That was a phenomenon. I got whooped by Jim, didn't I?
Yeah.
But
What did Jim have? 600 and
80 odd. I
Yeah,
think.
680.
No, 650, something like that. 650, and I had 580 odd. It's just the size of, like I say, 284 carp. So, like somebody pointed out the other day, it's quite a few, and it's 40 odd. And them little ones pull your string out. That's the trouble. Jim
Yeah.
catching the bigger fish, and them little tiny ones used to really pull your string, didn't they? Even with brown hydra, you were struggling. You know.
Yeah,
you were,
because we were geared up for it, weren't we? Like you say,
I weren't
it was
that
a
geared up.
haul-in match, weren't it?
Weren't that geared up. I weren't 21 for a start. Youngster ought to be out. You know, because there's a lot of. It's quite hard graft fishing, isn't it?
Christ,
to be
yeah.
fair.
I'll tell you what was hard graph that day weighing in.
Yeah, you did a cracking job there. We did halfway some fishing. Ted come in. Ted Rowe were with us, weren't he? Al was with us.
Henry Williams.
Henry, yeah.
he's there.
Last place was 200 odd pound, wasn't it? Something like that. That's me mate Al. He just sits there, chucks a method feeder,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and he's well over 200 pound.
Yeah, like you say, I smashed my personal best, 444, and came third.
Yeah, it was,
One of them days, isn't it?
we used to enjoy going. I still don't mind going to Alders Farm, to be fair, now and then when I get half a chance.
You don't do them sort of weights there now, though, do you?
No, they do some decent ones. They do, but no. back in the day, it was absolutely
Solid, weren't it?
crawling with them, weren't it? Well, again, you still have to catch them. Hook or duck. It ain't hook or duck, is it? Otherwise, it'd be a dead eat. You know, you have to build it up. You have to get it right, don't you? If they actually, every time you drop it in the water, that one grabs hold, it's easy to do any weight you like, isn't it? You know, but there's usually a lot more thinking to be done. Whatever you're catching in that, it's just people that go on about hook or duck. It just winds me up, especially when it's people that should know better, really. You know what I mean? It's all right to go and catch 100 odd roach in a day, but how often do you catch 100 odd carp in a day?
No.
And most people have never done it, have they? Like, you know what I mean? But it's all right to catch 100 odd roach, you know, and surely it amounts to the same thing. You've got to keep them going. You've got to make the adjustments, haven't you? You've got to change the depth. You've got to change how you feel. I think it's going to prove that next week with the F1, F30. Sorry, although I'm promoting it as hook or duck, somebody will be better than others at catching them and lining them up, and they'll know where to flick the rig,
Feeding patterns.
down the edge. Then the varieties there. It's fishing.
Yeah, see, that's a better stamp for fish again, isn't it?
I think that's another bigger stamp there for Zac Worby.
I wouldn't say it's quite a pound though.
I think that, personally, I would have said that was one of the bigger fish we've seen.
What's that there? Is that got a crack on my phone?
Yeah, it has.
Is it on the phone or on
No,
the
on
case?
It's on your protector.
Protector.
The bit I've only just had put on and I've got spare one of.
That's lucky, then, isn't it?
Yeah. Handy. Darren? Put my phone in.
Well, I've got absolutely no idea who's winning, genuinely. Because
Say nothing.
a fish the size of what Zac's just put in the net probably negates 5 or 6 of the size of what Lee's been catching. And we haven't been keeping counts of the bigger and the smaller fish. So it's not going to be a big weight day, not unless we have a monster hour and a half to finish the match. But they have had plenty of bites. So if the conditions had lended themselves slightly better, no doubt we'd have maybe seen more fish shallow or something, mightn't we? But
Yeah, like you say, I barely see a fish move. Don't know about you.
no, well, other than just before the match at the
Yeah,
end.
you'd expect to see something, couldn't you?
Well, Eddie said there's no mug in here, but
Yeah.
I haven't really seen any.
No.
At the start of the match, or just prior to the start of the match, at one end of the lake, there was a few fish there that you'd have thought were muggable. But
There's a few down there, weren't there?
yeah, but at the start, wasn't there? Yeah.
Ootling about.
But I ain't seen one since, so. Although we're not as eagle-eyed as Eddie Howman.
Into the last hour and a half, we are. Hour and 24 we're down to roughly, haven't we?
So I don't think Steve will remember me personally, but I fish with the Wellingborough. I've got this silly little heart under my comments, and I can't actually read what's been put. Remember me personally, but I fish with the Wellingborough a lot. Obviously, I know Steve because everyone around here knows him and remembers his dad's fantastic shop. Yeah, but we might know you if you told us your name,
Yeah,
Top
but-
Fuel Teddy.
And are you into drag racing? Is that why you call Top Fuel Ted? Ted.
But thank you for tuning in either way. Steve knows everybody, so it's
Doesn't know
unlikely
a
he
lot,
doesn't
but
know you.
They know me because they're trying to avoid me.
Yeah, oh, it's him again.
I know
Cross
where
the
I am.
road quick.
Yeah. Like I say, I ain't seen you for ages. You've just been lucky, boy.
Who are you?
Been lucky. everybody. Trouble is, they all owe me money. Oh dear. Still, that's all right, isn't it? Like Lester says, you can't give enough money away in the real world. It's it always comes back to you, doesn't it? To be fair.
I give money away every bloody week.
It's like he says, he does a lot of work in the hospitals with terminally ill cancer patients and all that. That's got to bring it. That's got to change your world, hasn't it? Being surrounded by people. That's worst nightmare, really, isn't it? Some of the things that kids are born. I suppose what you're born with, you tend to
third
be
time's
used
the
to,
charm, Zach. There you go.
Have you got that? A bit bigger, is it?
Yeah,
He's had a few better fish, hasn't he? Like,
Yeah, they're not like £10 monsters.
No,
they
but
don't need to be,
they
do they?
might be pushing a pound, but I don't know. I still don't think they're a pound.
That's a unit, isn't it? Pound. £7 to put it in good stead, wouldn't it? Like Matty Wiles had, apparently.
Yeah.
Bradley
Change your complexion hugely.
Bradley Brown there just asking if Zach's had the better stamp fish. Well, they've both had similar stamp, but I think Zach's probably now had more of the similar, bigger stamp, if that makes sense. Let's say one of them bigger fish negates several of the smaller ones, so the fish count not really meaning much today. If you've been watching the whole way through, though, you'll know that already.
We're going to have a bash next week, aren't we? Definitely.
What's that, mate? The Top Kit Challenge?
Yeah.
Fishing Association Top Kit Challenge.
Yeah, we'll have a...
So, of everything else to...
The thing is, we can have a go because, like, with 30 minutes, mate, each unit will be broke down. Instead of like having a casting competition, we'll have a little side bit where people maybe we could, you know what I mean, have a go. You know, set the highest score in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, something like that, eh?
There is a 10-minute challenge, isn't there? How many fish you can catch in 10 minutes?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect, isn't it?
There was loads of people getting involved with that on the internet, wasn't there? On various social media channels.
Well, listen, I don't know whether we'll get it right or whether it's just it needs to catch up. I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure it will. But I've done it and I've watched my grandkids enjoy it. So, like I say, I've never seen my grandson before or since totally tuned into the day and catching fish, and not a single bit of bad attitude between him and his sister. So it's got to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, looking forward to it. See how that works out.
Yeah. So, you know, we will have a go. Who we got as contestants? We got Max Owen. So we got young Max, freshly knocked out by Clive the Cradle
Don't.
Johnson, good old Sparky, one of my club mates, going around shattering young lads' dreams like.
That's acceptable.
That's acceptable,
Yeah,
is it?
that's-
Right, okay, that's
no,
acceptable.
just.
Yeah, just.
It's on the verge.
Well done, Sparky, mate. A fair play. It's like somebody had to do it because it was the least popular thing, weren't it? But anyway, Max is taking part. We've got Ty Bowen taking part. Now I'm going to not remember it. We've got Sophie Ritchie taking part. We've got somebody from Jansen's who's Jeff's provided. We've got two of Kelly Marchant's tribe. We've got Nicole, I believe, and maybe Ryan or one other. She's going to get back to me on that. Oliver Robinson we got. Now he's a big lad. His mum tells me he's a double XL already. Like, can you remember Oliver from
Yes, I
Marston
can.
Fields?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Dale's double apparently, like
Yeah.
in shadow light, you know. So yeah, we've got him. How many's that? So Sophie, Max, Ty, Jeff, 1, 2. I don't know.
That was about 8.
Was it?
Yeah.
I think there's another one in there that I may have forgot.
It's a bigger fish in again, isn't it, for Zach?
Well, it's either a bigger fish or he's foul looked it, but he has been taking his time with these fish. He's just been making sure he's been getting them in.
His fish count doesn't seem to be going up. Are you counting his fish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think so.
I'll tell you what, I reckon it's cup of tea time, don't you? I'm going to make one, I reckon, don't you?
Oh, Eddie turned the kettle on, but it made such a noise, he turned it off quick.
I've just cracked a lovely cold can of cider out of the fridge.
I thought you were just going to say
No, that-
just crack one off. We don't need to hear about that, surely.
Dear, lower the tone.
Did you see how big that was? Same again, was it?
No, I think that was slightly bigger.
Just snap one up.
Yeah, you see.
I'm leaning towards Zac.
Oh, you know.
I'm leaning towards Zac now, if not close, winning. Even though the score says what it says.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. No one likes to see that.
They can't, that's the point.
No.
So don't commentate on it. Just about to commentate on something you can't see.
Who wants
You could describe it.
I love cup tea, Steve, and one of them horrible biscuits.
one of them horrible biscuits?
Yeah, nobody else should eat because they're horrible. I bet Eddie will be here any minute.
I haven't seen these horrible biscuits, where are they?
No, because me and Eddie have what saved you from them.
Unlike Steve, Steve, 2 lunches Steve, I've only had a breakfast.
2 breakfast, Steve.
Tommy Sender.
He's like that, he's like them hobbits, isn't he? I don't think he knows about second breakfast, Bilbo.
We need Tommy Ten-Belly Scully here with us as well, don't we?
Oh,
Fitting
dear.
nicely, Tom would.
You're right, Mike, them biscuits are rancid.
Horrible, aren't they? Don't eat them, don't eat them.
Yeah, that means. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry then. See if they're horrible or not.
You can't, they've all gone.
I know.
And you've had a ploughman's.
And you've had a ploughman's.
Yeah. I'm glad I kept the chocolate hidden from me then.
You can see why Steve's been looking for a large vehicle. To bring everything that we brought with him today. I'll tell you.
We've got everything apart from the kitchen sink.
Is that why you wouldn't pick me up? Because there was no bloody room.
We came miles away from where you did, mate. Honestly, we came, like you say, we went round Peterborough.
And is there really a need to run a bath whilst we're here?
From the bar.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Eddie must be liking it at the top. No.
I think he's just gone up there to keep an eye on the camera.
Coffee? We've got coffee as well, mate. If you want.
No.
No?
I've just opened the cider. Well, if he's listening, he wants to head back, I'll swap with him.
Yeah, we ought to get our guest commentator down here again, really, don't we? He's not doing much commentating up there.
He's got a special brew.
Oh,
Oh,
joking.
Steve, your friends have come to see you.
I've got some wife beater.
Where do these two come from?
Oh, look at it, yeah.
They've come for these horrible biscuits.
Hello.
Well, they're a good judge of character. They were barking at Steve this morning.
Cavapoo. Come on then, what do you come for?
They obviously walk themselves.
Let's see if this. Hello.
Right, I'll go and relieve.
Sean's going to relieve cameraman Eddie now. Come back, Eddie. If he's listening.
Dogs just feel, do they just wander around and do their own thing? I think that's a lovely idea. I couldn't trust my dog to do that and come home safely. Every time I turned my back the other day at Floatfish Farm, seconds Maggie had gone. Still.
Nearly into the last hour.
I'll give you bits now. I don't mind sharing a bit of pork pie with you. What's this?
I thought you'd eaten it all.
It's a bit crusty, is it?
Oh, you're sharing it with the dogs.
Not nice, is it?
I want to see a fish for fish race to the end across the last hour. Honestly, don't know who's winning. If you only just tuned in, the fish count isn't really reflective of the weights in the net. Lots of small fish here. We've counted everything today because it would have been a nightmare to have done otherwise. Normally we count 1 pound fish as 2 for 1 to try and keep the fish count fairly level, especially if they're skimmers, pound skimmers, stuff like that. But with the number of small fish in here, we knew there was going to be quite a few of these new stock fish and last year's spawn that are also coming to the nets. So we've counted everything. Get your guess the weights in. We've got some browning clickers today, courtesy of Tackle and Baits, Rookery Waters.
Good old Alex.
Alex Bates, thank you very much, sir. And we've got some spools of Cresta line to give away as well, courtesy of Zac's sponsor Cresta. And we're going to put some floats with that line as well. A little bit of a giveaway there. Closest to the winning weight, or guess it exactly, and you win the whole lot today.
Look at the hot dog, I'll give her that pork pie crust.
Where is it?
At the front there, she's not gnawing it like it's a bone. She's she ain't that bothered about eating it, it just belongs to her. Proper home from home now, we've got a dog curled up at her feet.
We've got the armchairs, we've got
it's
2
all
tables, gazebo, laptops, everything out there. As Steve says, home from home. Got a fridge behind him, got the kettle, tea, coffee making facilities. Likes his creature comforts, does Steve?
milk leaking out everywhere.
Zac into another fish. Hopefully we've
All
caught.
I'm hearing is like Zac catching more and better fish.
Well,
like
Zac
more
went.
than I
Zac
got.
went quite a while without catching anything.
Yeah, well, he kept plumbing up
But
and trying things.
He did keep plumbing up and trying. Lee's obviously kept catching some of these smaller ones, the odd bigger fish. But the stamp, to me, from where we are, of Zac's fish, is going to negate multiple of Lee's fish. Certainly. Some of them will anyway. Be interesting to see what the lads think they've got at the end of the match. Zac's away now, £52 to him, says Steve. Cheers, Steve. Yeah, it looks like he's I'm sure Eddie will tell me otherwise when he gets here, but yeah, he's obviously plumbed up that extra line, gone on it, had a couple of fish, and he's now rotating the 2, or maybe even 3 lines, I don't know. And he's just picking them fish off, slightly bigger ones. Both anglers just sitting waiting for the bites. See lots of smaller ones in front of Lee, but it looks to me like the bigger ones are in front of Zac. If you think we're talking rubbish, you can tell us. Get your comments in.
It won't stop us though, because we'll keep talking rubbish. That there is no doubt.
Is that Zac in again? Looks like it. Well, certainly turning things around, isn't he? Is he going to have a monster last hour? Just goes to show, doesn't it? Never write anybody off. He did say he likes it here.
Who's Zac?
Yep, he said he likes it here. He was really happy when we said we were coming. Definitely loves the venue. So no real home advantage for Lee, because Zac does do well here. Bag of TV says Zac was 63 pounds.
He's had pneumonia all week and all, hasn't he?
He's had tonsillitis, bless him. I spoke to him yesterday. He did actually say, I'm not sure if I'm going. But health comes first always. But he's turned up. I think he might, the way he's going, regardless of the fish count, I think he might be in front.
What is the actual fish count?
58 to 28.
Oh man, yeah, that's
It's a big gap.
it's neither here nor there though, really, is it? If you're knocking out 2 ounce fish like it's everything I saw Lee catch. I know it was only a small sample size. It was only a small sample size, but he, you know, everything he got was 3 ounces at a push. I would have said. Sean said 2, but they're chunky little carp, aren't they? So maybe 3. And everything I've heard about Zac catching since. But Eddie's going to put us right.
Yeah, Eddie's
now.
back. Eddie's back in the swim now. He's
Yeah,
going to put us right, ain't you,
yeah.
Eddie? What's
Let
happening?
me have a drink of water first. That's hot out there.
Zac's got 600 pound of specimen fish,
What's the count?
and Lee's beating him easy.
Yeah, so both the guys they've sort of had a bit of a change around in their swims. Zac set up another swim at 16 metres, just moved to his right hand side towards the spare peg he's got. And he's just started to have a little run of fish at just a bit of a bigger stamp. Lee was fishing long towards the island, but he had a break off, so he's replumbed up. He's dropped onto his short line. Had a little run of fish, but they've been really small, so his short line has just stuck another section on his pole, and just from 5 metres, it's just gone out sort of 6.5, 7 metres, just trying to get a few. But I think it's going to be a really close match. Zac's fish are just that little bit bigger than Lee's, and those few early fish for Lee that are small. I think it's just going to be a really tough one to tell who's going to be the winner today. But Lee's just landed a fish that looks a little bit of a better stamp than what he's had. Speaking to some of the anglers when I went for a walk earlier, they've all sort of said the minute they started to introduce feed via the catapult, making a bit of noise, they all just really struggled to catch them with the small stamp. But as we saw Zac do earlier, he stopped using his catapult and just cab potted some of his bait in, and it just proved to be a bit better, just getting a bit of a better stamp of fish. I think that might pay dividends to him, but we're literally now approaching the last hour, and I think it's going to be a really close one to call.
It certainly sounds that way, mate.
Yeah. Do you want a cup of tea with that, mate?
Do you want a cup of tea, mate?
It's a boiled one, mate. Zac's now into another fish.
Have that one.
Zac's just landed another fish as well, so it's going to be a real tight one, folks.
Is that Zac with another one?
Yeah.
What sort of size do you reckon they are, Eddie?
A lot of Zac's are around about between sort of 10 to 14 ounce.
Which is mega, isn't it?
It is. I've seen him when I stood at the top camera. What I was looking at Lee, I did see him land one that probably went £1.5, £2. So no one's running away with it, but I think this one's got to be real. I think this one's got to be really close to cool. I think Lee's now into another one as well.
It's always
Lee.
nice to have different matches, though, isn't it? It's not when you have the same match over and over again. Each one we film is different for different reasons.
Yeah, no two matches are the same ever, are they? You know, things happen, things change, conditions change. You know, Lee's literally about to land another fish. I think just him putting an extra section on his short line. It's just gone out a little bit
That's
further.
a slightly better stamp fish, isn't it?
Personally, I prefer them to be £10 a throw, otherwise I'm shaking them off, like, you know what I mean? It's like you say, it is what it is, isn't it? From that point of view, it's. Would you rather sit and watch somebody catch £200 or 20?
Well, what I'd rather do is not watch the same match each week. So
variety is the spice of life. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah. Like you say, going down to Top of Manor and watching somebody catch £800, it's going to be amazing when we do. You know, we haven't had a match like that where we've had weights of that sort of calibre, but you know, to do that every week might not be that interesting. You know, for me, the best one we've filmed so far, like I keep saying, is Alex Reynolds, Jack Gill, because it was backwards and forwards, it was to and fro. You didn't know who had got what. We couldn't know, and it all came down to one fish in the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
Literally, those kinds of matches, they're the ones I enjoy. Definitely.
A lot of the matches here come down to a few ounces. Last year, I got down to the last 8, I think. I just knocked out one of my friends by 3 ounces. You know, yeah, one of my friends, Dan Elliott. No, we still managed to stay friends, but I literally only just beat him by 3 ounces here. And yeah, some of the matches really are tight at the top here. The top 3 weights are literally separated just by ounces. I don't think either of these two gents will win the match today. I think the Chapman Peg 16's got quite a lot, I admit, to ever
Is he
fought.
the chap up near the bridge?
Yeah,
Just this side of the bridge?
that's it. Chris Nicholson, who's drawn 16. He admitted to having £40 over an hour ago, so I think he's probably in contention with winning the match. But it is definitely got to be a close one between these two gents.
£40 when we walked past.
Yeah, I said to you, do they shelter under the bridge?
As you can see, both guys just changed their tactics. Like I say, Zac's no longer catapulting any feed out, just putting it in his cab bot, tapping a few pellets, I presume.
Just setting a trap.
Just setting a trap fish and putting his feed out there, just waiting for a bite.
Well, he's searched around his peg. He's certainly done that, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think both of them have. To be fair, Lee's had a replumb up long after he got snapped off, and he's also
They weren't
replumbed
fishing
again.
the same line for 2 minutes when I went down there.
No.
None of them. They changed that many times, like. I still think they should have put 2 gallon of maggot down the edge of that game. Not that I'm a one-trick pony or anything like that. Really, I need to get some bait sorted. Well, I've got some dead maggots for the hook, so I could do with some kit, do with some more top kits and some elastic.
Was that Sean?
I need some keep nets and all, won't I? How many keep nets are you allowed at Todburn? Is it £50 a net?
I have no idea, but I
I
reckon
think
you're going to
it
want a lot.
That's 16 nets, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
You're definitely going to want a lot of nets for
I've
there.
got 8.
Yeah, because I watched the Des Ship video of him filming down at Todburn, and that was brilliant to watch. But I've got a feeling he had 8 nets in.
When I've gone for big weights in the past, that's been pivotal to me, how you got your net set up. When I was at Piddly that time, I had them lined up before the start, and I was all ready to go on a bar, like, and move them along as you go. Sometimes you're better to take. I was literally pushing them away to my right as I filled them up.
I think I saw on Pem's right up when he had that big weight this weekend. When you saw his seat box, his keep net bar, he put like an extension on with all the different brackets, so it could take all his keep nets.
Well, that's going to cost you.
What's that?
Not
Well,
having enough
Not
nets.
having enough nets for one, but going there and catching and not having enough nets will definitely cost you.
Fill 8 up and then start to intimidate your opponents, I suppose. And give me your nets, boy.
Barry Sneath watching from Kos says Zac to win with 57.8. Jeremy Chapman says Zac with 69.7. So, and then Sean Ace cameraman Nelson down the other end of the lake, he says ask Izzy when he thinks Zac will drop on that short line. So
He's been feeding it for at least 2 hours. He's not been feeding it heavy. He's been, every time he's sort of
just regular.
yeah, every time he's shipped in and out, as long as there's substantial break, he's just been throwing a few bits of feed. I can only presume pellets. I reckon he'll drop on at the last hour, but I don't think if he gets an indication he won't stand it very long. You know, he's probably seen that Lee's sort of really had small stamp short, whereas obviously I think Zac would hope he'd have a better stamp short, but he'll give it a go at least within the last hour, and we are now within the last hour, so I'd have thought it'd have dropped onto at least now. But if he isn't getting any indications, he won't stick on it long.
Is that the battery life left in the YOLO box, 49%?
Yeah, for some reason the battery keeps turning off, and we've had all sorts of issues today that we've never encountered. I don't understand how that works. I really don't. It's plugged in, but
You've
it
got
decides.
both cameras again working now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the camera too.
It's kicked in,
That
yeah.
camera, the camera started working again out of.
Oh.
Yeah, but don't use it because I.
No, it's not
linked
worth
it.
it. Oh, Lee's got another
But,
fish.
Lee's in.
No.
Oh
it's-
no, it's frustration there. He's lost that
He's
one.
unfortunately pulled out of it, or hook pulled.
And that new one's lasted all day, hasn't it? The new equipment that we've has been.
But when the one thing you did notice when walking down to the bottom to the other camera is the breeze is just blowing down that end of the lake. Where we're set up here at the HQ is very much still, but there's a breeze and there's just a little bit of ripple on the water, which will obviously help the guys down there. But I say no one's running away with the match.
You coming next week, mate?
I can't. I'm busy. I'll go away actually.
Are you away next
I
week?
think so. I can't
You're not
remember.
going to Woodlands first.
No.
You're welcome to come any time you like, mate. Let's just put it that way, okay?
Very kind of you.
Well, not
Steve's
kind.
polite way of putting. You've done a much better job than the rest of us. See, we talk nonsense about everything. You actually talk sense about fishing.
I don't know about sense. A lot of people disagree.
It don't matter, does it? You don't. You just
But,
have to have an opinion and get on there and do it, and you're doing that, and happy days.
At the end of the day, guys, we're just trying to give you guys the best sort of insight from what we can see, what the cameras can't, just let you know what's happening. But
We're just having a laugh, really.
yeah,
That's the bottom line. Isn't it? We're a bunch of big kids out having a bit of a laugh with some toys. It's true. It's absolutely true.
Not sure if we've read Stephen Dean's guess. Zach, £63 12 ounce. Still coming in. Get the guess the weight competitions in. We've got 2 spools of Cresta line to give away, some floats, and
The fish are gradually
we've got
getting bigger,
a clicker,
haven't
Browning clicker today.
they? Yeah, which is what I could have done with the other day. It would have made no difference, clicker or not. If you underestimate what the size of the fish are before you click them, it's irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
If you click £3 and it's 7,
Like I
you
said,
know.
I was £10 out on each net yesterday.
Yeah.
So.
The clicker's got now to do with it. I can remember
Good idea,
what-
though.
how many and all that. Say it's them hide at Float Fish Farm. They're proper, aren't they? You know what I mean? A pound a throw, and they come in dead easy.
I do. Yeah.
Well, I say it. That was the stage. I thought, do you know what? Rather than shilly shally here and things that come in and go in, cast a short bump, and then of course they can't come to it anyway, don't they? It was all right. I'd like to have had another go at it.
Don't forget, if you haven't already done so, guys, hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel. You can either click to have the notifications when we go live, or you can turn them off if you need to also. But your help is greatly appreciated. Side down, Zach with £45. How's the superstar Jamie doing on peg 13?
Yeah, I like size guess.
Who's on peg 13?
Chap with the hat.
That's Alex Haynes.
Oh, is it? No, it's not. That's 16's a bridge, 15 40.
12. Don't know.
So this, I've seen
We're on
these
even numbers.
HDMI splitters. They are, like you said, they're £5 to £7. Like, there's nothing. Don't need to be anything special or fancy, does it?
No, Lee's
Lee just had another fish, is that?
another one?
Trouble is, I feel like I'm tarnishing Lee with small fish, and I don't actually know whether they are or not.
No, I think it's going to be.
Once you've got it in your head that they're a certain size, it's difficult to see otherwise, isn't it? So
You know, Lee is double on the fish count to Zach, and I think if Zach carries on just plucking away just the fish, just a few ounces bigger, those sort of
he's definitely catching the right fish.
yeah,
isn't he?
those 12 ounces to a pound fish. I think that's got to be a really close one. You know, there's been a period where Zach has struggled at some points in the middle of the match. You know, we've sat here and watched him, and he hasn't had an indication for 20 minutes. And you know, he's just adjusted his match, set up a new line, just moved, just tried to find a different area than lake, different depth probably, just to find some more pockets of fish.
Like you say, we're running out of time now to try that short line. They're going to be on it sooner or later, aren't they?
I'd have thought so. I mean, we might have missed him dropping into it if he doesn't feel her there, and there's probably some Lee on his short line. He's just thinking maybe if Lee's just getting them slightly smaller fish, and if he just sits a bit longer out long, you can get a slightly better stamp. He'll probably just sit out long.
Well, I'm assuming they're going to start weighing in from the car park end.
I'd have thought so. Start the low numbers, then work their way around to Lee. I might do it the other way around.
Well, they won't, because we'll tell them they won't. Because we're going to need a bit of time to switch to be able to
Set the cameras up.
set everything up to be able to record their. Although we could do it off a mobile if they're going to be quick.
Still not dropped a frame, mate.
We've dropped 59 frames out of, and we're filming at 30 frames per second, so we've lost 2 seconds of film over 5 hours and 8 minutes. I'm happy with that. And I think that's because you were speed testing all the time.
Yeah.
Putting it under load. So no, I don't think we've lost a frame. Hopefully nobody's noticed it at home anyway. No pixelation or anything like that.
No, and I'll be honest with you. When I've tested the internet at home and done things like that, when I put the router up and started running Amazon off of it, Fire Stick and everything, and that was buffering and losing frame. It's got nothing to do with the signal, because I do it on the Virgin internet, which is, we know is chucking out loads. It's to do with the a lot of it can, even the equipment itself losing. You know, no matter, there's nothing wrong with the Virgin signal. It's like through the roof, but it still buffers.
Yeah, but that's things like Amazon. That's a weird one though, isn't it? Because they stream through the internet, don't they?
It's
So
poor, isn't it?
Well, what I noticed with things like DAZN, when you watch the boxing, when it gets to the main event, it pixelates and you get buffering.
Yeah.
And that ain't your end, that's their end. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes, exactly right. It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
So I was testing the router and everything against something. It wasn't performing, and I was blaming it on that. But in reality, like we've said, 30 mega download is plenty, isn't it? In reality.
Yeah. There's another fish there for Lee. Is that a better stamp? Doesn't look like it.
It's really hard to tell from down here where we are looking at the cameras, but when you go down to camera number 2 and see him, it's a lot easier to tell. But
yeah. As we get to the end, I'm just going to stick that back on. Yeah, fish count is deceiving today, definitely.
Zac's just still sitting out patiently long.
We're going to have loads of at the end. Yeah, you've done it. You've got. Yeah. We're going to have loads of that, aren't we?
There's going to be a lot of camaraderie between the two guys.
Bit of banter.
There will be good banter though, but yeah. It will be a close one. They've just slowed up a bit, both of them, for now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, won't it? He's got twice as many, but his are twice as big. Who's it going to be? I've got no idea.
No, so they haven't either, have they? Really? Oh no, I don't know. Are they counting them fish? I suppose if you fish here regularly, you've got to be adding them up, haven't you?
Yeah, I think a lot of the time the guys can just feed through those real smaller stamper fish to get through the sort of, what we've seen here, the 3/4 ounce to a pound fish, but
They're just not playing ball today.
they're just not playing ball today. Conditions is against everyone. It's red hot still for a lot of the lake. It's probably not gone as planned as what anyone thought. I think what did Lee predict the winning weight today would
He
be?
said 80 to 90 pound at the start, but I think 40 to 50 might, unless somebody's had a red letter day that we can't see. I think 40 to 50 pound might even win the lake. I don't know.
Zac's into another one.
You think close to the north coast here, the Norfolk coast here, where you normally get a bit of a cool breeze off the sea, don't you? So to make it to 30 degrees today here is, you know it's going to be tough.
It's gone hot again, hasn't it?
It has.
How far did your Wi-Fi to the Starlink reach? Was you testing it all the way up there?
No. I've tested the Wi-Fi, and it gives you good coverage in the house, like, you know what I mean. You'd probably.
So
be
Zac's just
dropping
been
out.
really steady here, just making them last few
Around
fish
that
count.
tree
Doesn't
line
want to pull out of them.
I mean, you don't need Wi-Fi to extend that far, do you? Generally. But
No, I just wondered.
it gives good.
Just Got it, you just
and
said
he's
to me.
got it in the net. So that's probably, yes,
Better stamp, innit?
over a pound, I'd say, probably £1.50.
See, £1.50 against some of them 3-4
Yeah.
ounces. Innit? That's like
Still be
gonna negate
really
6 or 8 of
close,
them, innit?
really close to call this one.
Dunno.
But what'll be interesting, go down and see what rigs the guys are using, what elastics, what rigs, just have a look, just so you guys
You're
can see.
fascinated by that.
I
aren't
am, find out all the little secrets.
you?
But no, I don't think there'll be any secrets today, they'll both be more than welcome. But just to go and see, you know, I think predominantly Lee's probably just used a bit of like elastic today, just to let them small fish run, and that comes with just his knowledge of owning the lakes. He knows how it's going to go. And Zac's just got slightly heavier gear, not by huge margins, but it'll be just interesting to see. So Zac's just filled up his pot again with pellets, now shipping out. I guess I reckon he's using 4mm. Just dipping them in water so they all sink. So there is a bit of a breeze, so he probably doesn't want to float anywhere. And just taking it out to 16 metres and just tapping a few in, just waiting patiently for a bite.
He's calm and collected, isn't he?
He is. Like a smooth criminal.
Yeah.
But no, he's just taking his time, like I say, playing the fish, going out. Last 45 minutes now. I don't think he's going to drop in his shoreline if he hasn't done already. He might just well be looking at Lee, just thinking Lee's not having as much luck as what he think maybe it should be, so he might just sit out long, just wait it out. Let's say if he keeps coming back with those fish every 5 minutes, he's going to be getting up there, I think.
This is one of them situations whereby I think I know what's going on, but I'm almost scared to say it in case you're wrong. You know what I mean?
We could be completely out here.
We could be. We could be. Well, we normally are, but we normally are. Well, we have been known. We've had our moments. Still not seen ace cameraman Sean Nelson's guests on the feed yet. We're going to give him stick either way, whether he puts one in or not. So.
Zac's now into another fish.
It's like I say, it's the tactics, isn't it, involved? Like I say, Lee's gone out and caught plenty of them. Zac's just sat there and patiently set that trap. Who's got the more fish? Who's got the bigger fish? I don't know. I just in my heart, I feel like Zac's probably in front.
I don't know. It's a hard one to say. The fish count is out because we've counted everything, and some of them fish
Yeah,
are like
they're
3
literally
ounces.
2 or 3 ounces, isn't they?
You know,
But
so it's he's lost it. Zac's just pulled out of it.
well, that's both anglers lost 2 fish as well.
Yeah.
So it's like it's even in every way, isn't it? Other than size of fish. Because if they were all the same size, we'd know that Lee was miles in front.
Just think what this place would be
And
like in a couple of years once all them small fish are grown.
That's what I'm saying. Even
F1
next year,
clunking, pound
even
to go.
next year, the shallow fishing here is going to be insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lee's into one now. Yeah, even next year, the fishing's going to be incredible. You know it is, especially if it's all shallow fishing as well. They've got the good depth in front of them, haven't they? To be able,
Yeah.
especially proper F1 fishing if they're up and down in the water the way they feed. Good to see a camera go in the lake here. That wind is just gusting at times now. It's gone from not a breath of air. I don't know if that's gone up or not. I'll leave it as it is. I've gone from not a breath of wind to big gusts of wind. Well, that's getting exciting as it always does at the end of the match. Andrew Gordon's gone for Zac to win with £58. That's a good shout. 58 is going to be about there or thereabouts, isn't it?
I reckon between
I don't know. Thing is, right.
45 and 55.
Thing
would be
is,
my
right.
call.
There's no way on earth that Lee's fish have averaged £1. So he ain't got £63. He's got 63 fish, but he ain't got £63. So he's between £30 and £40, I reckon. But then a lot of Zac's fish have averaged maybe not even £1, but
Just that
just
slightly,
under.
just slightly bigger stamp. It's going to be a really close one.
Yeah. Although on that basis, that puts Lee in front still. We're sort of 35, 40 pound, doesn't it? Don't know. What do I know? Don't know. It's exciting either way. Especially if somebody has a big lump here right at the end.
That would put the cat amongst the pigeons, most definitely.
That would make us all think. Wouldn't it?
With the chap on 17, he admitted when I walked past earlier he'd had a £5. I don't think we've seen a £5 fish come out anywhere yet today, so I asked him what weight he had, Mr. Wiles, and he definitely said he got £5. He caught a £5-pounder. That'll probably be the biggest fish of the day, I reckon, at the minute. But the other chap who's leading the match on peg 16 is still putting fish in the net if we put in just our side of the
Keeping
bridge.
an eye on him as well. Crikey, you are eagle-eyed, you,
Yeah.
aren't you?
I try not to miss too much.
I'm struggling to keep an eye on two screens on the encoder. Stephen Dean is saying, Lee, £63.12. You got just over 40 minutes till this one concludes. Honestly, couldn't help you in any way, shape, or form because we're sat here trying to work it out and we just can't. I think their weights are really, really close. I really do. There's Liam with another fish. So if either one of them had a big carp,
That boosts their weight so much.
it
Such-
really,
yes.
yeah, you'd favour that person immediately, wouldn't you?
Such a big advantage.
Yeah. I mean, Lee's still pulling ahead. Zac's 34 fish behind. Well, it won't be long before we find out. Who's your money on? Hope you're enjoying it. A little bit slow at times today, I know. Tough conditions. Equally exciting for different reasons. Is that now Zac into a fish?
I think so.
Yes, it is.
There's another one. Just looking down the lake, everyone's now, the catch rate's just starting to pick up a bit. Some of the guys are fishing long, some are fishing short. But there's not one time you look down the lake now there isn't a top kit in the air. They're all starting to put a few fish in the net.
Certainly if them bigger stamp come into play in the last half an hour, that could really mix things up.
Zach's just still really cautiously playing. He knows he's got to make these last few fish count. He pulled out the last one unfortunately, so I bet he's eager just to make sure he gets this one in the net.
Well, I've got up to just this side of Christopher, yeah, and I still haven't dropped out of Wi-Fi.
Are you really? It's good, isn't it? That's
Do
good
you know-
for the final, because we will be moving around.
Well, it's just, do you know what I mean? That's a hell of a signal.
Yeah, so we need to get power to the middle of the island, potentially at Woodlands.
Yeah, that's no problem, right?
Yeah.
We've got enough cable to do
Zach's
that.
still just gingerly plying it.
Just making sure, isn't he? Eddie?
He is just.
He knows that each one of these counts, even though they're not big. Each one counts.
That's a strong Wi-Fi signal, that is. That's nearly 100 yards, you know what I mean? And I say, it wasn't looking like dropping out then, particularly. Obviously, the download, it wasn't offering me any upload speed down there, but not so important in a house, is it?
keep an eye on Lee as well whilst we're watching
Yeah.
Zac. Haven't seen any action to cover in his peg.
Is this why the elusive 5-pounders, do you reckon?
Oh, imagine if we put a big fish in the net now. I still wouldn't know where we stood. Lee is putting another fish in the net. Just slip back.
Has he put one in, or has he
I
just
thought he
changed?
just
I don't know if he's just... No, he's just rebaited, I think.
switched rigs, has he?
Zac's
That one's
got
in the
a-
net for Zac. So they're not monsters, but that is over a pound,
It's
isn't it?
probably a pound F1 by the look of it. All helps these last few minutes. So we get towards the last, just over half an hour left, 35 minutes.
So if you was Zac Worby right now, and you knew what was going on, you'd be thinking that's just negated 4 of them. That's just negated 4 of them.
He
That's
might
just
have his
negated
phone on the
4 here.
side tray.
Well,
I don't know if it's someone sat with him,
yeah,
so
I
whether
didn't know
they've
if that's
got it
his
on.
partner sat behind him, or maybe she's watching. I don't know.
If you're listening, Zac, give us a wave. But yeah, Still all
He's
to
got to
play
be
for.
thinking, even if he thinks he's behind, isn't he? He's got to be thinking, I'm catching, isn't he?
yeah.
He's got to be thinking, yeah, I'm catching up here, I'm catching up here. Well, it's going to be another one of them, isn't it? Where we go to the weigh not knowing who's won. Not quite the Jimmy Brooks 10 Ben Townsend match where we knew it was just a case of
There's a bit of a difference there.
formalising it, wasn't it?
There was a bit of a difference between those two chaps.
Yeah.
Nobody really seems to
Yeah,
know. do they?
Lee's just about slipping it under another one. Yep, he's got
Hello.
another fish in the net.
You filming?
Yes, mate. But you're alright, you're not in the way of anything.
The cameras
Cameras
all
are
over.
over
Cameras
there.
are all down there. You're okay.
Is that your hungry dog?
Yeah.
She come down early and I give her a big bit of pork pie and she hung on to it
That
like a
ain't the
bone.
same dog, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
How
that's-
many dogs are
There was 2 of them.
There's 3 dogs.
Yeah, the other one's paler.
Oh, hang
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
The other one's
It was
white.
definitely
Yeah.
this one with a white face.
Oh, is it? Oh, you know what
Yeah,
you're talking
but
about.
there's
So
the
you're
other.
proper stocked up. Look at all your sandwiches, your drinks.
This is the one that had the pork pie, ain't you, girl? Is it a girl? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're baby, ain't you? Yes,
Is
you
that Dad
will.
fishing up there?
Yeah.
Ah, right. Well, we don't know who's winning. We don't know who's
Baby,
losing.
Baby, ain't you?
Lee's daughter's just come down to HQ with 2.
Is it
Are
live
they
on YouTube?
cockapoos? Yeah,
Yeah.
we're live.
Yeah.
Fishing
Cavapoos
Association
of the dogs.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
And we are live.
Just go click Fishing Association and it'll come. It'll show. It'll come
Go on
straight
and
up.
search up.
You can watch the end then, and then
You can guess the weight and win a prize.
Oh, what's
Yeah.
at the end?
We've got just about 34 minutes left.
Oh, so I thought it ends at like 4 or 5 o'clock.
There's 4
4
o'clock,
o'clock, yeah.
10 till 4, 6 hours today, so
Okay.
still keep the guessing the weights coming in, guys. As you say, it's the last 35 minutes now. Nobody can really call it. Like I say, it's just been such a variance in the size of fish.
Fishing
I think it's just got to be so close to cool.
Stuart Evans having a guess. Zac was £72.8.
Lee Carver versus
Yeah,
Zac
that's it. Yeah,
Worby.
click on that.
Who's Zac Worby?
Young lad.
Yeah, he's a young lad. He's at the end of the feed. We have to stop, but then we start again for the weigh-in. So if you want to watch the result, you'll have to tune in again. All right.
Okay. Well, you can hear me.
Yeah, the microphone's here.
Yeah.
How many people are on it? 70 people.
At the minute, watching. Yeah.
Sure, there'll be a few more guys log in just to see the weigh-in. It'll be interesting to see what the guys put on the scales.
A little bit of a delay.
But,
Oh, hello. We've got. I thought it was a dog. Oh, it was you. Hello. Got the dogs visiting us.
Hey,
Both guys are just starting to slow up a bit now.
Willow.
Willow,
Haven't seen old Zach's just
Willow.
lifted up.
you a good girl. Are you?
Just waiting the last half an hour.
I've got the other one here.
Is this what you've been doing all day?
Yeah, but we like talking about fishing, don't we?
And
No.
everything else that's going on in the world as well.
yeah.
And when they're not catching, yeah, we'll talk about
Is
everything.
this the only day that you're doing it?
Pardon?
Today, yeah.
So, I have a question. Can you re-watch this then, this match?
Yep.
Oh, you can. So it'll be on like a.
Lee's just about to land another fish.
Yeah, you want to, it'll go on to the...
Just another fish in the net for Mr. Carver.
You're not Willow, are you? What's this one? It's not Willow, is it? Because you've got so much white on you, haven't you?
Yeah. So people guessing that. I don't think Zach's fish are £2 each, but we might be wrong.
Oh, you stocked up on the coke.
Got everything we need.
We'll keep ourselves refreshed here. So
Come on.
hot day today, 30 odd degrees here at East Bilney.
Yeah, it is.
Thankfully, Fishing Association HQ is a nice gazebo to keep us cool.
Zach into another one, is it?
I think he is.
Is he in? Oh, he is
Yeah,
into another
Zach's
one.
Do
Yeah,
you
I
film
thought he was
any
just
other
repotting them.
YouTube channels? Or is it
Sorry?
Just fishing. Do you film other YouTube channels?
No, we just do this.
Just do fishing.
Zach
Have
and
it.
Lee both into a fish. Who's going to land theirs first? Oh, Lee just before, but Zach's is just that bit bigger.
I've got the same t-shirt as you. Oh, a fishing one.
Oh, what, mine?
Yeah.
Got the Daiwa.
Yeah, the
Java's
black
top.
and white one.
Yeah, that's been the story of the day, and Lee's catching more of them. I think Zach's catching a bigger stamp,
Just
so
a slightly bigger stamp. So
it's going to be interesting at the weigh-in to see what happens.
How long does
Three,
the
four,
weigh
five,
take?
six, seven, about 10 minutes,
Oh,
because they're next to each other today,
oh.
so that won't be very long.
But they get well angry at each other at some points.
I don't think they've got angry at each
no,
other.
I think there's been some good banter. I expect has been exchanged between them both. Well, it might be quiet, but
They're a fair way from each other.
They
I
are a fair
I
way.
wouldn't have thought they're communicating. But there's definitely been some frustration.
yeah,
As
lots
fish
of
have been lost.
few lost fish. Ones that have probably been slightly bigger, as you can all expect. Just frustrating when the hook pulls out of them.
Who blew the whistle today?
No idea.
It was Chris.
Was it Chris, was it?
Yeah.
It was a wee bit early, I think. I might be wrong. I thought it was 2 minutes early. I thought we started a bit early. But then it might have been my clock.
I didn't pay
I
that
don't
much
know.
attention, but
Yeah.
Is that a Wi-Fi box?
Yeah.
Got loads of questions.
We've got Starlink, and that's the aerial over there on the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking that's like an iPad.
No.
Lee just lifted into another fish there.
So we've got some more guesses come in. Mark Stansel says Lee with 49 pounds to Zach's 57. Robert
No,
Uri reckons 73.8 to Zach. I'd love to be wrong, but I don't think we're averaging £2 a fish.
No.
You're relaxing, aren't you? You're
Yeah.
relaxing.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
am,
a little
yeah.
side.
You're right,
button.
chilled out.
I'm trying to relax. That's exactly what I'm doing. Hey now, baby. Hey, we're relaxing together, aren't we? You can't take
Steve's
your
found a
to
dog.
stroke
He's
to help
happy.
you to
He's
relax,
found a new
right?
friend.
No.
Give Steve Dorks a dog, and he loses interest in everything.
Well, there was another
One here somewhere. Exploring.
Here. Dead.
Found a cool spot.
Yeah, nice bit of shade today.
Right, we're just under the final half hour.
It's hot.
Don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
How long have we got left now?
Just under half an hour.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
It's not going to take long.
Play for then.
It
Yep.
is.
A couple of big units could blow it away.
Well,
couldn't
one I reckon would royally put the cat, like Eddie says, put the cat amongst the pigeons,
Boost
and
your weight a lot.
wouldn't know who'd got what then.
they? What like we do now?
Well, kind of like now, yeah. It's one of them ones, like you say, you don't want to be wrong, do you? But
That's why I'm not really saying a lot.
well, neither is ace cameraman Sean Nelson. His guest not coming just yet.
Ew.
Lee with another fish. He's just that small stab, unfortunately.
The one
But
near the bridge, the one near the bridge. Did you see me go past my boat?
I think we did, yes. But that's only quickly because that's on a long lens, so it's like a blur.
Oh. No, I don't know.
Zach now about to hopefully slip the net.
Zach into another better fish.
Yeah, I think so.
All I'm hearing is Zac catching better fish.
Well, when you say better,
Yeah, well,
Which-
yeah.
it's not
I mean, like,
not like 2-3
bigger.
pounders. We're a few ounces bigger, you know.
That's what I
They
say.
don't have to be much better though, do they? All I ever saw Lee catch was some right little tiny things.
He
That's
has
the-
had some better fish.
That's the
but
thing, isn't it? The numbers are sort of, the numbers game isn't really reflective of what they've got, and
No,
you're sort of tarnishing each of them with what they're catching, even though that might be true all of the time. So
it'd definitely be.
my
a close
gut
one.
feeling is Zach's stamp of fish and catching more of them has
Did we
probably
count
got
Zach's
him.
last
No, that needs to go on. Yeah, so it needs.
one? It's gone down.
Yeah, Zach's stamp of fish, I think. I think he's in front.
Did you hear me speaking to Dad then? Yeah.
No, there's no microphone there.
The microphone's up here.
Can I see?
I don't think so.
So the view's gone up a bit for any of you guys that have just switched on. We're at East Bilney Lakes with the live head-to-head between Lee Carver and Zac Worby. Lee's got the home draw taking full advantage of the lakes that he owns, and yeah, it's going to be a real tight match today with some lots of small fish caught. Lee's just sort of leading the way really with fish count, but Zac's fish just that few ounces bigger, and we really don't know what way it's going to go. It's going to be hard to call. If anyone just sort of gets a rogue 5 pound fish or a double figure fish, that will really put them up there. But both just now sitting at patiently. Zac's long at 16 metres, just tapping in a few pellets, just being really patient. And Lee's just dropped onto his short line with an hour and a half to go. They both just changed their swim. Zac started a new swim at 60 metres just towards his right. Lee's short
Proper length
line.
on that pole, isn't
He is. That's a long way out though. I think his arms are aching now. It's probably hot as well.
And the heat, yeah.
Lee's short line. He's just replumbed it. He's just gone out an extra section. So I think he was sort of 2 plus 2, but it's probably now 2 plus 3.
Who do you want to win?
We're neutral.
We're neutral. We have no favouritism. They're both very good anglers. This is going to be a real close one to call.
I should say it's going to ruin our evening if Dad.
Dad, you better win from your daughter.
So you only really want him to win from a personal point of view, like.
Daughter wants Dad to win so it doesn't ruin the evening.
I think it's going to cry and then I'll have to start with him.
Got the cans of Stella, nothing misses about, no problem.
But then if he does win, I can get what I want. Me too happy.
Yeah, that's.
Mark Gillibrand, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to weigh in. Yep.
It really is.
He's gone.
insight into
He's
how
gone.
Women think there
He's
as well.
gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Daughter says if he does win, I can get what I want
Yeah.
because he'll be happy.
Yeah, but it's bang on, isn't it? I'll bet you wouldn't have caught her in that submarine either. Not me. It's true.
£68
I
Zach,
have
says
to
Mark
agree with
Gillibrand.
my
Yeah.
youngest stepdaughter, but she's right.
There's
Just still looking down the lake. Peg 16, who we've sort of said is leading the match throughout the whole day, is still putting fish in the net. I don't think they've been sort of huge, but
Why
it's
is the other people fishing? That
every putting he's just getting a fish out and putting
Yeah,
in.
and
So
I
he'll
was down
be
there testing the Wi-Fi.
he'll be the winner of the match today, I would have thought.
there you
Like
go.
I say,
I
that
said
Matthew
he's.
dad won £7, he reckon, right? So he's just the other side of the bridge, isn't he? Matty Wiles, he'd had won £7. He was
Yeah, I
bridge
said to him, have you?
also.
I said to Matt, have you caught? He said, no, I've had £5. I caught one about £5. So he's caught a few fish, but going to be a close one.
The guesses are coming in Zach's favour. I don't know whether that's because we've swayed the audience or whether you think exactly what we think. Top Fuel Teddy's
That's
now
the
saying.
trouble, isn't it? When people start to believe your press, you start
Yeah.
to believe.
Don't know whether you believe in what we're watching or whether you've been watching it yourselves.
What time did it start?
Top Fuel Teddy says Zach £59 5 ounces. That's today's been from 10 till 4, 6 hours. Definitely. I feel Lee's pain. He's just wiping his brow there.
It's very
Hot old day to be sat out there in all this. When we're fortunate enough to be in the shade of the trees and under the gazebo, and it's sticky here. So, but he's into another fish. He needs a better stamp one. That's what he needs. If
It's not bad. It's bigger than what he has been getting, so marginally, but
on the numbers he is, yeah.
another fish in the net for Lee.
But it's it all comes down to weight. Who's going to weigh more?
It's funny, like we're not overly impressed with the amount of fish and all this, that, and the other, but you think about it. Back in the day, it'd be a hell of a day's fishing, wouldn't it? You know what I mean? It's still.
Well, he's had nearly 70 fish. It's not that he ain't caught.
No.
But like you say, like you say, if you're fishing for roach and they were 4 ounces each, you'd be well pleased, wouldn't you, if you had 70 roach at 4 ounces each? Sometimes I think it's too easy to be spoilt in what we have access to now with commercial fisheries, I suppose. But
Especially if you take into account Todber, what we've talked about, the,
Well, that's just-
phenomenal weights that are there at the minute.
That's
Or
just-
there all the while.
that's just craziness,
But,
isn't it? Another little one there for Lee.
If you could have had £7 every day you went back in the day, you'd be a legend.
See, this is the strange thing, though, isn't it? Lee's got more than twice as many fish than Zach. Who's way more?
Well, we're always doing how big the stamp of fish, but in this particular instance, it's even more sort of pertinent, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? The variation could be phenomenal, couldn't it? You know what I mean? Between the 2 and 3 ounce fish and a 12 ounce fish, it's previous week we've been like arguing whether they're 2 or 3 or 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But the variable is. I don't think anybody. Go on then. So he's got 70 and Lee's got half as many, and Zach's got half as many.
So the fish count at the minute, Steve, is Lee's got 70 and Zach's got 33. So he's got more than double on the fish count. But as we were saying, a lot of them early ones were 2 or 3 ounces. So still not seen Sean Nelson's guess come in. He must be holding out right for the last minute. Crest the line up for grabs today. We'll do you a little float package to go with that, and we've got Browning clickers to give away today. Closest to the winning weight, or if you guess it correctly, you can have as many guesses as you like, but it'll be the last guess that you make that counts. So
Quite comfortable on the floor.
ask Eddie what he thinks Zach's well. Sure. Oh yeah, come on then. What's your official guess? Yeah, that's what we want to know from Sean.
Look at the old dog, look. She's made herself right at home.
Yeah, she found a shady cool spot, didn't you?
Yeah.
Dogs
Willow.
are happy. There's one back here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not Willow, that's the other one, I think.
That's Hattie.
Hattie.
Do you know Mikey Williams and John Harvey getting on? Is anyone
No, we
heard?
want to know, but we don't know
Interesting.
at the minute.
No,
Mikey
be-
Williams, John Harvey. Just under 20 minutes to go. It's going to be interesting. We've got it much closer than what the scoreline suggests. I'd say, well, weight-wise, they can't be a million miles off even Stevens, can
No.
they? Lee's had more fish, but a lot smaller.
I know we keep saying it, guys. We think it's got to be close, but just seeing the stamp what's been caught, you know, certain lull periods. Zac had a bit of a lull period in the middle of the match, as a lot of the other guys did, but he's just caught a just bigger stamp of fish, what we think might just push him ahead, but it's going to be very close weight between both of them. Or we might be completely wrong, but
Yeah, £40 might be a high weight.
yeah.
It's not like it's gonna,
No,
mightn't it?
exactly. Lee's, yeah, he's now into another
Lee's,
fish.
yeah, Lee's got another one. What stamp is that?
I'm not thinking anybody's got £40, me. But like I say, I've got very little information other than
Well, 33 fish not averaging a pound, isn't 40, is it?
that's right.
So,
And every fish that I
Couple
saw
more
Lee
guesses
catch,
coming in. We've got Paul Saddington with Zac with £42, 3 to win, and then Stando, Zac with £48, 8 ounce.
you can revise them guesses, but it's your last one that counts. Crest a line, float package, we're going to put together, and the Browning clicker available for today. I wouldn't even know what to guess. I think £40 could be a high weight for both anglers, to be honest.
what are you doing, Stan? Are you sat in your garden and listening to it in the background?
He's pondering, because he starts his message,
We better not lose, because I will have a horrible evening. You'll be so upset.
Yeah, Lee's daughter there saying, he better not lose. So she's definitely cheering Lee. How's her
Stan
evenings?
lives just next door to Floatfish Farm.
Stan does.
Well, not next door, but
Not long to go. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We'll have a short break at the end of the match, as we always do, and we'll be back live for the weigh-in. So,
can't for the life of me think why that camera cut out and then cut back in, can you?
nope. If that wind blows strong, it'll be in the lake, so it won't matter.
You just turn your microphone off, didn't it?
Sorry?
You turn your microphone off.
We'll stop.
We'll
broad-
stop.
So we're broadcasting live on YouTube, so we'll stop broadcasting completely and then we start again. Tony Curtis, Lee to win with £39.7.
Guess weights are coming down, aren't they?
Hello, Willow.
She smelt something and
So
she's
it's-
off.
Yeah. So down to the last 15 minutes, everyone. For those who have just turned on, we're at East Bilney Lakes, live head-to-head between Lee Carver and Zac Worby.
I think that's Zac into another one, isn't it?
I'm not sure if it's just
It looked like a strike.
it might just be might be just resetting the trap. No, there's nothing on there.
Oh yeah, you're right. It looked like a strike. Maybe
He might have pulled out of it.
This
he
dog's
missed
not
it.
very old. I reckon about 2.
4,
Oh, she's 4, is she?
4, 5. Who's that one?
Hattie.
Yeah, here comes Willow. Yeah.
Yeah, here's Willow.
Cow Willow.
Got another guess the weight in from Quirky Stores, £31 from Zac to win. It's probably the lowest weight with Sinners, isn't it? I think as a guess the weight to win.
Yeah, but at the minute, like I say, I don't think he's averaged a pound. So,
Yeah.
and again, I don't think Lee's have averaged half a pound. So it's going to be close. It's going to be close unless somebody picks up a monster at the end there. Right, hippo to finish on. It's going to be fairly tight
Are we back at what time is the weigh-in?
in 20 minutes.
Right, I'll be back then.
Okay.
Hey, Hattie. I bet if I took you home, Mum would be happy enough, wouldn't she? She'd look at you. You look like you're easy, you.
Zac out then into that pole again at full distance. We'll stick with us at the weigh-in. We'll have a word with both anglers. See what they've done. See how they've managed their match today. And as Eddie says, he wants to pick their brains on what rigs they've used and what baits and whatnot.
Been covered in bits, haven't you? You are. Well,
Tough one to call.
Lee's now, yeah, another fish. Nice fish, smaller stamp, but they all count. Again, just looking down the lake, I've said it before, but peg 16, every time I look, he's got a fish on every time. Just beside that bridge.
It's got the cover of the bridge there,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's just, that is a good peg in its own right. You know, people watching this at Fishery regularly will appreciate that.
Who's going to head through to the next round?
I reckon, shall I go up there and some with Sean and I can work our way down, pick up some of the flags and stuff like when it finishes?
Because if they're going to weigh in, we're going to be sharp up there.
Yeah.
Leave
Yeah.
the flags till after weighing, can't you?
Yeah, it won't take long. I think Sean Nelson had his guess. I just can't see the message. Lee 38, Zac 34.
That's what Sean's saying.
Yep.
Yeah, well that's what I'm thinking, like, you know what I mean?
You
Like
reckon
I said,
Lee's just in front?
not £40, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but do you think Lee's just in front?
Yeah, I do. If Zac's got as little as that anyway, then you know what I mean. But
Yeah.
I don't know what to think because I haven't. I'm just listening to what everybody else is
Zach's
saying.
just now started to catapult again, just ping a few pellets in. I think we're in the last 10 minutes, he's just trying to get some more fish in now, just introduce him to the area. Has he got one on or not? No. Oh, that might be Tiddler. But yeah, he's just now starting to ping again. Lee's just patient on that short line. Both guys just fishing opposite tactics really now. I'm sure they're fishing similar baits, but Lee is short, Zac is full 16 metre length. Probably battling with a really hot pole
Yeah.
and a bit of breeze. Where we are is
He's been in the sun all day,
yeah,
hasn't
he's
he?
had no shade.
Both of them have. That'd be like, if that was me, I'd be like factor 100 applying every hour.
Be like a lobster. 16, another fish in there. Just empty
Yeah. Guest commentator's getting carried away.
Sorry.
He's fallen into the trap of talking about the anglers that you can't see. But he's very interested to see Peg 16 weigh in. Aren't you?
I am.
And if they weigh in from low to high, then
Got 2 plain magnums, 1 SoCal and 1 menu.
I'll have a salt caramel if that's alright.
Yeah.
Just
go on.
nab in there quickly,
Go
have
on
an
then.
ice cream.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very. Sorry, what was your
Second one,
name?
Isabel.
Isabel. Oh, thank you, Isabel.
Do you want one?
Isabel's
Please,
turned
mate,
up.
One.
Isabel's turned up with ice creams.
Left.
That's the commentary over.
Standard payment, please.
It's,
We'll let you guess the weight because we're not going to film the weigh in either.
You will.
Thank you very much, Isabel.
very
Do
kind.
you have a bin?
Not really.
A bin?
I'll take your rubbish.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
No, that box is my box, not the bin.
No, there's a bag there. Look.
Oh, is
There's
that-
a bag with rubbish.
I'm throwing your rubbish in my box that I transport all the gear in.
That's nice.
Ring Sean up, let him know that we're eating ice
couple
Sure.
more.
Sean's already knows we're eating ice creams because he can hear us.
Got a couple more guesses coming in. Michael Humphrey, Zach with £46 10 ounces to Lee's £38 2 ounce. Malvin Moss with Lee's £67 10 ounce. Keep the guesses coming in, guys. You've got just over 5 minutes, and we'll take your last guess comment if you've already guessed before.
I'm going for that's the way to do it, isn't it? Hey,
What?
think about it. Go for a dead eat.
Ooh, controversial. Steve's going dead eat.
We get double bubble then, don't you? You don't have to pick who wins, do you? You just go for a dead eat. I'm going for a dead eat, 39.15 a piece.
Can you see on your screen?
Oh, just watch that cable, sweetie. Or she'll pull us off air.
Oh, sorry, I'll move the feet.
We can see them, yeah. Do you want to come sit here?
Kevin Mills, Lee to win with £42 8 ounce. And Mick Blackall with Lee to win for £55.
Oh no, I'm not licking your seat.
Lee just
you know
landed
Steve
another
Paul?
fish.
Well, Stevie.
Yeah.
He
does
says,
have, like,
Izzy, get your 5 minutes of fame on TV. So
oh, it's Wormy.
come and is that his nickname?
Hi, Wormy.
There you go. You can come and commentate for the last 5 minutes on Dad's match.
Kelvin Barker with Lee to win with £44.
No need to be shy, Isabel. Hey.
Well, we've put the numbers up, but they don't mean anything today, I'm afraid. Because some of them fish negate 5 or 6 of the others. I've got absolutely no idea who's won. We think it's very, very close. And it wouldn't be. Steve's calling it a dead heat. And Sean's 200 metres away from the ice creams. Unlucky, sir.
All of a sudden, Willow's been better, mate.
You're going to have the worst drive home today.
What?
The chip shop's shut, and he weren't here for ice cream.
I'll sort the old boy out. We'll have a cheeky
He's just
instead.
mobbed float cam in the lake.
I'm allowed
So you
to
can add any number to their score.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, add a couple onto Dad's.
Yeah, but it won't change.
It won't
the result.
change the result.
It won't change the result. It's just a
Thinking, though.
Is that how many fish you've got though?
So
Well-
you've gone away, got ice creams, and tried to ply us with ice creams to change Dad's result, so that you can get lots of stuff. Yeah, good girl. All right.
Yeah, if it came down to fish count, that works.
Unashamedly, yeah, that's the bottom line.
Is there anyone here?
Sorry?
Oh.
There's a dog licking something.
So, last 5 minutes, guys, of this live head-to-head between Lee Carver and Zac Warby, at East Bilney Lakes. Get them guesses in.
Go on, Dad.
5 minutes left.
Sean
Nelson,
Nelson.
I hope you all.
Sean Nelson, I hate you all.
I can assure you the ice creams are good, Sean. So
They're horrible, Sean. Don't worry about it.
Who's Sean?
These chips ain't bad either.
Chips in bad.
That's probably the nicest bit of fish I've tasted.
Fresh fish and chips with Magnum ice cream.
Certainly won't need to stop on the way.
Sean's on the bridge up there, about 250 metres away. So he's missing out on all the goodies.
Which makes it
What,
taste
the one
even
with the hat?
nicer.
The one with the hat.
No, even further than that.
What, Chris?
right at the far end, is he?
It's the other side of your dad.
What, is he watching this?
He's behind,
Yeah,
that,
I'll be watching
he's
it.
behind that camera there.
Got last 3.5 minutes. Get your last guesses in, everyone. We think it's going to be a really tight match. We might be completely wrong, but the fish count is somewhat different. But we
Well, the whistle's coming.
we think it is going
Lee's
to be
into a fish.
really close. No,
No, he's not.
No.
Don't know where he pulled out of that. There was a bit of a sigh there, wasn't there?
a little bit of a sigh of frustration, maybe.
So not
Um,
really had the. the finish he wanted.
No, and there we are.
There's the whistle.
Is
Top
it
fuel,
all out?
Teddy, thanks for the watch, lads. You're more than welcome, as you all.
If any of you's watching, there's 3 minutes left. We did start a little bit early today to the
Chip shop
counter.
at
But,
North. Hang on.
North Elmham.
Yeah, that's it. North Elmham is open. I think just down.
So the
from
final
building.
count.
Right, listen, we'll be back shortly with the weigh-in, so don't forget to tune in again to see who's gone through to the next round. Thank you very much.
Is the John Wilson Fishery